Chapter 653. They were all here. The golden halos on everyone's bodies were very strong. The golden light beneath their feet was dazzling. It was obvious that these 11 people were all bosses. Luo Tian's heart was excited, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but draw back as he said, "The 10 great immortal sects really think highly of me, to actually send so many experts to kill me at the same time, ha ha ha. You guys are also being secretive. What do you not dare to do?" The immortal chi on his body was dense, so it was useless to hide it. The immortal chi on each of these 10 people was different. It was obvious that they came from different immortal sections. The 10 of them looked at each other, but they were not in a hurry to take off the black veil on their faces. One of them coldly snorted and said, "Luo Tian, you brought all of this upon yourself. It was you who disturbed the entire immortal sect, and now you want to destroy the marriage between Murong Wanjian and the Shuer. They are the pride of the human race, and the marriage between the two of them is the will of the heavens. They are a match made in heaven, and we definitely won't allow a country bumpkin like you to destroy it. Killing the sect master, killing the grand elder, Luo Tian, you have done all kinds of bad things. Getting rid of you is also getting rid of evil for the immortal sect. We can't spoil our immortal sect's pot of soup just because of you. Don't waste your breath on him. This dog has sinned deeply. If we don't get rid of him, who knows how much trouble he will cause. There's no need for the Huashan immortal sect to exist anymore. Kill him." The 10 of them all had cold killing intent in their eyes. In their eyes, Luo Tian was an evil thief who had committed heinous crimes. He had disturbed the order of the immortal sect. Most importantly, he had revealed that he wanted to destroy the marriage between Murong Wanjian and the Shuer. No matter who it was, this was a big matter that could not be ruined. This was something that the God-controlling immortal sect and the Star Sea immortal sect would definitely not allow to happen. Luo Tian's expression was calm, and a faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth as he said, "I'm about to die. Can you let me see what you guys are like before I die? It's also good for me to see the King of Hell and tell him who killed me." "Humph, what do you think we're doing? I'll let you die in peace." Immediately after, all 10 of them took off the black veil on their faces. Just as Luo Tian had guessed, they were all profound God realm experts from the 10 great immortal sects, and all of them were at least at the 5th stage of the profound God realm. From this, it could be seen how much the 10 great immortal sects hated Luo Tian. How strong was his killing intent towards him. This time, the experts they sent were here with the intention of killing Luo Tian. They absolutely could not let him live. Thus he reacted a little. The 10 great immortal sects were now afraid. Luo Tian was simply too monstrous. In the short span of a year, his cultivation speed was unheard of. Once such a person obtained even more power, the 10 great immortal sects would definitely suffer. Luo Tian must not be allowed to live. Furthermore, he wanted to descend upon Broken Sky City during Murong Wanjian's wedding. The marriage between a true dragon and a female phoenix could not be interrupted. This was a death order issued by the strongest experts of the Imperial Immortal Sect, Star Ocean Immortal Sect, and Soul Palace. Absolutely not. Combining these 2 points, Luo Tian had to die, and the more he opened, the better. They were only masked because they didn't want others to know. Now that their identities had been exposed, there was nothing to hide. Then, Luo Tian memorized their appearances one by one in his mind, smiled faintly, and said, "I'll remember all of you." The assassin from the Imperial Immortal Sect sneered and said, "Remember, then go to hell and tell the King of Hell." While they were talking, he suddenly moved, and the profound god's battle chi soared out, bringing with it an unshakable power. At the same time, Luo Tian landed beside the Soul Palace man who was about to faint, and said, "The chance I gave you is still valid. Do you want to become the head of my 10 great disciples? As long as you nod your head, it will be considered as your agreement." "How dare you?" Without waiting for the man to speak, the great elder of the Soul Hall roared angrily. He moved through the air and slapped the man again. Useless thing, you can't even win against a first-level profound god trash. And you still want to join the Huashan immortal sect. I think you have lived to the end. While they were talking, the man once again landed heavily on the ground from the sky. His face twitched and trembled, and his breathing was weak. It was also at this time that the great elder of Soul Palace once again raised his hand and slapped down in the air. Luo Tian did not move, but looked at the man on the ground. He was waiting. The man's eyes revealed a pained expression, his fists clenched tightly, his teeth clenched tightly. His pained gaze suddenly twisted, and he directly looked at Luo Tian and nodded his head heavily. Luo Tian laughed. Ha ha ha! At this moment, the elder of Soul Palace's palm had already descended, and Luo Tian suddenly moved. Level 9 Berserk, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, come out! Bang, bang, bang! His strength was like the heavens. All of them burst out, and his palm met the attack head-on. Bam! When the two great forces collided, Luo Tian instantly retreated. His blood and qi roiled in his chest, and he was somewhat unable to bear it. Soul Palace's great elder's strength was several levels higher than his. The man laughed self-deprecatingly and said, Luo Tian, you should leave quickly. The lowest cultivation here is at the 4th level of Profound God, and the great elder's cultivation is even at the 7th level of Soul Palace. You are not his match at all. Luo Tian blocked the slap for him, and he felt extremely happy in his heart. At this moment, the man suddenly stood up and laughed in a deep voice. I never thought that I, Luo Tian, would be able to hand over a friend like you before I die. This life is worth it. Luo Tian, you go, I'll cover you. As soon as he finished, Morong Bai suddenly stood in front of Luo Tian, and the red light on his body flickered. Primordial spirit, self-destruct? Luo Tian's face changed, and he directly grabbed Morong Bai's hand and said, Damn, did I ask you to self-destruct? I am your boss now. If I can't even protect my own little brother, what kind of boss am I? Humph. Morong Bai. So what if your primordial spirit self-destructs? I never thought that the left envoy of Soul Palace would be in cahoots with this dog. Soul Palace's face has been lost because of you. Morong Bai, I advise you not to do anything stupid. So what if he self-destructs? We can still catch up with Luo Tian. Today, no matter what, he must die, he must die. The great elder of Soul Palace's eyes became extremely gloomy, and he pointed at Morong Bai's nose and scolded. How dare you? No, this useless thing. Self-destruct. Quickly self-destruct. With your little cultivation. Even if you self-destruct, can you hurt any of us? He hated Morong Bai very much, just because he had lost face for Soul Palace, being defeated by Luo Tian, a 3rd-level profound god. This made him very unhappy, and he wanted to kill him immediately. Morong Bai's expression suddenly changed, and he laughed wildly. Even if I can't hurt you, if you have the guts, come up. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. I have worked so hard for Soul Palace, but I didn't expect that in your eyes. I am so weak. I quit. F***CK, your uncle. Together. Kill him. Don't let him escape. The speed of the profound god experts was too fast. In 1/10,000th of a second, they could kill Luo Tian and Morong Bai facing 11 high-level profound god experts. Luo Tian was no match at all, but at this time he laughed, and his laughter was very obscene. Swoosh! Recommend a book by Brother. Super cultivation method. Devour thousands of cultivation methods in the world. Just to level up. If you like it, please support it. Chapter 654. Luo Tian smiled. His smile was evil. He looked at them one by one again and repeated, I'll remember you. Smile? You can still smile at this time. Morong Bai glanced at Luo Tian and said, My primordial spirit explosion can buy you some time. You can take the opportunity to escape. Consider it as paying back the slap you took from me. I, Morong Bai, don't like to owe people favors. Luo Tian ignored him and asked, Do you want to live? Morong Bai was stunned. Not to mention the Xian god experts of the 10 major immortal sects. The 2 elders of the Hall of Souls had no chance of winning. They would be killed instantly. How could he talk about living at this time? It was as if he was joking. Luo Tian said again, "I'll ask you one thing. Do you want to live?" Morongbei smiled helplessly and said, "Who doesn't want to live?" Luo Tian grinned excitedly and said, "Louder." Morongbei didn't understand what Luo Tian was going to do. He couldn't help but ask, "Damn, what are you going to do?" Luo Tian didn't answer. Instead, he said again, "I want you to say louder that you want to live. Use all your strength and let everyone within 1,000,000 kilometers know that you want to live." Morongbei was stunned and said, "What are you doing, Luo Tian? Don't tell me you want to laugh at me before you die?" Luo Tian rolled his eyes and said, "Tell me you want to live." Morongbei couldn't dissuade Luo Tian. He let out a sigh of relief and roared at the sky, "I want to live. I want to live for revenge. I want to get back at them with 400 slaps." His voice shook the sky. Everything within 1,000,000-kilometer radius was enveloped by this voice. The elder of the Hall of Souls looked ferocious. The murderous intent in his eyes was incomparably intense. "You're courting death." At this moment, Luo Tian laughed. He held out one hand and said, "Hold my hand." F***CK. I knew you were up to no good. I'd rather die than hold your hand. I feel disgusted just by looking at your hand. Luo Tian, let me tell you I'm straight. I don't have any penises. Get the hell away from me. Morongbei had goosebumps all over his body. Looking at Luo Tian's eyes, he increasingly felt that there was something wrong with Luo Tian's sexual orientation. She was still grabbing his hand at this time. Didn't she want the 2 of them to die together? F***CK. Thinking of this, Morongbei could not help but tremble. A chill ran down his spine. This was worse than being slapped. Luo Tian rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, F***CK, do you think I'm gay? You're the one who's gay. Your whole family is gay. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and grab my hand, or it'll be too late. Morongbei was still hesitating. Luo Tian couldn't care less. He grabbed Morongbei's left hand. Morongbei's body trembled violently. It was as if he had been electrocuted. His body was directly electrified. He looked at Luo Tian from the side, and his eyes became a little strange. He was very puzzled and kept roaring, F***CK, 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 I'm a straight man. Why do I feel like I've been electrocuted when he grabbed my hand? What's going on? Impossible. I've always liked beautiful women. I don't really have penises, do I? Oh my God. My reputation is ruined just like that. Luo Tian, even if you kill me, I won't be with you. He made up his mind. Even if he ran away, he couldn't let Luo Tian have his way. Luo Tian knew that if Morongbei thought of this in less than half a second, Luo Tian would probably let go and kick him away. After all this time, he had become gay. And it was Morongbei's own monologue. He didn't know it at all. Being electrocuted was a normal feeling. Luo Tian was the same. Electricity was flowing in his body because he had already released the instantaneous movement skill. When this skill was used, the whole body would be immediately covered with electricity. When Luo Tian grabbed Morongbei's hand, he would naturally be electrocuted. Unexpectedly, Morongbei thought that this electrocution had stimulated his true preference. He liked men. What the F***CK? Murongbai's eyes were very complicated. His heart was like a little girl. Then he became very tough. Luo Tian looked at him and almost let go. Ding! Teleportation failed. F***CK. He had actually failed at this critical juncture. Luo Tian even had the thought of dying. It was the first time he had used the instantaneous movement skill. Logically speaking, the success rate should be as high as 100%. It was impossible for it to fail. However, he was holding Morongbai, which was the reason for the failure. However, the instantaneous movement skill at the level of perfection could carry 2 people. This was the advantage of the level of perfection. It was just that the success rate was not so high. Fortunately, the instantaneous movement skill at the level of perfection did not have a cooldown time. It could be used continuously. Luo Tian released it again. Another electric current was passed from Luo Tian's palm to Morongbai's body. This electric current directly hit his heart. Morongbai wanted to cry. Why? Why? Why do I feel like I'm being electrocuted again? It's impossible. Mom, I want to go home. One electrocution was not enough. One more time. This time he had no choice but to question whether his sexual orientation was normal. It was too uncomfortable. His whole body was numb, and his heart was itching. This feeling was exactly the same as the first time he met the woman he liked. The more he thought about it, the uglier Morongbai's face became. But that was not the worst part. The worst thing was that the look in his eyes changed. She stared at Luo Tian in a daze, with a hint of seductive intent. Luo Tian swallowed his saliva. His whole body trembled. Goosebumps instantly covered his whole body. Even the huge thing under his crotch suddenly shrank, directly shortening by a few centimeters. If this continued, his little brother would definitely be gone. Luo Tian wanted to vomit. F***CK. Please, I beg you. I don't need to hold hands with a man anymore. This time I must succeed. This time, Luo Tian really wanted to die, but he could not let go. His mind was filled with Morongbai's strange look. All the hair on his body stood up, and his heart felt a chill. I swear on my little brother, if I hold his hand again, I will chop off my own little brother. Luo Tian, go to hell. Ha ha ha. A trash like you wants to fight with the true dragon Morong Wanjian for a woman. What qualifications do you have? You are not worthy of the female phoenix, and the female phoenix will not like you. Who do you think you are? All the attacks fell at this moment. Morongbai closed his eyes. He did not care so much, as if he had tacitly agreed to something in his heart. His hand tightly held Luo Tian's hand, as if they were going to die together. Luo Tian was speechless. However, fortunately he succeeded. The 2 figures suddenly disappeared on the spot. Continue to push brother's book, The King of Martial Arts. With Cauldron Master in hand, the world is mine. The path of the strong starts with curing the disease of the lesbian wife. More support. Chapter 655. Buzz. They disappeared without a trace. The Soul Hall Elder's senses spread out millions of kilometers. He frowned and said in a low voice, "There's no trace of them. Impossible." All of a sudden, a dark red light appeared on his body. His consciousness shot up to the sky and spread out millions of kilometers. He still couldn't sense the traces of Luo Tian and Morongbai. It was as if they had completely disappeared from this world. No matter how fast one was, it was impossible to travel millions of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Even the Mystic Emperor couldn't do it. Luo Tian couldn't do it either. The surrounding experts from the 10 great immortal sects also used their thoughts to sense. Like the Soul Hall Elder, they found nothing. All of them revealed looks of disbelief and frowned. It's impossible for this brat to be so fast. He must have used some sort of concealment technique to hide his aura. The 2 of them can't have gone far. Let's chase. Chase? Where are we going to chase? Even a divine level stealth technique can't fool our senses. There's no trace of them within millions of kilometers. It can only mean one thing. They are millions of kilometers away. There are so many places in the Tianqian continent. How are we going to chase them? We've missed our chance to kill them. What's there to be afraid of? They're just level 1 mystic god. They can run, but they can't hide. Don't forget, there's still more than a month before the competition. Luo Tian will definitely appear if he wants to protect the Huashan immortal sect. He ran away today. Let's see how he can run away on that day. That's right. The competition is coming. Let's let him live for a few more days. Let's see where he can run to then. The Soul Hall elder didn't say anything, but he couldn't do anything. The sudden change caught him off guard. His voice trembled as he roared, "Morong Bai, Luo Tian, let's see where you can run to. No matter how far you run, the Soul Hall elder will find a way to catch you. You two can just wait to die." His voice was like endless muffled thunder, wreaking havoc within 1,000,000 kilometers. However, Luo Tian and Morong Bai couldn't hear him at all. At this moment, "Ba ba ba ba, you're the one who's gay. Your whole family is gay." Luo Tian squatted by the stream and wiped his right hand with a stone. He felt disgusted. Morong Bai's strange look was still replaying in his mind. Just thinking about it made him feel disgusted. Morong Bai's expression suddenly changed. He said, "I'm not gay. If you don't have a homosexual fetish, then what are you? You said you like me the moment we met. Luo Tian, I didn't expect a 7-foot man like you to have this kind of fetish. I was wrong about you. F***CKU. Luo Tian was really speechless. I didn't hold your hand to save you. You held my hand tightly as if you were going to die with me. Now that I think about it, I feel my hair stand on end. It was 2F***ed. Ding ding, shrank back again. Luo Tian was really afraid that because of this matter, he would never be able to get it up again. The shadow in his heart was too strong. Morong Bai was slightly startled. He looked around and said, "Where is this place?" "Luo Tian, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful cultivation technique. There are no more auras of the 10 great immortal sects and the elders of the Soul Palace within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. Could it be that we have already escaped from their detection range?" Luo Tian rolled his eyes and said, "Don't you know who I am? Do you really think they can catch up to me with just the few of them?" Then, Luo Tian felt a pang of pain in his heart. He thought to himself, "Wow, 11 bosses are gone just like that. This is too heart-wrenching. My heart is about to break. They are all small bosses of the profound God realm. They will definitely drop some divine artifacts." However, the corner of Luo Tian's mouth turned cold, revealing a sinister smile, and said, "I will remember all of you. The next time I meet you, I will definitely not let you go. I can't win against 11 of you, so don't drop the list. If you drop the list, just wait for your death." The 10 great immortal sects would not let him go? Luo Tian would definitely not let them go either. Luo Tian stood up, his expression becoming serious, and said, "I heard that Soul Palace will also participate in the immortal sect competition this time. Do you want to take revenge?" Morong Bai was not pretentious and said, "I will join your Hua Shan Immortal School, and in this immortal sect competition, I will definitely teach them a lesson. I have contributed so much to Soul Palace, yet I have been called worthless Skeleton King. I am not done with you." Skeleton King was the great elder of Soul Palace. Luo Tian said, "All right, from today onwards, you will be my little brother. Don't worry, I will not let anyone touch you. Soul Palace is nothing. Soul Palace will also be trampled under my feet, even if I have to become enemies with all the powerful forces in profound Sky Continent. So what? I will trample them all to death." Morong Bai laughed. He was a warmonger, and when he heard Luo Tian's words, he felt a sense of regret that he had not met him earlier. Rumble, rumble, rumble. All of a sudden, the earth trembled, and the beasts and birds in the mountains fled in all directions, including the 8th and 9th rank super beasts. They all fled in all directions as if they had seen a ghost, and some of the lower rank beasts were so scared that they even peed themselves on the ground. Earthquake? Murongbai frowned and looked at the mountain in the distance and said, "No, the other places are not moving." Luo Tian also frowned and said, "Do you feel that we are getting closer and closer to the sky?" Murongbai looked up and murmured, "That's true. How could this be?" At this moment, the mountain they were on was constantly rising, as if it was being lifted up by a heavy force. The inside of the mountain was constantly rumbling. Rocks kept rolling down like a landslide. Luo Tian looked around and found that the surrounding mountains were a bit strange. The top of the mountain was facing down like a cone. It was too strange. There is a very strong force at the bottom of the mountain. Murongbai's idea moved and said, "I also feel it. This force is not the power of the Soul Palace martial artists, nor is it the power of the experts of the 10 immortal sections. But this force is too strong. It can even move such a huge mountain? Even innate divine strength can't do it." All of a sudden, the entire mountain flipped over heavily and instantly stood upside down. Luo Tian said in a deep voice, "Be careful." Murongbai smiled and said, "Be careful yourself, my lord sect leader." 2 streams of light flashed out and instantly landed on another mountain. His eyes were shocked, only to see a young man as strong as an ox, really playing with this kind of mountain. Luo Tian secretly clicked his tongue and muttered, "Damn, this power is too awesome." A mountain in his hands was like playing with a toy. Change, change, to change, to change. The young man flipped the mountain over, shaking off all the beasts in the mountain. Looking at the beasts, he was extremely happy. Neo has meat to eat. Pushing the book Martial God Bloodline again, with the ancestral God Bloodline in hand, I have all the girls in the world. 13 votes away from the chrysanthemum tonight. Brothers of the chrysanthemum insertion team, insert it. Chapter 656. It was too shocking. Even Luo Tian, who was at the profound God realm, was shocked speechless by the scene in front of him. He had seen the pure physical strength of the Titan race. He thought that the Titan race was the strongest race in the profound sky continent in terms of physical strength, but now it seemed that this was not the case. The power that erupted from that young man was simply unshakable. Even Luo Tian himself felt that he was inferior. Murongbai was the same, saying so powerful. Abnormal power, even a 5th order profound god might not have this kind of power. Then he said, "Luo Tian, aren't you looking for a disciple? This kid looks good." Before he could finish his words, Luo Tian was gone. Without Murongbai's words, Luo Tian had already guessed. How could he let go of such an awesome young man? He was a piece of unpolished jade, that no one had ever discovered. He did not even need to be carved. The light on his body was incomparably dazzling. From the moment he saw him, Luo Tian's heart was moved. Luo Tian instantly moved. He landed not far from the young man, standing beside a monster. The young man frowned and became alert. 2 simple eyes stared at Luo Tian, saying, "Are you going to steal my meat?" Luo Tian shook his head, saying no. The young man immediately smiled. His tense nerves relaxed as he said, "These and those are all my prey. They are all my Anyo's meat," he said happily like a naive child. The young man looked at Luo Tian and felt that he was a little tired. He smacked his lips, saying, "Today I hunted a lot of prey. I'll give you one. Seeing that you're hungry, this meat is delicious." At this time, the young man looked like a simple child, his eyes flashing with innocence. Luo Tian glanced at the surrounding monsters, slightly moved, and said in his heart, "There are too many monsters. Can we finish eating so many of them?" Immediately, Luo Tian didn't say anything. He picked a small demonic beast, took out a dagger and cut open its stomach, scraped its skin and pulled out its tendons. He found some dry firewood and used his palm energy to ignite the firewood. Then he cut off a large piece of meat and placed it on the fire to roast. A few minutes later, The smell of burnt meat permeated the air, and a thick fragrance spread out. Luo Tian carried the seasoning bag with him at all times. He sprinkled some salt and cumin, and the aroma was simply unparalleled. Gulp! Gulp! At some point, the young man had squatted beside the bonfire with a silly grin on his face. His two eyes were beaming as he looked at Luo Tian. From time to time, he would swallow his saliva. Even so, saliva would still drip down from the corner of his mouth. He would suddenly suck it back in and look at Luo Tian with a silly grin. Luo Tian was not worried about people who loved to eat. Obviously, the young man was a foodie. This awesome young man must be taken down. Luo Tian was also from the countryside in his previous life. He saw simplicity in the young man's eyes, so the way to deal with Morongbay was completely useless. He must try his best to make friends with this young man. Of course, for Morongbay, Luo Tian was also very attentive. Luo Tian picked up the oily barbecue and handed it to the young man, saying, "What's your name?" The young man was a little embarrassed and murmured, "My mother said that I can't eat other people's food." He wanted to eat very much, and even his hand was about to reach out, but in the end he held back. At this time he swallowed a few more mouthfuls of saliva. His eyes were glued to the barbecue. It was too tempting. Luo Tian smiled and said, "This monster was originally hunted by you, so it's not someone else's. It's yours." The young man tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then he immediately laughed and said, "Really?" Luo Tian nodded. The young man immediately took the barbecue excitedly and took a big bite. It was so hot that he hissed. Then he loosened his grip and took another bite. He said while eating, "My surname is Niu and my name is Jingang. You can call me Niu or Jingang. I also have a pet name, which was given to me by my mother. It's called Wu Hua." "Wu Hua!" Luo Tian was stunned and immediately said, "I'd better call you Jingang." "Okay, you gave me such delicious meat. You can call me whatever you want, hee hee hee." Niu Jingang ate wildly and said with a smile. His innocent smile infected Luo Tian. Luo Tian immediately put a piece of marinated barbecue on the fire. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Take your time. There's more here." At this time, Luo Tian shouted in the direction of Morongbay and said, "Little Bai, come and help me get some dry wood." Morongbay was stunned and muttered, "Who's called Little Bai?" His brain was short-circuited. Then he thought of his own name and immediately flew into a rage. He walked up and shouted, "Who are you calling Little Bai? You, don't give people random names. Call me Morongbay or Young Master Bai." Luo Tian directly ignored him and said, "Little Bai, hurry up." Niu Jingang turned his head to look at Morongbay and immediately said, "Leave this kind of thing to me." He swallowed a whole piece of barbecue and directly jumped away. In less than a minute, Niu Jingang directly stood in front of Luo Tian with a towering tree in his arms. He said with a smile, "Is this enough?" The towering tree, which was more than 10 meters thick, was directly uprooted by Niu Jingang. This strength, Luo Tian's eyes widened, and he was so shocked that he was speechless. He immediately said, "Little Bai, you go. Jingang, come here. I have something to say to you." Niu Jingang immediately threw the towering tree. Whoosh! The towering tree was directly thrown into the sky and disappeared in an instant. Morongbay and Luo Tian were shocked by Niu Jingang's power. His power was too strong to be true. Niu Jingang ran up and squatted beside Luo Tian. Looking at the barbecue on the fire, his saliva dripped down. The barbecue, just now, was the best meat he had ever eaten. In his heart, he was full of admiration for Luo Tian. In his world, the person who could make such delicious barbecue must be a very, very powerful person. Luo Tian asked, "Jingang, would you like to go to Mount Hua Immortal Sect with me?" Niu Jingang said, "Is there such delicious barbecue every day?" Luo Tian was secretly happy and said, "Yes, there is." Niu Jingang was stunned. He turned his head and looked at Luo Tian. His eyes flashed, and he said embarrassedly, "I was just joking." Luo Tian was stunned. "Ah," Niu Jingang said with a serious face, "1 month. Just give me this barbecue once a month." Luo Tian was dumbfounded. He looked at the honest Niu Jingang and said, "No problem. From today onwards, you will be the second disciple among the top 10 disciples. Little Bai will be your senior brother." Niu Jingang immediately stood up and said respectfully to Morong Bai, "Senior brother." The Seoul Hall's envoy of the left. The Jingang who suddenly became a mess deep in the mountains. What the F*** CK? I'm going to be rich this time. Immortal Sect Disciple Competition? You think I don't have any talented disciples in Mount Hua Immortal Sect? Just you wait. I'll destroy all the top 10 immortal sects. I recommend my brother's book, Blade Pierces the Heavens. This book is also about killing people and leveling up. It's very satisfying. Brothers, please support it. Thank you. Chapter 657. A piece of barbecued meat to settle a fierce man. This business was quite profitable. Niu Jingang had lived in the mountains since he was young. His mother had disappeared when he was 5 years old. She had disappeared. He did not look for her, nor did he know where to look. Luo Tian was the first human he had seen. The first time. He regarded Luo Tian as the most important person in his life besides his missing mother. The reason was simple. Luo Tian's barbecued meat made him realize that there was such a delicious thing in the world. Morong Bai had always despised Luo Tian. He thought that he had cheated Niu Jingang. What's more, he had used a piece of barbecued meat. Hearing this, Niu Jingang immediately became unhappy. He angrily said, "Eldest senior brother, you can't talk about boss like that. I'm not happy with you talking about boss like that. I'm the one who profited. Such delicious barbecued meat can't be exchanged for even 10 of me." Morong Bai almost vomited blood. Luo Tian laughed and said to Morong Bai, "Little Bai, don't say that you don't want people in the world to see the power of Jingang. I can't wait for tomorrow to be the day of the Immortal Sect competition. He will definitely amaze the world. Just thinking about it makes me excited." Seeing Luo Tian laughing, Niu Jingang also laughed foolishly. Although he did not know what Luo Tian was laughing about, he knew that if Luo Tian was happy, he was happy too. The 3 of them stayed in the mountains for a few days. Morong Bai's wounds were almost healed. For several days, Luo Tian used the regeneration technique to heal him. It had to be said that the secret technique of the Xinghai Immortal Sect could not keep up with the pace. It was very slow for the wounds of the Xian God Realm, but for others, it was already very fast. Morong Bai was a little shocked. He said, "I didn't expect you to have cultivated the secret technique of the Xinghai Immortal Sect. You are really good at hiding. What other secrets do you have? Tell me." Luo Tian smiled mysteriously and said, "There are so many secrets that you can't even imagine. Just follow me. I guarantee that your life will be more colorful than before. You'll definitely have a better life than before." Morong Bai smiled and said, "I'm looking forward to it." "What? You let him escape?" He suddenly disappeared. There is no trace of his aura within 1,000,000 kilometers. Could this Luo Tian have cultivated some powerful cultivation technique? Lai Yang, the sect master of the Imperial God Immortal Sect, said with some displeasure. He thought that Luo Tian would definitely die this time, but he still managed to escape. Lai Yang frowned and said in a low voice, "Master will definitely be unhappy when he hears this news. Huashan Immortal Sect didn't participate last year, but this year they will definitely participate. Moreover, the 10 great immortal sects have issued a joint challenge. If they don't participate, we will have a reason to besiege Huashan Immortal Sect. That brat Luo Tian will definitely participate. He wants to support Huashan Immortal Sect. Otherwise, he could have just washed his hands of it. However, he didn't do so. From this, We can see that Luo Tian will definitely participate in this year's Immortal Sect competition. When the time comes, then Lai Yang continued, I have already discussed with the sect masters of the 10 immortal sects. When the time comes, we will set up an inescapable trap. Luo Tian will definitely not be able to escape. Master will definitely be satisfied. Liang's brows relaxed as he said softly, That's the only thing we can do. We'll let him live for a few more days. The immortal sect disciple competition will be the day he dies. We must kill him. Otherwise, we won't have the time to bother with him after the competition. Wan Jian's wedding is coming soon. When the time comes, our Imperial Immortal Sect will have to prepare for it. Xinghai Immortal Sect and Soul Hall should be the same. We must not let Luo Tian spoil this pot of soup. Lai Yang immediately said, Understood. A little mouse like him will not be able to overturn the heavens. Xinghai Immortal Sect and Soul Hall were the same. They all gave up on the pursuit. Instead, they began to prepare for the competition. Since the Imperial Immortal Sect and Xinghai Immortal Sect did not pursue, the other 8 immortal sects naturally would not pursue Luo Tian. The competition was coming. To them, this was the most important thing. With good results, the immortal sect would be able to increase their luck. The density of immortal qi would also increase accordingly. The better the luck, the greater the influence of the immortal sect. Naturally, their strength would also increase. Devil Sect. Lord Sect Leader. This immortal sect competition is an opportunity. Luo Tian's current power is indeed very small, no matter how much value he has. Why don't we join forces with him and mess up the 10 great immortal sects, using this opportunity to heavily injure the 10 great immortal sects? When the time comes, our Devil Sect will launch an attack and catch them off guard, restoring our Devil Sect's former glory. The assassins sent by the 10 great immortal sects did not kill Luo Tian, which means that this brat is not simple. His body can also turn into a devil and transform into a heaven punishment devil emperor. We can really form an alliance. As long as we defeat the 10 great immortal sects and kick Luo Tian away, the profound sky continent will be ours. The Devil Sect leader frowned. He was deep in thought, and then said faintly, This immortal sect disciple competition is an opportunity. Since it's so lively, let's go too. Haha. For a moment, the entire profound sky continent quietened down. The strongest forces on the continent were all secretly preparing for the immortal sect competition. The calm before the storm. Luo Tian Morongbai and Niu Jingang spent 3 days to walk out of the mountain. Luo Tian thought of trying to use the Great Perfection Realm's instant movement to see if he could bring the 3 of them out of here. However, when he thought of the scene where he held hands with Morongbai, he felt uncomfortable and did not think about it anymore. Outside the mountain was a vast and boundless desert. Yellow sand filled the sky. One could not see the end of it at a glance. It was extremely hot. Morongbai looked at the yellow sand and could not help but say, Looks like we're about to reach the wilderness territory. This desert should be the death desert. It's very dangerous here. Don't let your guard down, even if it's a profound God realm expert. Luo Tian was slightly stunned and could not help but say, The death desert that's ranked second in the profound sky continent's 10 great forbidden areas? Morongbai nodded and said, It's here. Niu Jingang scratched his head. He did not know what the 10 great forbidden areas were. He stepped into the sand and said, Boss, let's go quickly. It's getting dark. Luo Tian smiled lightly and said, Let's go. Before they left, Luo Tian thought of something. He had been so busy recently that he almost forgot about it. He asked Morongbai, the Lord Seal of Skyplume City, Is it with you? Morongbai took out a stone that was similar to the Great Tang Empire's Imperial Jade Seal from his spatial ring and said, You mean this? Luo Tian smiled excitedly. The mission of the Earth's core tower was about to be completed. Finally, I'll recommend 2 good friends' books, The Miracle Doctor of Shanghai and the Invincible God. I welcome your support. There's one more chapter tonight. Chapter 658. Both mission items were now in his hands. Both stones had some grooves on them. It was obvious that the combination of the two stones would trigger the mission. Luo Tian was not in a hurry to trigger the mission. The higher the mission reward, the greater the risk. The reward and risk were often proportional. Furthermore, the Huashan ancestor had given him the freedom to enter and exit the great realm of desolation. According to the game design in his previous life, this should be a dungeon for Luo Tian to level up before entering the Earth's core tower. Luo Tian had not entered the great realm of desolation, so he did not know what was going on. He planned to find a few disciples to cultivate in seclusion at the Huashan Immortal Sect before preparing for the Immortal Sect's disciple competition. Luo Tian took the Skyplume City Master Seal and said, "Your Soul King lied to you. The Earth's core tower is not a passageway to other planes. It also does not have the essence of a higher plane to aid in cultivation. It is filled with experts from higher planes. They are devouring the essence of the Tianxian continent. I don't know if the Soul King really did not know, or if he was lying to you." Luo Tian would not make a judgment on this matter. He did not know what kind of person the Soul King was, so he would not speak carelessly. After all, Murong Bai was once a member of the Soul Hall. Murong Bai was slightly stunned. He looked at Luo Tian and laughed self-deprecatingly. "I am no longer a member of the Soul Hall. You were the one who pulled me into the Huashan Immortal Sect. From now on, I am a member of the Huashan Immortal Sect." He was a little pained. He thought back to when the Soul King told him about this matter. His gaze was so sincere, but now it seemed that he was lying to him. He was loyal to the Soul Hall, but in the end he did not trust anyone. Murong Bai, you are just a tool in their eyes. You are just a clown. What a joke. Luo Tian looked at Murong Bai and did not say anything. He patted him on the shoulder and then chased after Niu Jingang. He shouted, "Jingang, wait for me." No one was a fool. There were some things that Luo Tian did not need to say, and there was no reason for him to say it. Murong Bai was not a child. He could tell the difference. Luo Tian had indeed saved his life, healed his wounds, and treated him like a brother. However, Murong Bai still remembered the Soul Palace because that was where he grew up. The Soul King could be considered his master, but yet he was so untrustworthy. This was a huge blow to him. It was even worse than being slapped a few times by a Soul Palace elder. After a moment of silence, Murong Bai raised his head and looked at Luo Tian's back. Under the sunlight, Luo Tian's back looked very long and huge. He looked like a giant. Murong Bai couldn't help but smile and said, "From today onwards, I, Murong Bai, am yours." With a grin on his face, he quickly chased after him. The three of them chatted and laughed as they wandered through the depths of the desert, just like the three brothers. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. They had completely entered the heart of the desert, and the surrounding was still a boundless desert that stretched as far as the eye could see. The heat was unbearable, and it made people panic. Luo Tian couldn't help but ask, "Xiaobai, didn't you say that the Death Desert was the second most forbidden area? Why is there nothing here? Is it because there is no water or food?" For people at Luo Tian's level, even if they didn't eat or drink for a few months, they would still be fine. Not to mention that they had brought enough food and water. Jin Gang hadn't stopped eating since they stepped into the desert. Luo Tian had prepared enough barbecued meat for him. It had to be said, this guy had a huge appetite. Compared to Qin Changtian of the Sky God clan, he didn't know when to be full. He just kept eating and eating. His stomach was only so big. How could it contain so much food? Murong Bai murmured, "I have only heard about it. I have never been here before. However, it is said that the Death Desert is filled with all kinds of desert beasts. They are much stronger than those in the mountains." Niu Jingang tore off a piece of barbecued meat and asked, "Boss, why are we walking through the desert?" Luo Tian and Morong Bai were both dumbfounded. Yes, why are we walking through the desert? We are all experts of the profound God realm. Why are we still foolishly walking? The soles of our shoes are worn out. How stupid are we? Morong Bai suddenly looked up to the sky and complained. They only found out about this after walking for 3 days. Luo Tian was also stunned. He smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to fly up to the sky to check out the situation, he suddenly frowned and said, "There is a situation." Morong Bai immediately blocked one side of Luo Tian. Niu Jingang's reaction was not slow either. He held the barbecued meat in his mouth and protected the other side of Luo Tian, the left and right guardians, 2 great Jingang. Luo Tian was touched. His mind burst out and directly spread hundreds of thousands of kilometers. At this moment, the surrounding yellow sand rolled, and the frequency of the vibration became faster and faster. There were ear-piercing sounds coming from underground. Underground. Luo Tian's face darkened. Before he finished speaking, a huge sand scorpion rushed out with 2 huge black pincers. With a heavy sweep, it directly pounced on Luo Tian with a whistling sound. King Kong raised his eyes slightly and saw that his barbecued meat was covered in sand. He immediately became unhappy. He moved his fists and walked forward step by step. Every step carried an incomparably violent power. Power stripes burst out from under his feet. Facing the giant pincers, Niu Jinggang directly punched it. Bang! The black giant pincers were smashed. The sand scorpion's body suddenly moved. This poisonous scorpion was dangerous not because of its pincers, but because of the poisonous stinger on its tail. Niu Jinggang grew up in the mountains. He did not know that people were sinister, nor did he know that some evil beasts were so insidious. When he smashed the giant pincers of the sand scorpion with a punch, the giant scorpion's tail suddenly flew out of the sand and formed a crescent moon. It stabbed Niu Jingang's back like lightning. Luo Tian's eyes darkened. He directly roared and said, "Level 9 rage! Wind shadow step! Rising moon!" Swish! His body was like a phantom. In an instant, he grabbed the poisonous tail of the giant scorpion with one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist. More than 500 times the attribute power burst out and heavily bombarded it. Bang! The giant scorpion's tail was smashed into pieces with one punch. Niu Jinggang looked back, scratched his head, and smiled foolishly. "Thank you, boss." 2 consecutive attacks had failed. The sand scorpion cried out in pain. Its body quickly retreated and instantly drilled into the yellow sand. The 2 black eyes stared at Luo Tian with a strong hatred. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the sand scorpion disappeared. "Boss, I'll go after it," Niu Jinggang said straightforwardly. Luo Tian shook his head and said no need. At this time, Morong Bai flew into the air, laughed, and said, "This is big trouble." Luo Tian looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Morong Bai said, "The sandstorm is coming, no? It should be a group of sand scorpion kings. Tens of thousands of them are all here. This is going to be fun." Luo Tian's face lit up and said, "Wow, it's warm." Today's last chapter. From now on, 10 monthly votes plus 1 chapter. Now 601 monthly votes. 10 monthly votes plus 1 chapter. Only today to tomorrow. About 27 hours, tomorrow at noon, it will explode the Chrysanthemum Brigade. The new brothers, the old cow begs you to go crazy. The old cow will use his life to write tomorrow. Please let me write until I break my hands. Tomorrow at noon, kill a piece of the sky. The chrysanthemum bursting into sunflowers. Come on. Chapter 659. Give me experience. Luo Tian immediately smiled and said, "Jingang, Xiaobai, you two don't kill all these scorpions. At least leave 1 breath for me to kill." Morong Bai's long sword moved. A white robe, coupled with a cold sword, floated in the air. Luo Tian secretly despised him and said, "Fortunately, there is no girl. Otherwise, the limelight will be taken away by him. Niu Jingang immediately nodded and said, "Yes, boss." Morongbai smiled and said, "Whatever. I want to kill to my heart's content anyway." Luo Tian was worried that he would say that. However, the experience of these sand scorpions should not be too high. Even if there were tens of thousands of them, it would not play a big role in Luo Tian's long string of experience. No matter how small the mosquito was, it was still meat. Luo Tian also reminded and said, "Let's make them half dead." As soon as his voice faded, Luo Tian shouted, "Get ready to fight!" Ha! Suddenly, Luo Tian moved his body and stood in the air. His eyes darkened as he looked at the yellow sand in the distance. It was really like a sandstorm, arrogantly rushing in this direction. The scene was extremely shocking. Niu Jingang stood at a high place with an extremely serious expression, still holding the unfinished barbecue with sand in his mouth. The three of them were ready. They were waiting for the group of sand scorpion kings to rush up and then slaughter to their heart's content. But just as the group of sand scorpion kings was getting closer and closer, Luo Tian suddenly found that they were not rushing towards him, but running for their lives, frantically running for their lives. "What's the situation?" Morongbai also noticed this and said, "Something is chasing them." Luo Tian felt a pain in his heart. Seeing the sand scorpion kings fall one after another, he could not help but say, my experience, no, I can't die like this, I have to get some experience." Suddenly, Luo Tian moved in an instant, turning into a stream of light and rushing out. In the blink of an eye, Morongbai did not dare to fall behind and followed closely behind. Niu Jingang glanced at them and immediately said honestly, "I can't let boss and eldest senior brother get hurt. I'll go too." His legs moved. His legs were like a motor, running crazily. His speed was not slower than Luo Tian and the others. Rumble, rumble, rumble. His voice was deafening as it rumbled in the desert of death. The leader was the Scorpion King. Its body glowed with a faint golden light. It could be considered a mini-boss. When it saw Luo Tian and the other two rushing towards it, it was immediately enraged. It raised its pincers in the air, looking extremely arrogant, as if it was saying, "Get the hell away from me. Do you believe that I won't kill you in minutes?" Behind the Scorpion King was a large group of scorpions. Their formation was conical like a pair of scissors. At this moment, not only the Scorpion King, but even the huge scorpions behind the Scorpion King also revealed their ferocious, bestial nature and were incomparably furious. They were running for their lives, but now they were blocked by a few humans. How could they not be angry? Without waiting for Luo Tian to make a move, King Kong took the lead. The dark skin on his body shone under the scorching sun. His muscles seemed to be made of bronze, erupting with endless power. King Kong leaped and directly hugged the Scorpion King's giant pincers. Then his body was pressed down heavily, and his 2 feet landed on the ground. The muscles on his arms moved, directly lifting the Scorpion King into the air, and then heavily throwing it backwards. Bam! Yellow sand filled the sky. A huge Scorpion King mark appeared on the surface of the yellow sand. The Scorpion King was scared silly. Did he not look at the almanac when he went out today? Originally, he had brought a group of underlings out to look for food, but he did not expect to meet the desert death hunter, the Poison Widow. A poison widow that was even more poisonous than their scorpion poison. They were no match for him at all. Even if there were more than 50,000 of them, they were still no match for him. They ran for tens of thousands of kilometers, but the poison widow still kept chasing after them. Along the way, there were corpses of sand scorpions. The Scorpion King was already suppressing his anger. When he saw 3 humans blocking his way, he immediately became furious and wanted to kill the 3 of them with his pincers. How could he have thought that before he could make a move, his body was lifted into the air by a seemingly small human and thrown back heavily? He even wanted to die, Without waiting for the Scorpion King to react, King Kong slammed him again. He was afraid that the Scorpion King's scorpion tail would suddenly protrude out poisonous stingers. He did not give it any chance and slammed him down, especially toward the scorpions. The already chaotic situation was now even more chaotic. The scorpions were in chaos. Murong Bai's white robe fluttered in the air. The long sword in his hand directly turned into thousands of sword flowers. The sword flowers formed an extremely sharp sword chi that shot down like arrows from the sky. Whoosh! 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 The scorpions screamed in a low voice. They kept crashing into everything. At this time, Luo Tian moved in the air and looked at the blood slots above the heads of the scorpions. He roared in a deep voice, 10,000 thunderbolts, blast them! Dark clouds suddenly rolled in the clear sky, and thunderous rumbles continued to wreak havoc in the clouds. With Luo Tian's order, 10,000 lightning bolts fell directly. Rumble! Rumble! In the minefield, the scorpions were instantly killed. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Sand Scorpion, gaining 10,000 experience points and 1,000 chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Sand Scorpion, gaining 100,000 experience points and 1,000 chi points. The prompt sounded crazily. Luo Tian kept blasting, and thousands of sand scorpions were instantly crushed into powder. At this time, the yellow sand fell and the dust dispersed. Behind this group of scorpions was a woman with a whip in her hand. A voluptuous woman with a seductive body that made people unable to move their eyes. A seductive woman. Her body was only slightly covered at 3 points, and the rest of her body was visible. In this desert, her skin was smooth and white, and every pore was emitting this evil temptation. The power of temptation was too amazing. Luo Tian instantly thought of the widow in LOL in his previous life. However, the woman in front of him was countless times more beautiful than the widow. The evil temptation on her body. It was the same with confusion. This kind of temptation. Confusion was like a black force, twining around her entire body. Luo Tian was looking at her. She was also looking at Luo Tian. The whip in his hand was like a spirit snake, slowly moving on the sand. Murong Bai's face secretly changed and immediately landed beside Luo Tian, reminding him in a low voice, "Don't look at her eyes, don't look at her eyes. This woman has a kind of magic. You must not look at her eyes. The most dangerous thing in the desert of death is not the demon beast, but this woman." Murong Bai looked at Luo Tian's eyes that were staring straight at the woman. His heart sank, and his long sword shook violently. The power of the third level of profound God exploded to its peak, and he suddenly shouted, "Let him go! Come at me if you have the guts!" Chapter 1. This chapter is worth 611 monthly votes. Chapter 660. If you have the guts, come at me. While they were talking, Murong Bai stood in front of Luo Tian, his eyes wide open, even bigger than a cow's, sweeping the poison widow's entire body. His Adam's apple still rolled. He wanted to hide it, but he still couldn't hide it and swallowed his saliva. Luo Tian kicked Murong Bai's butt and said, "You only know how to scare me." He was completely fine, but it couldn't be said that he was completely fine. The moment Luo Tian and the poison widow's eyes met, he was indeed mesmerized and entered a state of illusion. However, Luo Tian's immunity was much stronger than the poison widow had imagined. It only took a few seconds for him to recover, and no matter how charming the poison widow was, Luo Tian was completely unmoved. Li Shueker's omnipotent beauty, Cold Frost's beauty of ice, the cute and playful beauty of sugar candy, Qing Yu's mature beauty. Luo Tian had seen the beauty of Yunling and Yunyi sisters, as well as the pure beauty of Xian. Therefore, his immunity towards beauties had increased, and he naturally had antibodies towards this poison widow. However, it had to be said that the poison widow's demonic charm made people unable to help but be moved. For example, Morongbai. He was completely attracted. His two eyes stared at the poison widow's bottomless ravine, and his saliva almost flowed out. He looked completely like a pig. Luo Tian kicked him, causing him to fall to the ground. Murongbai was still on the ground, making what he thought was a very elegant and handsome appearance, as he smiled at the poison widow. Niu Jingang dragged the dying Scorpion King over and said foolishly, "Eldest senior brother, what are you doing? She didn't even look at you. The sand on the ground is hot. Hurry up and get up. It won't be good if you burn your body." Poochie! The poison widow could not help but burst out laughing. This made the evil charm on her body even more alluring. It was even more alluring, and his body emitted an irresistible aura. When Morongbai saw the poisonous widow smile, his heart started to beat even faster. As for what King Kong said, he did not hear at all. Luo Tian looked at King Kong and said, "King Kong, stab him with the Scorpion King's stinger. Let's see if he can still act tough." Niu Jingang was slightly stunned. "Ah," Luo Tian said, "look at how stupid he is. Won't it be embarrassing if he continues like this?" Niu Jingang immediately nodded in agreement. "Boss is right." While speaking, he grabbed the Scorpion King's tail, squeezed out the black poisonous stinger, and stabbed it directly at Morongbai's butt. "Ah, my ass! Luo Tian, I'm not done with you." Morongbai covered his butt and jumped up. His face was pale and his lips were black. He stared at Luo Tian and said, "You are too cruel. It's just a beautiful girl who likes me and not you. Do you need to treat me like this?" "Ah," and Niu scratched his head and said again, "Big brother, that woman has never looked at you. She has always been looking at boss. How could she like you?" Morongbai threw a punch at him and said unhappily, "You big guy, I don't need you to talk so much. She definitely likes me. She just doesn't show it. This is called being reserved. This is called being reserved, understand?" Luo Tian took out a detoxification pill and threw it at Morongbai, saying, "Don't show off. Your lips are black. Eat the detoxification pill. Look at your face, it's black. If you don't detoxify, you won't be as handsome as before. Maybe you will even be disfigured." Hearing the words disfigured, Morongbai immediately raised his head and swallowed the pill. At this time, the poisonous widow walked up with her, but swaying. Morongbai felt a sharp pain in his nose, and a long stream of blood flowed down from his nose. Watching the poisonous widow walk up to him, Morongbai made a gesture that he thought was cool and smiled. "Hello, beautiful lady. I am Morongbai, Third Order Profound God Realm." Two long nosebleeds, coupled with a lewd smile that could not be concealed. His expression looked as wretched as it could be. Anyo whispered, "Big brother, you have a nosebleed." Morongbai licked his tongue, but he was still very calm and still maintained his smile. Anyo said again, "Big brother, she walked past you, but she still didn't look at you." The poisonous widow walked directly to Luo Tian's side, her body slightly bowed, revealing a reserved smile, and said, "Sir, hello!" Clang! Walala! A heartbreaking sound came out from Morongbai's body. His eyes were lifeless, as if he was dead. Hearing the poisonous widow's gentle voice to Luo Tian that could melt bones, Morongbai's heart died like ashes. He directly fell to the ground, looked up at the sky, and said, "God, Earth, do you have to hit people like this?" Luo Tian was very calm. This calmness was also a forced act. Any young man who was not even 20 years old and was hot-blooded would not be able to withstand the sight of such a beautiful woman who was not wearing many clothes. The woman was still constantly throwing flirtatious glances at him, and the evil aura emitted from her body could make any man go crazy for her. He was also a man. He was also a man with a normal sexual orientation. Even if he saw the poisonous widow, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, he still tried his best to hold on, appearing very calm, and said, "Your evil charm is useless against me. You are indeed beautiful, but compared to my wife, you do not have any advantages. So please put away your evil charm, or else it will be a waste of effort." The poisonous widow was slightly startled, then laughed awkwardly and said, "You are the first man to be able to resist me. You are very special." While they were talking, the evil and seductive aura emitted from her body was withdrawn. Huff! Immediately, Luo Tian let out a light breath. His back was drenched in cold sweat, and traces of blood flowed out of his palms. Just now he had tried his best to carve, and his nails were stuck in the flesh of the trap to resist the temptation of the poisonous widow. Otherwise, he might not have been able to resist it. Morongbai did not give up and said, "Beauty, I am also very special. Can you look at me? As long as you look at me, you will definitely be captivated by me." The poisonous widow treated him as air. Morongbai's broken heart felt as if it had been ruthlessly trampled on by someone once again. It could not be any more broken, and his entire person was like an eggplant that had been beaten, completely unable to raise any spirit. Anyo supported Morongbai and said, "Eldest senior brother, don't be discouraged. She doesn't like you. There must be a woman who likes you." Morongbai was moved and said, "It's still Jingang who treats me well. He knows how to comfort me, unlike some people." Before he could finish his words, Nyo Jingang continued, "A lot of village girls like you." Puffed! Morongbai immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 2. This chapter is 622 monthly votes, plus chapters. Chapter 661. Huashan Immortal Sect. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive sounds of energy colliding could be heard. Yunling and Yun Yi both opened their eyes at the same time, their faces filled with joy as they said, I broke through to the Mystic Emperor Realm." Mystic Emperor Realm. Half a month ago, the sisters had not even broken through to the Mystic Venerable Realm, but now they had broken through to the Mystic Emperor Realm in such a short time. This speed was even faster than a rocket. Beside them, there was another person, Cold Frost. At this moment, her brows were tightly knitted and her expression was cold, like an ice mountain. Her aura was sometimes fast, sometimes slow, and a faint energy pattern rose from her body. Around her body, immortal energy kept gathering and entering her body, changing rapidly. After a long time, Cold Frost's cold eyes suddenly opened, and she shouted softly, "Open!" Boom! Her body also let out a burst of energy. In an instant, all the immortal energy in the valley was instantly absorbed into her body, and her expression was unusually excited. Her face was flushed red, and her cold expression became as bright as a flower. She happily said, "I also broke through to the 4th stage Mystic Emperor Realm." She was not strong. Half a month ago, she was only at the peak of the Mystic Sage Realm. In just half a month, she had broken through 4 stages. This was simply impossible. Not far from them, a dragon coiled there, his face filled with excitement as he said smugly, "Of course your cultivation speed is fast. Why don't you see whose blood you have absorbed? I am the most handsome person in the world, the descendant of the dragon god. You have absorbed the dragon god's essence blood, and your cultivation speed is very fast." Two Balls was very proud. With a face full of joy, he looked at his 3 sisters-in-law and thought happily, "I am so awesome that my 3 sisters-in-law suddenly reached the Mystic Emperor Realm. When boss comes back, he will definitely reward me with a lot of divine artifacts." Wow. Thinking about divine artifacts, Two Balls couldn't help but drool. He swallowed his saliva and looked up into the sky. "Boss, where are you? If you don't come back soon, the entire Mount Hua Immortal Sect is going to be in chaos. I can't handle it alone." After Luo Tian left, the Huashan Immortal Sect was not quiet for a few days. Some of the old elders were being attacked by some of the new elders. In addition, some of the powers behind the 10 great immortal sects of the Huashan Immortal Sect were causing trouble. Fan the flames. The disputes between the disciples were endless, and the division of territories between the various halls were endless. The entire Huashan Immortal Sect was like a gunpowder factory, and chaos could break out at any time. If not for Erden, who was equivalent to the profound god realm, Suppressing the situation, the Huashan immortal sect would have been in chaos long ago. At this moment, Han Hua walked into the valley, looking tired. His brows were tightly knitted. Seeing Dan guarding the entrance of the valley, he asked, Dan, what was that sound about? Yun Lingyun happily ran over and said, Senior sister, we've broken through. Our cultivation is now at the profound sovereign realm. He. Cold Frost also walked over. Looking at the exhausted Han Hua, she asked, Senior sister Han, did those elders jump out to make trouble again? Erden was instantly enraged. He soared into the air and shouted, Who is it? I'm going to kill him right now. Mother asterisk Kermimi, I can't hold it in anymore. If you didn't stop me, I would have twisted their heads off one by one. Boss is so nice to them. It's fine if they don't know how to be grateful. But they keep jumping out to create trouble. I think they don't want the Huashan immortal sect to develop. Dan was furious. After he finished his mission, he came back and found out that Luo Tian had never left the Huashan immortal sect. Boss had left, so he had to protect Boss's family and his sisters-in-law. This was something that Dan did very well. During this period, there were many fights in the Huashan immortal sect, and he couldn't hold it in any longer. If not for Han Hua stopping him, he would have killed a bunch of people who didn't have eyes. Han Hua was very clear that killing people wouldn't solve the problem. She was very sure that the 10 great immortal sects had infiltrated the Huashan immortal sect and even controlled some people to cause trouble, causing the Huashan immortal sect's luck to drop again. This way, they wouldn't be able to keep the disciples. This move was extremely vicious, but Han Hua had no choice. Killing people would only cause more trouble, and the 10 great immortal sects might even succeed. They wanted Dan to kill people so that the Huashan immortal sect would be in chaos once more, and it would be impossible for them to stabilize. Han Hua said right away, Don't be rash. Dan was annoyed and said, Senior sister, are we just going to let them be? Look at how arrogant they are. They are like hooligans. Anyway, I don't like them. Scoff. These people were indeed too much. Han Hua was under unimaginable pressure. Moreover, she was often insulted. That arrogance, Han Hai's matter, insulted her. Facing all this, she bore with it. She wanted to protect the Huashan immortal sect that Luo Tian had built for her. This was her life's wish, and no matter how much humiliation she faced, she would silently bear with it. Cold Frost asked, Senior sister Han, what happened this time? Han Hua said, The elders of the Beast-Taming Hall and the 3 great elders of the Refining Hall want to be independent and leave the jurisdiction of the Huashan immortal sect. In other words, they want to take over another sect. And what's even more infuriating is that they actually want Luo Tian to abdicate and hand over the main peak of Huashan. Damn it. I'll go and destroy them right now. Dan couldn't hold it in at all. The dragon, might on his body, soared into the sky, and in an instant he flew directly towards the main hall of Huashan. In the air he roared, Beast-Taming Hall, Refining Hall, and Array Carving Hall, scram out here for me. His voice shook the heavens, and the entire Huashan immortal sect heard it. All of a sudden, Han Hua's expression changed drastically and said, This is bad. Cold Frost's gaze turned sinister and said, What's wrong? Han Hua said, I received news that the Imperial God Celestial Sect and the Xinghai Celestial Sect each have an abstruse god expert near the Huashan immortal sect. They must be the mastermind behind the 3 great hall masters' struggle against the Huashan immortal sect. If 2 balls goes out now, I'm afraid, Cold Frost immediately said. Let's go quickly. The 4 of them quickly rushed over. In a remote valley on the side of the Huashan immortal sect, 2 elders looked up slightly, looked at each other and sneered. One of them smiled sinisterly and said, Finally, you've appeared. I thought you could hold it in for a long time. The other elder narrowed his eyes and smiled. Dragon God Blood Essence, Brother Zhou, you and I are lucky this time, haha. In an instant, 2 streams of light flashed gently and directly landed on a mountain peak of the Huashan immortal sect. With cold eyes, watching everything in the Huashan immortal sect. Achoo! Achoo! Luo Tian sneezed a few times and said, "Who's thinking about me? Did something happen to the Huashan immortal sect?" Chapter 4. This chapter is 641 monthly votes plus chapters. Chapter 662. Luo Tian wasn't an immortal. He couldn't predict anything. He didn't know what was happening in the Huashan immortal sect. Even though he had the companion system and had also imprinted Cold Frost, Yunling and Yunyi. However, they didn't send out any danger signals, so Luo Tian naturally didn't know. Morongbai, Niu Jingang, plus the poisonous widow. Any one of these three people was an awesome existence and would definitely shine in the immortal sect competition. Luo Tian had invested too much in this immortal sect disciple competition. Since they were going to participate, they had to crush everything in their path. They had to let those arrogant people from the 10 great immortal sects know that whoever dared to have any ideas about the Huashan immortal sect was courting death. Except for this point, Luo Tian also had another goal, Murong Wanjian. Murong Wanjian was a disciple of the Imperial God Immortal sect, and he might also participate in this competition. When the time came, he would kill him first, and then there would be no wedding in Broken Sky City. He could also see Li Shuer. This was the girl that had captivated his dreams. It was also because of this. Luo Tian only gave himself a month's time. Within a month, regardless of whether he could gather the talents he wanted or not, he would return to the Huashan immortal sect and start preparing to enter the great realm of desolation and even test the Earth's core pagoda. On this day, the four of them walked into a remote small city in the wilderness territory. The facilities in the city were very crude, and most of the people in the city were wilderness beastmen. Their physiques were all as strong as oxen, and they were all over 2 meters tall. In their hands, they held a wooden mallet used by the primitive barbarians, a big club, and looked like they would smash down on any woman they liked and carry her away. After Luo Tian's group of 4 entered the city, they immediately attracted countless pairs of eyes, all of them looking at the 4 of them. It was as if they were a rare species. Luo Tian, Niu Jingang, and the poisonous widow didn't care about such gazes. On the other hand, Morongbai, he was especially concerned about it. Along the way, he was like a defeated rooster in front of Luo Tian, the Chicken King. He was beaten half to death along the way, and he longed to enter a more prosperous town, a place where one could truly understand his handsomeness, elegance, and elegance. Although this small city was simple and crude, there were many women, especially human women. Murongbai's confidence was off the charts. From the moment he entered the city, he had a gentle smile on his face. He whispered to Luo Tian, "Look at that woman. She keeps looking at me. And that woman over there, yes, the woman in the white dress. Humph. Luo Tian, now you know that I'm more attractive than you." Murongbai looked pleased with himself. It was as if his confidence had returned to him. He walked like an idiot and was quite domineering. Luo Tian joked, "You're stronger than me, aren't you?" Murongbai waved at the woman on the side of the road and grinned. "Of course, I've always been stronger than you. I'm the most handsome and elegant Murongbai in the world." "People call me—" Before he could finish, Luo Tian interrupted him. "People call me a gigolo." "Uft!" The poison widow burst out laughing and said in a soft and coquettish voice, "Sir, you are indeed extraordinary. Even your words are so humorous and witty. I love you to death. Sir, I'll warm your bed tonight." Buffed! Murongbai's heart was pounding. His eyes were filled with helplessness. He sighed in his heart. Then he walked to Niu Jingang and said, "Niu, do you think my charm is stronger than Luo Tian's?" Niu Jingang didn't stop talking. When he heard Murongbai's question, he glanced at him and said happily, "Senior brother, I told you that someone would like you." Murongbai immediately laughed and said, "That's right. Niu, I'll take you to the best restaurant later. I'll buy you whatever you want to eat." Niu Jingang spoke slowly and his reaction was slow. He continued, I knew that the village girls would like men like you. What? Senior brother, are you going to treat me to a restaurant? Moronbai almost knelt down. He stared at Nyo Jingang and said, A restaurant? Go to hell. People came and went on the street. There were quite a lot of people on the street. When Luo Tian and the others entered the city, they only paused for a moment and then returned to normal. From time to time, people passed by Moronbai. When he heard that he was going to treat Jingang to a restaurant, Luo Tian couldn't help but laugh and said, A restaurant? Look at you. Except for your underwear, what else do you have left? Stolen. Who dares to steal my things? Who has the guts? Before he finished his words, Morongbai's face suddenly changed. He said, Damn it, my money bag, where is my savings of more than 10 years? I still have money for my wife. Who has the guts to steal from me? The poisonous widow said disdainfully, How much savings do you have after more than 10 years? It's just money. Do people at your level still need money, gold, silver, and other things? Morongbay turned around and said, Sister, do you know how difficult it is to save 1 tael of silver in the Soul Hall? I've been in the Soul Hall for so many years and have secretly saved more than 100 taels of silver. Other than that, I have nothing. The cultivation resources are provided by the day. Divine weapons, dark weapons, and inner elixirs. Don't even think about it. Even if you have to hand in all your gains from killing people, if you don't, the consequences will be horrible. Heartache, very heartache. 100 taels of silver were his life. He wished he could kill everyone in the city. Morongbay was so angry that his teeth were chattering. He was so angry that he was about to explode. Luo Tian stopped him and said, This small city is a bit strange. Let's go eat first. I'll get back the stolen taels of silver for you later. Ever since he entered the city, he felt that something was strange. The savage beast men and humans could actually live in harmony. This was very rare. There were no disputes on the streets. This was impossible. The savage beast men were very hostile to humans. Humans had always been treating the savage beast men as slaves, but this phenomenon did not happen at all. Everything seemed very natural, but it was not like that. Everyone looked at them the same way. Luo Tian was very familiar with this kind of look. It was exactly the same as when he saw a boss and wanted to kill it. Obviously, everyone in the city regarded them as bosses. Just now, the thief stole Morongbai's silver as a test. Luo Tian found out, but he pretended that nothing had happened and acted as if nothing had happened. He also wanted to know what these people wanted to do. Since you're treating us like bosses, then you should act like one. Luo Tian laughed in his heart. His expression became arrogant and domineering, as if he was some kind of super powerful boss. Chapter 5. This chapter is 651 monthly votes, plus updates. Chapter 663. Waiter, give me 10 servings of good wine and good dishes. Remember, it must be 10 servings. Luo Tian walked into the restaurant and immediately shouted. Like a nouveau riche, he was extremely arrogant and domineering. The only thing missing was a gold chain that weighed a few kilograms around his neck. The waiter hesitated for a moment, then said, Sir, you want so much. Can you finish it? Luo Tian was immediately enraged. I have money. Why do you care if I can finish it or not? As he spoke, he took out a handful of profound stone from his space ring. The waiter's eyes were wide open, and he immediately smiled apologetically. I'll go prepare it now. I'll be right there. I'll be right there. Morongbay looked at Luo Tian and said, You already know that this town is a little strange, yet you're still so arrogant? Don't you understand that taking out so many profound stones, you shouldn't show off your wealth? Nyo Jingang laughed and said, Eldest senior brother, of course the boss has his reasons for doing this. Don't worry about it. It's just 100 silver taels. The boss already said that he would help you find it, so don't worry. The poison widow smiled like a flower and said, Sir, you're so mighty. This voice, damn. Luo Tian couldn't help but look at the poisonous widow's alluring body from the corner of his eyes. Too hot, too deadly. Moreover, from the moment she entered the city, all the men, including those savage beast men who didn't know how to flirt, had their eyes almost popped out as they stared at her. Moreover, their crotches were surging with killing intent as their saliva flowed. They wanted to pounce on her and tear her apart. Wearing too little was indeed a problem. Luo Tian took out a piece of profound stone and said, "Little White, go buy her some clothes. It's a bit too high profile to dress like this." Murong Bai received the profound stone with both hands, his eyes wide open, and immediately ran out. In less than a minute, he returned with a high-quality black silk dress in his hand and a large amount of silver in his other hand, smiling like an idiot. Luo Tian passed the clothes to the Poison Widow and said, "Change into them." The Poison Widow did not refuse. She put on the black dress she had bought in front of everyone. After putting it on, she moved her hands and tore it apart. Walala! Crash! He tore off his cuffs, ripped off his navel, and ripped off his legs. In just a few moments, the dress was torn to shreds, but the clothes on her body were even more enchanting, and her wrapped breasts were even more alluring. Seduction, that kind of invisible, but very much wanting to see. Gulp! Gulp! Wow, wow! It was irresistible. Luo Tian didn't even dare to look at her. His heart was thumping wildly as he sat on the stool with his legs stretched out. The giant thing under him was constantly releasing a towering, killing intent, making it difficult for Luo Tian to control himself. Everyone in the restaurant, including the women, looked at her. The men at the door were all looking at her. The sound of saliva being swallowed could be clearly heard. Many people had 2 long lines of blood hanging from their noses, but they were completely unaware of it. It had to be said, the Poison Widow had a coquettish appearance, and her entire body was filled with attraction. She was also a fashionista. A piece of clothing in her hands could directly become a weapon to seduce men. She was even more charming when she wore it. After putting it on, she directly laid on Luo Tian's shoulder and said softly, "Sir, do you think I'm beautiful?" Damn it! Luo Tian's feet were about to lose control and burst out with a boom. "Restrain, I want to restrain, I want to restrain. Beautiful!" Luo Tian struggled to say these 2 words. Murong Bai's eyes were straight, and he didn't even bother to look at the silver in his hands. As a money grubber, since it was like this, it could be seen how strong the temptation of the Poison Widow was. Murong Bai's nose bled twice. At this moment, outside the door, a savage beast man waved the big stick in his hand and shouted loudly, "I can't hold it in any more. I want that woman." After saying that, he rushed into the restaurant like a bison. The big stick in his hand fiercely hammered down at Luo Tian. At this moment, King Kong moved. The moment the beast man made his move, his body slightly tilted as he punched out. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Bang, bang, bang. It directly blasted a few hundred kilograms of savage beast man a few streets away, crashing into the city wall. The city wall seemed to have collapsed. This was not his full strength. If he had used his full strength, this beast man would have already flown beyond the clouds. Niu Jingang stood there like a killing god, his eyes gloomy as he swept his gaze across the crowd and said, "Who dares to touch my boss? I'll kill him." Domineering aura leaked out. However, it was also at this moment that everyone stood up. Their gazes all changed, revealing a cold, killing intent. Murong Bai shivered slightly, but he was too lazy to wipe the blood from his nose. He swept his eyes around and sneered. "It seems like this town is not simple. It seems like we've entered a bandit's lair. Humph! None of you 4 can escape. Brothers, let's attack together. Kill the man. Everyone will enjoy the woman together." Haha! Immediately, the surrounding group of people all took out their weapons and roared loudly. All of a sudden, the people on the street had all disappeared. The restaurant was completely surrounded by tens of thousands of people inside and outside. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up, and he thought to himself, Looks like I'll be able to gather all the points of the fourth type of undefeated bloodline this time. Nyo Jingang moved his fists, and the thick energy on his body rose like flames. His expression was extremely serious, and he stood in front of Luo Tian with a domineering aura that said, "If you dare to touch my boss, I'll kill you." Murong Bai also moved his sword, and the domineering aura of a third-level profound god was released from his body. The corner of the poison widow's mouth turned cold, and her smile was like a poisonous scorpion. Unknowingly, a black whip that was like a spirit snake appeared in her hand. The whip moved gently, emitting the sound of a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, causing people to tremble in fear. For a moment, in the restaurant, swords were drawn. Strangely enough, King Kong, Murong Bai, and the Poison Widow released such a powerful aura, but the experts of the profound god realm did not scare them. From their expressions, they were not afraid at all, as if they had nothing to fear. Why was this? Luo Tian said in a low voice, "Be careful." Jie cha, jie cha, jie cha, boom. A strange sound rang out, and the earth shook. At this moment, the people in the restaurant retreated like a tide, and the 3-story restaurant suddenly changed into a huge robot. The restaurant lobby directly turned into a cage, and the 4 of them were instantly trapped. Luo Tian was slightly surprised. What a brilliant puppet technique! Chapter 6. This chapter is 661 monthly votes. Chapter 664. All of a sudden, everything was unpredictable. Murong Bai didn't expect it, the Poison Widow didn't expect it, and Luo Tian naturally didn't expect it either, let alone Anyo. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The entire restaurant formed a cage puppet and immediately started to operate. A mechanical roar came out from its body, and a huge aura was released from the puppet. It was very thick and should be the power of the controller. No wonder. No wonder they know our cultivation and aren't afraid. Their boss is also an expert of the profound god realm, so naturally they won't be afraid. Luo Tian said slightly. He looked around and saw that they were all made of extremely thick, mysterious metal. Seems like this is a cage specially prepared for profound god rankers. The metal was very special. His entire body was glowing. It was as if it was alive, releasing a thick aura. Nyo Jingang glanced at Luo Tian, and Luo Tian nodded slightly. Then, King Kong's hand sank, his fist suddenly clenched. He stood still. His strength sunk into his dantian, circulated for half a second, and instantly burst out, only to see a shockwave of power suddenly appear on his body. Circulating to his right arm, he punched out. Rumble. Bang, bang, bang. Kacha, kacha. The entire puppet was trembling, releasing waves of strange mechanical sounds. However, the metal under King Kong's fist was not damaged in the slightest. Luo Tian was slightly startled. Murong Bai's eyes shook and said, "What a strong defensive power. What kind of metal is this? Even if it's a holy artifact, it wouldn't be able to withstand on Nyo's full-strength punch. This metal is actually so hard." The Poison Widow also started to ponder. King Kong was unconvinced. He had never had anything that could be as hard as his fist. His eyes darkened, and a burst of white smoke was emitted from the surface of his body. Just like how the experts in One Piece used their domineering aura, the power released from his body suddenly changed. He clenched his fists. Buzz! The power in his body formed a violent, buzzing sound. Anyo roared towards the sky. His entire body was scarlet red, and an incomparably huge power burst out from his body, directly circulating onto his fists. Heavy thunder! Clang! A shocking bolt of lightning flashed out. When he moved his fists, it was as if a huge thunderbolt had struck down from the 9 heavens. Rumble! 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 This power could simply kill a profound god expert. It was too overbearing, extremely overbearing. But There was still no change to the cage. Only the power of the mysterious metal was pushed back a little, but it recovered in an instant. There was no change at all. Ah, King Kong was slightly stunned. He scratched his head and turned around to look at Luo Tian. "Boss, I want to use my ultimate move." Morong Bai immediately said, "Anyo, why don't you use your trump card now? This damn thing is too powerful. Hurry up and use it to destroy it." Yes, Niu Jingang was also displeased. There was nothing that could block his fists. His mother had once said that his strength was unparalleled in the Tianxian continent. Therefore, he was not convinced. Luo Tian pondered for a moment, then said, "King Kong, don't make a move." The two moves just now made Luo Tian realize once again how powerful King Kong was. He was incomparably powerful, and he would definitely have to pay a price for using his ultimate move. Furthermore, this puppet was extremely strange. It was not that Anyo's strength was not strong enough, but that there was a problem with this puppet. "Oh," Niu Jingang slightly retracted his hand. At this time the Poison Widow said, "Sir, the energy on this metal is a little strange." Luo Tian nodded, looked up at the ceiling, and smiled. "So it's a puppet expert, how rare. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful puppet. Why don't I give you a chance? From today onwards, you follow me, and I'll spare your life today." "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Are you joking? Do you think that you profound God Realm S can break my puppet? Then you're underestimating me too much. There are over 100 profound God Realm rankers who died in my hands. You want me to follow you with just a profound God Realm? I think your brain is really full of shit." The voice came from all directions. When Niu Jingang heard him say that Luo Tian's brain was full of shit, he was immediately unhappy and shouted, "Boss, he's scolding you, your mother. I'm really going to get angry." He was like a child. He really couldn't help but use his ultimate move, even though before his mother left, she had told him that he could not use it unless it was a critical moment. But when he heard someone scold his boss, he was very unhappy. Luo Tian laughed and said, "King Kong, don't be anxious. Big guy, why don't you attack? No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to break through the puppet I refined. Ha ha ha." The voice was filled with disdain, as if it was filled with confidence. It was just that there was a trace of trembling in his voice. It was just that it was hidden very well and no one noticed. Luo Tian sneered and said, "I think you're a talent. It's a pity to waste it here. Why don't you follow me back to the Celestial Sect? I guarantee that I'll give you an even bigger and more exciting stage. How about it?" "Stop dreaming. What Celestial Sect? In my eyes, they're all trash. In the entire profound sky continent, who can stop my puppet? Kid, come on." His voice was filled with arrogance. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "All right, I'll let you be arrogant. You little brat. I'll let you know my strength right now." Finished. Luo Tian took a step forward and stood in front of the metal railing. "Humph. With just your strength, you want to break through my hell cage? Don't even think about it." Luo Tian lightly clenched his hand and directly grabbed onto the mysterious metal. In that instant, the idea moved and immediately released the puppet technique. The idea instantly merged into it, and the aura of power wrapped around the metal was like an electric current that spread throughout the entire puppet's body. At this moment, Luo Tian was secretly shocked in his heart. As expected, this puppet technique's level has probably already reached the great perfection stage. "Huh, I didn't expect you to know the puppet technique as well. However, then what about you? Do you still want to surpass me with your ability? Open for me." Suddenly, the puppet suddenly activated, its power extending out, directly blocking Luo Tian from using the idea to enter his sea of consciousness. Luo Tian wanted to do this. However, the other party's cultivation was also at the profound God realm, so it would be extremely difficult for him to enter the sea of consciousness. However, at the end, he suddenly made a change. Level 9 Berserk! Boom! More than 500 times the elemental energy was released. The power of the idea of the death god was released. The power of the Titan myriad Tau was released. The idea was like a tsunami, directly surging into the core of the puppet, the center of energy. At this moment, Luo Tian's brows twitched, and he shouted, "Puppet technique, sky stealing!" 1. Chapter 7. This chapter is 671 monthly votes. Chapter 665. Buzz. The puppet's energy center suddenly received an impact. Luo Tian's idea immediately expelled the original controlling idea. The 8th level of puppet technique possessed a special power, heaven stealing, to be able to control other puppets in his own hands. Luo Tian had never given up on any of his skills, whether it was luring or not. Whether it was the bewitching light or the puppet technique, these auxiliary techniques had never been neglected and had always been cultivated. The change was too fast. Everything was like lightning. The original controller's expression suddenly changed, and he roared like thunder. "You actually changed my puppet master. I never thought that your puppet technique would also be cultivated to such a high level. But you are underestimating me too much." Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "I have never underestimated anyone. However, it's impossible for you to take it away from me again." Suddenly, Luo Tian tightly controlled the puppet and suddenly retracted his power. The aura of power wrapped around the mysterious metal disappeared, and at this time Luo Tian immediately said, "King Kong, use heavy thunder to strike." Without the support of his power, no matter how powerful this mysterious metal was, it was useless. It couldn't withstand King Kong's power at all. Receiving the order, King Kong laughed excitedly and attacked with lightning speed. "Heavy thunder!" Rumble. No. Walala! The cage was smashed into pieces, and the entire restaurant was trembling. In less than half a second, it was as if the skeleton had flashed. It swayed slowly, and one after another, the metal brackets broke and flew out. The puppet was dead. Everything happened too quickly. It didn't allow him to take back control of the puppet. All of this, Luo Tian had already calculated the time. Of course, this was also because Luo Tian understood the puppet technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to find an opportunity to destroy it. When his mind explored the puppet, his heart was incomparably shocked. This kind of puppet was simply too exquisite. It was like a work of art, both attack and defense. It was no wonder that so many profound God realm experts died here. Rumble. Rumble! The entire restaurant's puppet collapsed. Luo Tian immediately shouted, "Little White!" Hee. Whitey smiled coldly and said, "Understood." Instantly, he turned into a stream of light and shot out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Luo Tian brought the Poison Widow and Vajra out at a leisurely pace. The moment they walked out, the restaurant behind them collapsed and turned into ruins. However, walking to the door, Luo Tian's eyes shook. He was scared silly by everything in front of him. The Poison Widow was the same. King Kong was stunned. He suddenly clenched his fists, and his expression became unusually serious. He muttered, "Mother, I'm going to use my unique skill today. I can't protect you. I'm very sad. But now that I've become stronger, I must protect Boss. Mother, Boss is the second person besides you who barbecued meat for me and cares about me. You said that you should protect those who are good to you. Boss is good to me, so I have to protect him. I will use my life to protect him." So silly. His intelligence wasn't high, but he was stubborn. Luo Tian was good to him, so he would give up his life to protect Luo Tian. Everything in front of him was extremely shocking. They were all puppets. There was an army of puppets, and each of them had a person sitting on top of them. There were humans, and there were also savage beast men. The people walking on the streets just now had all become puppets, and the buildings in the entire city had all become puppets, including the city walls. This was a puppet city. The eyes of the puppets were incomparably gloomy, releasing a dense killing intent. Kill our boss. Don't even think about taking half a step out of here today. Brothers. Huh. Kill them all. Take revenge for the boss. And use their heads as sacrifices for the boss's undead. All of a sudden, the sound of killing shook the sky. The puppets were like robots. Each of them was an expert in controlling puppets. And the puppets' bodies were also covered with power stripes. Their puppetry techniques had all reached level 6 or above, and they had a very powerful force. Luo Tian slightly glanced to the side. King Kong stood in front of Luo Tian and the Poison Widow and said, "Boss, junior sister, the two of you go first. I'll stop them." The Poison Widow smiled charmingly. The spirit snake divine whip in her hand twisted and said, "Anyo, how can I miss out on this kind of thing? Sir, you should leave first. Remember to think of me. My heart is filled with you." Her voice was still charming, with an irresistible temptation. The power of temptation. It made one's bones go soft. Luo Tian was grateful in his heart and said, "You two don't have to worry." These two were warmongers. Adding on Morong Bai, who was even more of a warmonger, the three of them were all incomparably powerful existences. Each of them was incomparably precious. Even if Luo Tian himself died, he would not let them die. After a short period of contact, Luo Tian treated them as brothers. Then, Luo Tian slightly shouted, "Xiao Bai!" Whoosh! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Morong Bai instantly fell down, holding a goblin that was only half a meter tall in his hands. No, it was a dwarf, a person from the dwarf clan. "Humph, what are you looking at? If you keep looking at me, I'll dig your eyes out. Have you never seen someone as handsome as me?" The dwarf struggled in Morong Bai's hands for a while. His 2 tufts of beard were quite eye-catching. He was an uncle-level character, and his body released the aura of a first-level, profound god. In front of Morong Bai, who was at the 3rd level of the profound god, there was no room for resistance. Of course, if he could get his hands on a puppet, it would be different. Capture the leader first. The moment the puppet collapsed, Luo Tian let Morong Bai take action. As long as he caught this person, it would be equivalent to controlling everything. Luo Tian said, "Put him down." Morong Bai looked at Luo Tian seriously, and without hesitation, he put the dwarf down and said in a deep voice, "Behave yourself. Without a puppet, I will beat the shit out of you in minutes." "Boss! Boss! Boss, do you want to kill them?" The puppet legion immediately shouted. Luo Tian smiled slightly and said, "Are you convinced? I also used the puppet technique to escape from the puppet you controlled. Are you convinced?" The dwarf glared at Luo Tian and said, "I'm not convinced. What's wrong?" His temper was unusually fiery. Big eyes, big beard, just like a judge. He was really not convinced. He was also quite puzzled. He had killed so many profound god experts, and his puppet technique had been cultivated to the great perfection realm. Why was he inferior to Luo Tian? He couldn't find the reason. In that instant, the puppet that he had refined had suddenly changed owners. This was something that he had never imagined even in his wildest dreams. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "I know you're not convinced. Do you dare to bet?" "Bet on what?" Big Beard asked. Luo Tian said, "Just bet on what you're good at, refining puppets. Whoever has a better puppet will win." Morong Bai immediately reminded, "You're crazy. His puppet technique has been cultivated to the great perfection realm. How can you win against him?" Luo Tian smiled and said, "Do you want to bet or not?" Chapter 8. This chapter is 681 monthly votes plus chapters. Chapter 666. Do you want to bet? Luo Tian asked again. Morong Bai wished that he could block Luo Tian's mouth and said in disappointment, "What realm is your puppet technique? What realm is his puppet technique? What realm are you thinking about when it comes to refining puppets?" Great perfection realm against the 8th level of puppet technique? The odds of victory were obvious. The bearded man laughed with interest. Sleeping on the floor next to the cesspit, You're not far from it. Tell me, how do you want to bet? Ha ha ha, boss bet with him. Competing with us in refining puppets. Did this brat get bitten by a dog when he was young? Did his brain get caught in the door? Do you know what our boss's nickname is? The #1 puppet king in the sky profound realm, competing with him in refining puppets. Just wait for your death. Boss, use the puppets to kill him. That's right. All of a sudden, the people on the puppet army were clamoring. They were very clear about the bearded man's abilities. No one could compare to him in refining puppets. He could refine a town with puppet technique. Who could do that? The poison widow also reminded him, Sir, are you confident? Luo Tian shook his head and said, No. Hee, I like men like you. You have too much personality. The poison widow laughed tenderly and said, However, it's good that you won in the end. Otherwise, if he were to control a puppet, I'm afraid that we would all die here today. The bearded man's puppet technique was extremely brilliant. Once he controlled a puppet, he would definitely not make the same mistake as before. At that time, no matter how strong the 4 of them were, they would not be able to resist this puppet army. Luo Tian laughed, looked at the bearded man, and said, It's very simple. If I win, you come with me. If I lose, I'll be at your disposal. The bearded man grinned excitedly, his eyes looking at the poison widow from time to time, and said, I want her. Luo Tian looked at the poison widow and was about to speak. However, the poison widow smiled charmingly and said, All right, but we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. I can see that your lower body is short and small. It doesn't matter if it's short and small, but I don't know if it's lean or not, hee. With that, the poison widow glanced at Luo Tian and said, Sir, bet with him. I believe you. Murong Bai frowned and said, Luo Tian, are you sure you can do it? If you aren't, don't make fun of the girl's marriage. Ha ha ha, boss, you must win. This woman is too dangerous. We must take her down. Take her down. We must take her down. Gulp! He then heard a group of men who were unable to endure the thirst fiercely swallowing their saliva. Their eyes looked at the poison widow with a lustful light. Big Beard was the same. Luo Tian said, Let's begin. Big Beard's expression shook as he said, Don't say that I'm bullying you. Men, bring out the black gold iron. We'll use the same materials. When the time comes, don't deny it when you lose. While they were talking, the 2 puppet porters immediately brought over a large pile of black gold iron, shining with a jet black light. This kind of metal was extremely hard, and if one wanted to link it, they would need to have exquisite control over it, even though it was the same material. However, Big Beard's puppet technique was stronger than Luo Tian's, which was a disadvantage for Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not bother about it and said, I'll listen to you. Big Beard laughed wildly and thought to himself, This idiot! Do you think that black gold iron is so easy to control? With your cultivation level, it's impossible for you to control it. Just wait until you refine a trash puppet. He couldn't help but look at the poison widow. Big Beard said, My beauty, you'll be mine soon. The poison widow smiled charmingly and said softly, Is that so? I'm waiting. At the same time, Murong Bai stood beside King Kong and said in a low voice, Once the boss fails, you will immediately protect the boss. I will leave with Junior Sister. Remember, you can't let the boss get hurt. King Kong did not reveal any expression as he nodded his head heavily. Let the competition begin. Big Beard instantly moved. The black gold iron in his hands quickly began to revolve, and every piece of metal was injected with the profound god's power. This power was immediately sealed by him within the metal, and was quickly linked together at an astonishing speed. Just like forging iron, one piece after another, they crazily fused together. In less than 5 minutes, the puppet model in Big Beard's hands began to take shape, and on this side, Luo Tian slowly arranged the pieces one by one, just like a jigsaw puzzle. It was so messy that no one could understand it. This time, the surrounding people started to mock him even more loudly. He doesn't understand puppet technique at all. Ha ha ha. Our boss will definitely win. That beauty is ours. In comparison, boss really opened too much, and his refining realm is also too high. This brat is not his match at all. We will definitely win. Ah, he continued to clamor. Murongbai's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he clenched his fists tightly. Without saying a word, he held his breath and looked at Luo Tian. King Kong did not know how to refine puppet technique, but he could see that Luo Tian was at a disadvantage. He could not help but take a few steps closer to Luo Tian, ready to escape at any time. The poison widow's face was calm. From the moment Luo Tian began to refine the puppet, she had been watching him. She could not help but think to herself, "What is he thinking about? His expression is deep in thought, lost in memories. What exactly is he thinking about?" Luo Tian was thinking about Ghost Dragon. That was the first time he had refined a puppet with self-consciousness. It was a puppet that accompanied in Chun Chun to spend a happy period of time. He was also very sad about Ghost Dragon's death. He treated Ghost Dragon as a brother who fought alongside him. Ever since Ghost Dragon left, Luo Tian had secretly vowed not to refine any more self-aware puppets. He was worried that he would lose them. However, on this day he had no other choice. Luo Tian's mind was filled with the figure of Ghost Dragon. The figure he pieced together was also the structure of Ghost Dragon, and his mind was filled with endless thoughts. 10 minutes later, the bearded man laughed wildly, ha ha ha. My king of beasts is complete. Then, with a thought from the bearded man, the puppet on the ground suddenly stood up. It was mighty and domineering, with an incomparably arrogant power. It stood there like a real beast, and its strength was many times stronger than a beast. Extremely valiant. Morongbai was even more anxious and whispered again, "Anyo, it's ready." King Kong approached Luo Tian once again. It was also at this time. Luo Tian finished piecing together the Ghost Dragon's original form, injected his mind into it, and looked up at the sky slightly. "Ghost Dragon, are you okay?" The idea was like the sea. The consciousness of the Ghost Dragon poured into the black iron. Suddenly, Luo Tian suddenly roared, "Level 9 Berserk!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 100 million profound chi value. Release it for me. His palm was like thunder as it heavily smashed down. The idea was like the sea, and the profound God's power was also like the sea as it converged into it. In that instant, Luo Tian shouted in a deep voice, "Ghost Dragon, regenerate!" Chapter 9. This chapter is 691 monthly votes. Chapter 667. Roar! The sky suddenly darkened. Above the ninth heaven, a dragon's roar exploded. It was like a sound from the sky. Arrogant, domineering, arrogant with an inviolable dragon's might. The area within 1,000,000 kilometers fell silent. This sound fell heavily and directly penetrated the puppet next to Luo Tian. In an instant, the puppet moved. One after another, the dark gold and black iron quickly linked together. The power was like flowing water, quickly flowing on the dark gold and black iron. The speed was faster and faster, and in the end it was like a ferocious tide. Rumble. There was an explosion. The Ghost Dragon stood up directly, looking extremely mighty. Big Beardy was dumbfounded, and the Beast King next to him trembled slightly. The Ghost Dragon's body carried the power of dragon's might. This was a power that Big Beardy had never encountered before. The surroundings fell silent. Everyone looked at Luo Tian with their mouths wide open, and all of them had a look of disbelief. What is this? Dragon? The dragon of the Heavenly Palace God Clan? And it's a creature outside the Tianqian continent. How could this kid refine such a fierce puppet? Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. So what if he refined it? It's just a frame. Can it withstand a blow from the Beast King refined by boss? Well said. We're comparing the puppets' level. Of course, we'll only know after the two puppets compete. The reality was often difficult to accept. Whether it was the puppet's aura or its structure, Luo Tian's ghost dragon was superior to Big Beardy's Beast King. Moronbai said excitedly, "Wow, I didn't expect you to have this trick up your sleeve." King Kong grinned and said, "Boss, you're so mighty." The poisonous widow smiled charmingly and said, "Sir, you're so awesome. I love you so much." The three of them were shocked. They didn't expect Luo Tian to be able to refine such a ferocious creature, to be able to refine a dragon-shaped puppet. He must have seen a dragon. The three of them thought at the same time, "Has he been to the Heavenly Palace God Clan?" Of course, they didn't know that Luo Tian was a transmigrator. Who knew what they would think if they saw the Transformers version of the puppet? Big Beard also found it hard to accept. He said, unhappily, "We are competing on the level of the puppet. The one with the higher level wins. How do we determine the level of the puppet? We should let them fight. Of course, the winner will be the one with the higher level." Luo Tian glanced at Guilong and said, "All right, then let them fight." Luo Tian had just finished speaking. Moronbai pulled him back and said, "Are you crazy? We've already won. What's the point of competing with him? Your puppet looks dumb. How can it be a match for a ferocious Beast King? Don't compete. Why should we compete with him just because he says so?" The bearded man sneered. "What? You don't dare to compete? If you don't dare to compete, I'll take it that you've lost." "That woman is ours," said Gushijio. "Do you want to compete?" "Give me a straightforward answer." The people of the Puppet Legion shouted loudly again. Guilong looked very dumb and clumsy. It did not move at all since it was successfully refined. Instead, it kept looking at Luo Tian. It kept looking like a fool and did not move at all. It was obvious that this puppet was not successfully refined. In their eyes, Luo Tian smiled gently. He looked at Guilong and felt a sense of familiarity. Then he looked at Big Beard and said, "Compete." Moronbai was speechless. King Kong said, "Big brother, boss is confident. Don't worry." The poisonous widow also smiled and said, "Sir, I believe in you." Big Beard grinned and said, "Ha ha, you're going to lose this time. How can a clumsy idiot like you be a match for a ferocious Beast King? Prepare to die. Ferocious Beast King, kill it. Crush it into powder. How can such a strange thing be a match for the ferocious Beast King? Boss is someone who has reached the great circle of puppetry. The puppets that he creates are all very powerful. This guy is no match for the ferocious Beast King. Roar, roar, roar. Kill it, kill it." For a moment, a huge open space appeared around them, and they all clamored. Puppet duels were their favorite games. The puppets refined by the boss were all incomparably ferocious and absolutely crushing. Luo Tian patted Guilong and walked out. Look at that kid walking out. Is he admitting defeat? Doesn't he know that he has to use his mind to control the puppet to be more powerful? He doesn't understand the puppet technique at all. Luo Tian stood at the edge, smiled at Big Beard and said, "Let's begin." Big Beard seemed to have been insulted. Immediately, the profound God realm power on his body erupted, and this power was directly linked to the ferocious Beast King. A stream of light flashed on the ferocious Beast King's body, and its entire body was covered in a powerful light, just like the light on the mysterious metal in the restaurant. Even King Kong's heavy thunder couldn't break this fusion of power. How ferocious was it? As long as he gave Big Beard a puppet, he would be able to go against the heavens. At this moment, he was incomparably arrogant. Manipulating his mind, the ferocious Beast King roared to the sky, and finally, like an angry bull, it fiercely slammed into Guilong. "It's over! It's over, it's over. This guy can't even break King Kong. This time, it will definitely fall apart. It's really over." Moronbai didn't dare to watch and immediately transmitted his voice to King Kong. "Nyo, get ready." King Kong's eyes were like torches and instantly became serious. Boom, boom, boom! The ferocious Beast King took a step forward, and under the control of Big Beard, it opened its bloody mouth and directly bit down on Gui Long. Ha ha! We won! That woman is ours. No one can stop it. Even a profound god realm powerhouse can't stop this blow. In an instant, Gui Long's eyes suddenly moved, and he raised his head slightly. Looking at the ferocious Beast King that was charging up, his eyes were filled with disdain. Big Beard saw Gui Long's eyes flashing with a strange light, just like a human's disdainful gaze. His heart sank, and he secretly said, "Impossible!" Rumble. Gui Long stood still on the spot and directly swung his tail. The giant tail cut through the void and directly swept the ferocious Beast King's head off, rolling far away. The power flowing on the ferocious Beast King instantly disappeared. Big Beard was stunned on the spot. His eyes were lifeless, and he whispered to himself, "Impossible, absolutely impossible, impossible." The puppet army behind him was the same. It was like a slap to their faces. It was burning, suffocating, and they couldn't say a word. It was too shocking. One-hit kill. How was this possible? However, something even more shocking happened. Gui Long walked step by step to Luo Tian, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, "Boss!" Chapter 10. The current monthly votes are 696. 5 more votes to be able to add chapters. Old Bull will first update, adding chapters for 701 monthly votes. 10 consecutive updates. Let me ask you, is it fierce? If you want more explosiveness, brothers, throw out all of your monthly votes. Old Bull will start writing from now until 12 p.m. I will update as many chapters as I have monthly votes. 10 monthly votes plus 1 chapter. Brothers, please go crazy for Old Bull once. Chapter 668. It spoke. Oh my God. This time their mouths opened so wide that a duck egg could be placed inside. They were dumbfounded. Damn. Big Beard stared at Luo Tian fiercely to make sure that he didn't control it and didn't make any sound. Without a doubt, this puppet had its own consciousness. How was this possible? Big Beard couldn't accept reality. His voice was trembling as he hurried to Gui Long's side with a look of worship. He looked left and right and asked respectfully, "Brother, can I touch it?" He was too excited. What was a realm? This was a realm. What great perfection realm! It couldn't be compared at all. The puppet that he refined was dead. If he didn't control it, its battle power would be reduced by half. However, the puppet that Luo Tian refined was completely different. It had its own battle consciousness. It also had the intelligence to make judgments. What was worse was that it could actually speak, just like a person. He had never thought of such a realm before. However, it happened right in front of his eyes. His brain short-circuited, and he was completely dumbfounded. Luo Tian first looked at Gui Long with tears in his eyes. He said heavily, "Brother, I miss you. Chen misses you so much. She used to pester me to ask where you went. She really misses you." Gui Long was most worried about Chen. Gui Long's voice was a little hoarse as he choked. "Is she okay?" Luo Tian said, "Good, very good." Gui Long smiled and said, "Boss, it won't be long before we can meet. In just a year, your cultivation has already reached the mystic god realm. Even in the ancient world, no one can compare to this speed. With your talent, you can break through to the mystic god realm within a few years. When the mystic god realm breaks through, you will be able to meet in the ancient world. When that time comes, Chen can also." Gui Long was like an old man. Chen was like a granddaughter. He was very worried. In another world, he often thought of a little girl in the Tian Shan continent. Luo Tian was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Gui Long to also come from the ancient world. Gui Long looked sideways at Big Beard and said slightly, "Touch if you want, look if you want. Also, let me remind you, you better not touch Boss's woman. Otherwise, I will kill you directly. Let me remind you again, He is the best boss in this world." The bearded man was stunned. He immediately grinned excitedly and nodded. I understand very well. The powerful creatures of the ancient world were all brought into this world by Luo Tian. How awesome was that? Even if Gue Long didn't say it, he would still follow Luo Tian. The pinnacle of the puppet art was his lifelong pursuit. He thought that he had reached the pinnacle and could rely on puppets to resist profound God realm experts. However, after seeing Luo Tian today, he suddenly realized that the puppets he refined were nothing. After that, Big Beard touched it left and right and could not help but exclaim, "This technique is much better than mine. TSK. This linking technique, TSK. This strength compared to him. Why do I feel like my puppet technique is not puppet technique? The difference is too big. Could it be that we are different?" While the bearded man was muttering, Ghost Dragon looked at Luo Tian and narrowed his eyes. "Boss, I'll be waiting for you in the ancient times after that." The dragon's roar rang out once again. The dragon's might on Ghost Dragon's body also gradually disappeared, and then it turned into an ordinary puppet. Luo Tian looked up at the sky and muttered, "I will definitely go to the ancient world." The moment the dragon's roar rang out, on the other side of the profound sky continent, somewhere, and Chun Chun suddenly raised her head and looked at the sky as she muttered, "Ghost Dragon, are you here again?" Hua Mountain Immortal School. Boom! Boom! Erdan's entire body was covered in blood. His face was pale as he stared at the two of them. At this moment, the surroundings were in a mess. Half of the main hall of Hua Mountain had collapsed. The hall master of the beast-taming hall, Tao Master Lingyu, coldly shouted, "Do you think you're amazing? You're just a dog by Luo Tian's side. I advise you to be tactful and not seek trouble for yourself." Hua Mountain Immortal School. Once again, he experienced a fierce battle. On the other side, Zhou Tongshin's face was slightly pale, but there was a complacent sneer on the corner of his mouth. He stared at Erdan, revealing an expression of superiority, and said disdainfully, "The strength of a young dragon is only SOO, ha ha ha." Lin Long from the Star, Sea Immortal Sect, also laughed out loud, and said, "Brother Zhou, don't waste your breath on him, let's drink his blood." The Dragon God's blood essence is a great supplement. It contains a very strong energy. Even if it can't fuse with the Dragon God's blood vein, it can still allow one's cultivation to break through quickly. This is tens of thousands of times better than some Niden. Ha ha, Brother Lin is right. Two experts of the third level of profound God joined hands. Erdan was just a young dragon. He couldn't resist at all. However, Erdan was still as arrogant as ever. Even though he was heavily injured, he did not compromise at all. Instead, he was exceptionally domineering as he shouted in a deep voice, "You want my blood essence? That depends on whether or not you have the ability. You two damn trash have the guts to fight one-on-one." One-on-one? Ha! We prefer to fight in groups. Don't you still have a few sisters-in-law? Come on, call them all. Zhou Tongshen laughed coldly as he looked at Cold Frost, Yunling and Yun Yi, who were not far behind Erdan. He clicked his tongue and said, "Luo Tian, this dog, really knows how to enjoy himself. Every single one of them is a beauty. Even I am tempted. Oh, right, Brother Lin. That Miss Lung seems to be the female servant of the female phoenix. Could it be?" Lin Long immediately said, "She's not a member of the Star Sea Immortal Sect." "So what if she's a female servant of the female phoenix? It's normal for tens of thousands of servants like her to die in a day." Zhou Tongshin laughed out loud and said, "Then I'm relieved. Look at her cold expression. It's like an iceberg. I like this kind of cold woman. It's only interesting to conquer her. Ha ha ha." Lung Hans Huang was furious. Yunling and Yun Yi were the same. The three of them rushed out at the same time. Once again, they were blocked by Erdan. Erdan said in a deep voice, "Sister-in-law, you are not their match. Don't be rash." Then Erdan arrogantly said, As long as I am still alive today, you can forget about touching a single hair on their heads. Please remember one thing. When my boss comes back, it will be your time to die." The faces of the 3 hall masters of the beast-taming hall, the refining hall, and the array carving hall darkened. What they were afraid of was that Luo Tian would suddenly return. Luo Tian had left for almost a month. He could come back at any time. Immediately, Dao Master Ling Yu suddenly came to his senses and said, "Two venerables, he is stalling for time. He has been stalling for so many days just to wait for Luo Tian to come back. Quickly get rid of him, otherwise, when Luo Tian comes back, everything will be over." Humph. So what if Luo Tian comes back? Profound God Level 1. You still want to overturn the heavens in our hands? It's good that he's back. Let's get rid of him together. Zhou Tongshen said in disdain. A cloud madly rushed towards the direction of the Huashan immortal sect. Chapter 11. This chapter is the chapter of 711 monthly votes. Brothers of the Chrysanthemum team, please rise. Chapter 669. Huashan Celestial Sect. They were split into 2 camps. One was the Beast Taming Hall, Artifact Refining Hall, and Formation Engraving Hall. The other was the Law Enforcement Hall, Martial Hall, and Achievement Hall disciples, led by Han Hua. Han Hua was badly injured. Martial Hall was led by Jiang Xinha. Han Hua ordered them not to have a large-scale battle. They couldn't let the Huashan Celestial Sect disciples kill one another. If not, Huashan Celestial Sect would be finished. She was really clear. Luo Tian's actions were all for the Huashan Immortal Sect. The 3 halls wanted to leave, but it was actually because the 3 hall masters were bewitched by Zhou Tongshen. Most of the disciples were willing to stay in the Huashan Immortal Sect. However, due to his power, they didn't dare to move. All of a sudden, they couldn't fight. They were in a stalemate for 10 days. During this period of time, Dan continued to fight with Zhou Tongshen and Lin Long. The 2 of them were really experienced. If one couldn't win, then 2. In the end, it became a war of attrition. They used all sorts of despicable methods. 2 balls didn't rest at all and fought for 13 days. Tired, really tired. But no matter how tired he was, he didn't let Cold Frost and the others get hurt at all. Hugh! Hugh! Dan's breath was like a flame, incomparably hot. There were no less than 100 wounds on his body, and his expression was very ugly. He stared at Zhou Tongshen and said, "You want to take care of my boss? Die for me." Suddenly, suddenly moved. He released his dragon aura, and the Heaven Dragon God pillar on his dragon claw smashed down. It was really strong, but such strength wasn't enough for Zhou Tongshen, who was a level 3 Xian god. 2 balls was tired. He hadn't swallowed a god artifact in such a long time, and the energy in his body was all used up. Swallowing god artifacts and spiritual treasures would allow him to level up. He used the energy in the treasures to cultivate. At the same time, he needed this energy to use his strength. Simply put, 2 balls needed the blue medicine. He needed energy to use his cultivation technique. After such a long time, he hadn't swallowed any god artifacts, and the energy in his body was all used up. Because of that, he didn't even have 10% of his strength. Zhou Tongshen grinned coldly. He raised his head and swallowed the 3 nadins. He said, "Brother Lin, he has no more strength left. He should have used up most of his energy. It is time to make a move." Lin Long said excitedly, "Brother Zhou is indeed brilliant, using a battle of attrition to exhaust him to death. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. He's a descendant of the dragon god. Although he's just a baby dragon, he still has the blood of the dragon god flowing in his body. If we kill him immediately, the density of his blood essence will be greatly reduced. As long as we tire him out, I'll see how he can resist. Then we can draw his blood however we want. Most importantly," Zhou Tongshen smiled coldly and said, "The Lord of the Scorching Sun sect gave me a set of dragon chains. As long as we catch him, our immortal reigning sect will have an inexhaustible supply of the dragon god's blood essence. Who would dare to fight against us then? After that, Zhou Tongshin smiled at Lin Long and said, Brother Lin, don't worry. The Imperial God Immortal Sect and the Star Sea Immortal Sect are going to be connected by marriage. Your Star Sea Immortal Sect will naturally be able to share the things of the Imperial God Immortal Sect. Zhou Tongshin had already calculated all of this. The reason why he didn't kill Two Balls at the beginning was because he wanted to capture him alive. When the time came, he would lock him up. In that case, the Imperial God sect would have an endless supply of Dragon God's blood essence. This move, extremely vicious. Lin Long smiled, faintly, frowning slightly, and couldn't help but say, Brother Zhou is right, the Imperial God sect and the Star Sea Immortal sect are going to be connected by marriage. When the time comes, we will definitely become one family. In that instant, seeing Two Balls' rod strike down, Lin Long sneered in disdain and said, Too weak. His hands moved. The black robe on his body emitted a heavy, thunderous sound. Releasing the profound god's battle chi, his figure turned into 8, 8 into 16, 16 into 32, and more. 1,000 shadows surrounded Two Balls, and with a sinister sneer he said, Illusionary god shocking the heavens. Two Balls' rod swept through the air. Looking at so many illusions, he clenched his teeth and roared towards the sky, releasing the remaining power in his body. The heavenly dragon divine pillar swept through the air and roared, Die! Rumble! The heavenly dragon divine pillar cut through the air. Without waiting for Lin Long's illusionary god shocking the heavens to attack, he took the lead and swept out with his rod. Bam! The illusions that filled the sky were all swept away. However, a cold laugh suddenly exploded. Two Balls slightly raised his eyes, gritted his teeth, and said, You dog, you're really King Sinister. Lin Long was not among those illusions, but 10,000 meters above Two Balls' head. As Two Balls swept out with his rod, he directly soared into the sky and thrusted his sword down. The sword carried a clap of thunder. It was incomparably sharp. Two Balls' eyes turned sinister, and the heavenly dragon divine pillar immediately soared into the sky. Only one of the 7 grooves on the heavenly dragon divine pillar was filled, and it was something that Luo Tian had dropped from killing the Earth Dragon King. Two Balls directly embedded it in, and at this time he couldn't care less. He immediately activated the power within the dragon pearl and chanted. The heavenly dragon divine pillar suddenly erupted with an incomparably powerful force. The power soared into the sky. Rumble! The speed of lightning was too fast. Lin Long's face changed. He did not expect Two Balls to be able to unleash such a powerful force. His brows twitched, but it was already too late to dodge, and his sword heavily pierced down. Bam! The sword in Lin Long's hand shattered, and the heavenly dragon divine pillar directly smashed into his chest. He spat out a large mouthful of black blood and immediately fell from the sky. Two Balls laughed out wildly and said, You dog, you want to play dirty with Lousy? It was also at this moment. Lung Hanshuang suddenly exclaimed, Erden, be careful! Zhou Tongshin's figure disappeared. Cold Frost scolded angrily, Zhou Tongshin, you old thing, you are really shameless. Two Balls' eyes stared blankly and laughed. This is bad. Rumble. Zhou Tongshin was as fast as lightning, and his strength directly struck Two Balls' body. The power was extremely heavy. Air Dan's body wobbled, and he couldn't hold on any longer. He fell from the sky and coughed out black blood. His eyes were lifeless. He was too tired. His body was completely drained, and he didn't have any strength left. Rumble. Dust flew everywhere as Two Balls' body smashed a huge crater into the ground. Zhou Tongshin laughed, and laughed arrogantly. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. You are mine. Cold Frost's figure moved. Yunling and Yun Yi followed closely behind. Jiang Xinhe led the disciples of the martial hall and immediately rushed over, protecting two balls behind them. At this moment, Lin Long's face was pale, but his expression was exceptionally excited as he said, "Brother Zhou, my acting skills are not bad, right?" Zhou Tongshan laughed, "Not bad." As soon as he finished, his figure instantly landed in front of Cold Frost, and he said coldly, "You think you can stop me with just you trash?" With a flip of his right hand, the profound God's battle chi directly flipped everyone over. Everyone's minds were crushed by the profound God's might, and they felt extremely uncomfortable. Cold Frost looked up to the sky and cried out with a heart-wrenching voice, "Luo Tian!" Chapter 12. This chapter is Chapter 7, 21 monthly votes. Chapter 670. How powerful was an abstruse god? How powerful was an abstruse god's aura? Even a powerhouse at the peak of the mystic sovereign realm could not withstand it, let alone all the disciples here who were at the mystic venerable realm. The strongest was only at the beginner mystic sovereign realm. How could they be a match for Zhou Tongshan? Almost instantly they were suppressed by the mystic god's pressure and could not move. The difference in strength was too great. They were no match for him. It was absolute suppression. Dao Masterling, you led Dao Master Qiling, and Dao Master Jinling forward, laughing maniacally. "You think Luo Tian can save you? It's useless, ha ha ha. No one can save you. All of you can die." Excited, proud, they were about to succeed. Once they defeated this young dragon, no one in the Huashan Immortal Sect would be their match. They were about to rule the Huashan Immortal Sect. When would they be proud if not now? The three of them laughed. Dao Master Qiling said disdainfully, "You can only blame yourselves for standing on the wrong side. You won't have a good ending if you stand on Luo Tian's side. Who does he think he is? Since when was it his turn to call the shots in the Huashan Immortal Sect? I'm the first to disagree. An outer sect disciple dares to step on our heads and shit on us. Does he really think he's that great?" Dao Master Zhenling chimed in. "His dantian is shattered. Even if he broke through to the abstruse god realm, it's still a fluke. He's the biggest joke in the Huashan Immortal Sect. Why doesn't he take a piss and look at himself? What right does he have to be the sect leader?" They mocked him. In their opinion, no matter how strong Luo Tian was, he was no match for the Imperial God Immortal Sect and the Xinghai Immortal Sect. Now that the two were on their side, so what if Luo Tian appeared? He was only a level 1 abstruse god. He was no match for the 2 level 3 abstruse gods. They had nothing to be afraid of. Han Hua glared coldly at Dao Masterling Yu. "The sect leader will not let you go." "Humph, you bitch. Since when did you have the right to speak in the Huashan Immortal Sect?" Dao Masterling Yu moved and slapped Han Hua's face, sending her flying several meters away and crashing heavily on the ground. Because of the pressure from Zhou Tongshan's profound god power, she couldn't move at all and couldn't even release her defensive power. This slap made her see stars, and the injuries on her body became even worse. Holy Manling Yu sneered and said, "You bitch! Do you think you can ride on our heads just because you have a good master? Humph! You filthy thing that has been played with by others. Go to the side and die. Senior sister. Senior sister. Elder." Yunling and Yun looked at each other. Immediately after, their eyes darkened as they let out a shrill roar. Their god power bloodline suddenly burst out. Ah, boom! At the same time, a burst of violent power erupted from their bodies. Mystic sovereign battle chi was released. A war hammer appeared in both of their hands, and they used the divine power in their bodies to break through the profound god's pressure. The 2 hammers moved, as if they were moving the heaven and earth. The 2 of them shouted at the same time, "The power of 10 million caddies, boom!" The twin hammers moved. It was as if they were towering into the clouds. Connecting to the sky, lightning struck down, and an incomparably powerful divine power directly blasted down. with the incomparably violent power of lightning. It struck down heavily. The shadows of the two war hammers covered the top of Dao Master Ling Yu's head. Dao Master Ling Yu's expression changed greatly. He was only in the profound sage realm, and was not a match for Yunling and Yunyi. Looking at the sky full of lightning, he was so scared that he peed his pants and shouted, "Spiritual Master Zhou, save me!" His entire body was trembling. Cold sweat poured down like rain, and a large part of his pants was wet. The power of 10 million caddies was extremely violent. Zhou Tongshin smiled coldly, and was not in a hurry to make a move. Dao Master Ling Yu was even more afraid. He directly knelt on the ground and begged, "Save me, Spiritual Master Zhou. Save me, Spiritual Master Lin. Save me. Didn't you promise to protect me? Save me. I will give you everything in the Huashan immortal sect. In order to save his life, nothing was important, even the entire Huashan immortal sect." The corner of Zhou Tongshin's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. His figure transformed into thousands of illusions and instantly landed on top of Dao Master Ling Yu's head. With a face full of disdain, he said, "Trash of the profound sage realm, you dare to use such power to embarrass yourself? Break!" He shouted softly. Zhou Tongshin's two fingers moved slightly and directly blocked the two war hammers of Yunling and Yunyi. The lightning on the war hammers stopped abruptly. The power was instantly extinguished. Everything seemed to have been extinguished in an instant. At this moment, Zhou Tongshin smiled wickedly and said, "I really can't bear to hurt you two little beauties," but his tone suddenly changed. Zhou Tongshin's eyes became gloomy. His two fingers moved, and two vigorous forces rushed out. "I hate women who resist in front of me the most." Scram! Boom! Boom! The two profound god fingers directly sent Yunling and Yunyi flying. The two of them fell from the sky like kites with a broken string. The gap between the profound sage realm and the profound god realm was too big. They were not on the same level at all. In the hands of Zhou Tongshin, no matter how strong the two of them were, they were no match for him. Bang! Bang! Yunling and Yunyi landed heavily, their faces ashen. Lang Han Shuang gritted her teeth. Ah! She also rushed out in an instant. Jiang Xianhe's eyes turned sinister and continuously attacked the restraints of the profound god's pressure and shouted loudly, "Protect sister-in-law? Bastard Ling Yu, you will definitely not have a good ending." "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Jiang Xianhe, a newly promoted elder like you dares to challenge me? You little bastard, you dare to be cocky in front of me? I am not Dao Master Yuanling. Being arrogant in front of me is a path to death." Dao Master Ling Yu laughed again. He regained his previous arrogance. Dao Master Qiling and Dao Master Jinling also laughed proudly. Now that they had the situation under control, as long as they got rid of these people, the Huashan immortal sect would be theirs. Lin Long suddenly moved and sent cold frost flying with a palm. He shouted coldly, "Bitch scram!" Then Lin Long said, "Brother Zhou, don't bother with these trash. Use the dragon locking chain to take that dragon away. Leave this place to them. The Huashan immortal sect is already crippled." He couldn't wait any longer. The dragon god's blood essence was the strongest energy. Zhou Tongshin laughed out loud and said, "Brother Lin is right. Getting down to business is more important." Finished. With a move of his right hand, a dark black chain that was emitting a strange light appeared in his hand. Back then, the Huashan immortal sect had the great art of sealing the heavens. The immortal controlling immortal sect had this dragon locking chain. Legend had it that this chain was made from the essence of heaven and earth and contained an extremely powerful sealing power. Once locked, one would never be able to break free, and countless experts had died under this dragon locking chain. Guard with your life. Guard with your life. Guard with your life. The disciples of Huashan roared loudly, all of them holding hands. Protecting air, Dan behind them. Cold Frost looked up at the sky. She really couldn't think of any other way. There was really no other way. Her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She shouted towards the sky with all her might. Luo, Tian, where are you? Save us! Rumble. A layer of cloud suddenly exploded. Chapter 13. This chapter is 731 monthly votes. The old cow was in the middle of writing with all her might. Brothers, please go crazy. Chapter 671. A few days ago, Luo Tian felt a sense of danger, a crisis from the companion system. At that time, he also stopped looking for the other disciples and rushed back without stopping. The clouds exploded. 5 figures descended. It was also at this moment that Zhou Tongshin's dragon-locked chain swung fiercely, directly piercing through the air. The chain seemed to be able to extend infinitely, connecting to the sky, and then with a turn it fell vertically, directly rushing towards Air Dan's head. In a flash, I'll do it! Without waiting for the clouds to explode, King Kong's body sank, and like a god of death descending from the heavens, he quickly fell down. Rumble! Rumble! King Kong landed beside Air Dan before the dragon-locked chain did. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at Zhou Tongshin coldly and said angrily, You're the one who bullied Boss's brother, right? Zhou Tongshin was slightly startled and mocked in his heart. When did a fool appear? King Kong did not wait for him to speak and said angrily, I'm going to kill you. Then, with a move of his right hand, he directly grabbed onto the incomparably ferocious dragon-locked chain. His arm was numb. His palm was burning. The dragon-locked chain was an existence that surpassed the high-grade divine artifact. If spiritual master Liang did not want Zhou Tongshin to capture Air Dan alive, he would definitely not be willing to give the dragon-locked chain to him. This was made from the essence of heaven and earth, and was a spirit treasure that had been passed down for 10,000 years. Zhou Tongshin could not help but laugh loudly. A country bumpkin like you wants to grab onto my dragon-locked chain? I think your brain is definitely not working well. Ha ha ha! Even a high-level profound God stage expert would not dare to take the risk to receive the dragon-locked chain. Not to mention a country bumpkin who only had pure strength. Zhou Tongshin sneered. Niu Jingang was extremely unhappy. His footsteps suddenly explosively retreated. His mind was shaken by the impact of the dragon-locked chain. His sea of consciousness was overturned. It was extremely uncomfortable, but he was a stubborn person. He did not believe that there was a power in this world that he could not resist. One hand wouldn't do. Then 2 hands. Both of his arms suddenly moved, and his left hand immediately grabbed onto it. With a push of his hind legs, he suddenly roared towards the sky. Ah! Heavy lightning! With a furious roar, the primordial divine power in his body burst out like a volcanic eruption. A few meters tall flame of power ignited on his body. The pure power and aura were extremely frightening. The veins on his arms bulged. Streaks of power were visible to the naked eye as they enveloped the fist. Along with King Kong's roar, the power of heavy thunder burst out, and he pulled with both hands. Walala! Walala! He pulled the dragon-locking chain to the side. Zhou Tongshin was caught off guard. He was dragged to the ground by King Kong. His palms were bleeding. He tried his best to pull King Kong back, but he didn't have enough strength. He was dragged to the ground by King Kong. The strength of a 3rd-level profound god was completely destroyed by King Kong. Meanwhile, Murong Bai's sword moved like lightning in the sky, constantly appearing and disappearing. Sword chi raged. It was as if tens of thousands of swords were dancing rapidly in the sky, emitting a sinister cold light. These cold lights wrapped around Lin Long layer by layer, preventing him from moving an inch. Lin Long's face was filled with shock. He shook the long sword in his hand, and 1,000 layered phantoms instantly attacked. Before he could make a move, Murong Bai shouted in a deep voice, "Sword burial!" Swoosh, swoosh! Countless solid broken swords formed an attack and pierced towards Lin Long. At the place of the attack, countless broken swords flew out in all directions. The ferocious sword chi was like 10,000 swords that had been buried. It was as if they were trying to break free from their shackles. The entire Mount Hua immortal sect was shrouded in the sword will of the buried sword. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Long protected his chest with his long sword. The broken swords kept piercing and dancing in front of his chest. Puff, puff, puff. His arms were numb and the blood in his chest was boiling. He couldn't take it anymore and spat out several mouthfuls of black blood. His entire body was frantically retreating. He couldn't resist at all and was sent flying. He crashed into the wall of the martial arts arena. His face was ashen. Complete destruction. Big Beard Qin Tianjing landed beside Dao Master Ling Yu and the other two and smiled sinisterly. Dao Master Ling Yu didn't even look at him and scolded, "You damn shorty, get out of my way." Before he could finish his sentence, Big Beard's hands moved as fast as lightning. Within 10 seconds, he had created a 10-meter-tall giant beast puppet. Without waiting for Dao Master Ling Yu to finish, he grabbed his neck and strangled him tightly. "You mother****, say it again. Who's the damn shorty?" Big Beard was instantly enraged. He hated it when people called him a shorty. Moreover, it had the word death in it. He hated it even more. Dao Master Ling Yu was so scared that he almost shit his pants. Dao Master Qi Ling and Dao Master Jinling were dumbfounded. They turned and ran. Big Beard grinned and said, "You two still want to run?" He used his mind. 2 eagle claws suddenly shot out from the puppet beast. It grabbed the 2 of them tightly and sent them into the air. Complete destruction. Luo Tian didn't even look at them. He came to Yun Ling and Yun Yi's side at lightning speed. Looking at their injuries, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. It was as if 100,000 volcanoes were poured with 10,000 barrels of gasoline. It erupted crazily. However, there was a slight smile on his face. Yun Ling and Yun Yi looked at Luo Tian and smiled. Their smiles were very, very beautiful. As they smiled, tears flowed down. It was unknown when. The man in front of them had become a part of their lives. They missed him too much. Regeneration technique. Regeneration technique. Regeneration technique. Luo Tian quickly healed them. Yun Ling said anxiously, "Save Sister Shuang first. We're fine." On the other side, Cold Frost was lying on the ground. Her smile was like a flower. She no longer had the coldness of an iceberg. She was excited like a little girl. She looked at Luo Tian and kept looking. Just like Yun Ling and the others, her eyes were wet. Tears flowed out uncontrollably. Luo Tian's heart ached. Looking at their tears, his heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. The rage in his heart grew even more majestic and explosive, but he was still smiling. He quickly came in front of Cold Frost and whispered, "Fool!" He released the regeneration technique again. After releasing a few regeneration techniques, the injuries on Cold Frost's body stabilized. At this moment, the Poison Widow walked over, looked at Yunling and Yunyi, then looked at Cold Frost. Her heart was filled with shock, but she also felt relieved and said, "No wonder he was able to resist when he saw me. So it turns out that he has so many beauties by his side. The man that so many women like must be a very valiant man." "Sir, I want you," the Poison Widow said. "Sir, the other's injuries are not serious." At this moment, the bearded man took the lead and asked, "What about the boss and the others?" Niu Jingang also asked loudly, "Boss, do you want me to kill him?" Mu Rong also asked, "I can kill him with one sword strike." Luo Tian slowly stood up, his eyes immediately turning into flames, and he roared, "Let them all go!" Chapter 14. This chapter is 741 monthly votes plus chapters. Chapter 672. Anger. Endless anger. The anger in Luo Tian's body had already reached an uncontrollable level. In front of his woman, he endured it. His heart ached. Now, he was about to explode. His expression was abnormally gloomy and cold. His eyes flashed with a cold light, carrying the strong killing intent of the death god. He said coldly, "Let them all go." Huh. What did you say? The three of them questioned. At the same time, they looked at Luo Tian and smiled excitedly. At the same time, they let them go. Zhou Tongshin's face was slightly panting. His heart was extremely shocked. He first glanced at King Kong and thought to himself, "Where did this guy come from? I have never heard of such a powerful person, just like thousands of angry bulls." Then, he raised his eyes slightly and looked at Luo Tian with a superior aura. With a cold snort, he said, "Luo Tian, you finally appeared." Lin Long walked over step by step from the distance. His body ignited with the aura of the profound god realm, and his sword intent soared into the sky. Holy Master Ling Yu's face turned ugly as he shouted, "Luo Tian, you're the cause of Mount Hua Immortal Sect's current predicament. You better know your place and don't ask for trouble. So what if you're strong? Can you compete with the Divine Dominator Immortal Sect and the Xinghai Immortal Sect? Don't push the Huashan Immortal Sect into the bottomless abyss. We're not your funeral goods." "Finished," Dao Master Ling Yu said. "Two spiritual masters kill him." In that instant, Luo Tian's figure suddenly disappeared, and the anger on his body formed a sea of fire, directly enveloping Dao Master Ling Yu. He grabbed his head with one hand, and with an incomparably gloomy expression, he coldly said, "Go to hell!" 5 claws. Bam! Dao Master Ling Yu's head exploded. Then, Luo Tian's palm was like a flame as it smashed onto half of his body, directly turning his body into fine powder. Even his primordial spirit was burned. Dead. Ding! The system beeped, but Luo Tian did not listen. Instant kill. This power was terrifying to the extreme, but the terrifying power was secondary. The most terrifying thing was the sinister anger on Luo Tian's body. It was as if the god of death had descended upon their minds, with one hand holding a scythe and the other chanting, "Who would be the death scythe?" Plop, plop. Dao Master Qi Ling and Dao Master Jinling immediately knelt down and kowtowed. "Sect Master, please spare us." It was Dao Master Yuling who ordered us to do this. He said that if we supported him as the sect master, he would make us vice, sect master, and grand elder. It was all him. Dao Master Zhanling trembled and stuttered. Sect master, please spare us, we were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. Please spare my dog life. I beg you, spare my dog life." Walala, both of them peed their pants at the same time. Luo Tian didn't say a word. Just like how he killed Dao Master Spirit Master, he crushed Dao Master Weapon Spirit's head and destroyed his nascent divinity, preventing him from ever entering the cycle of reincarnation. He was really angry. In the past, he didn't attack these people, because in the past they only targeted Luo Tian. None of these elders didn't want to kill him. He endured it. He gave them chances again and again, hoping that they would repent for the future of the Huashan Immortal Sect. But of all the things they shouldn't have done, they shouldn't have touched his woman. That was Luo Tian's bottom line. If you have any problems, you can come at me. How you want to play, how big, I'll accompany you at any time. But you can't touch my woman, not even a single strand of her hair can be hurt. This is Luo Tian's bottom line. Save me. Elder Zhou, Elder Lin, save me, save me. Dao Master Zhanling's face was pale. Before he could finish, Luo Tian's 5 fingers turned into claws and grabbed Dao Master Zhanling's head. He roared, and the power of the Xian god realm poured into his 5 fingers. His 5 fingers tightened. He directly pulled out Dao Master Zhanling's soul. The transparent soul struggled with all its might, constantly screaming. Luo Tian's left hand moved, and a colorless flame appeared above the boiling magma. He directly grabbed the soul and roared, "Die!" Boom! The soul disappeared. Dao Master Zhenling was lying on the ground. Luo Tian kicked his body into powder and roared, "Who else is there?" Plop, plop, plop. The disciples of the 3 halls knelt down one by one. They lowered their heads and didn't dare to breathe. At this moment, Han Hua's pale voice rang out, "Sect Master, please spare their lives. They are innocent. They were bewitched by Sage Ling Yu. They haven't done anything in the past half a month, and that's out of consideration for their friendship as fellow disciples. Please spare their lives, Sect Master." Jiang Xinha also stood out and said, "Elder Han is right. Sect Leader, please spare their lives." Luo Tian glanced at them. He turned around. He stared coldly at Zhou Tongshen and Linlong and sneered, "Imperial Immortal Sect, Xinghai Immortal Sect has always been at odds with me, right? You guys are very arrogant, right? You think you're so great? F***CK, I swear today." Suddenly, Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly. The Xian god's mind burst out and spread millions of kilometers. He roared, "All of you listen up. I will definitely trample your Imperial Immortal Sect and Xinghai Immortal Sect under my feet. I will make you guys disappear from the Tianxian continent forever." Rumble. The clouds in the sky rolled. The sound of thunder shook the sky. The moment Luo Tian appeared. Many experts were watching from the void and had been paying attention to the Huashan Immortal Sect. They heard everything Luo Tian said. Luo Tian's fury chilled their hearts. A profound god First Order blatantly issued a challenge to the 2 strongest immortal sects, arrogant and lawless. The experts of the 2 immortal sects were immediately infuriated, but they were separated by tens of millions of kilometers and could not rush over immediately. Too presumptuous, too arrogant. A mere level 1 profound god dares to be so arrogant. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all. This brat has reached the end of his life. Even the Huashan Patriarch was not so arrogant when he was alive. Lai Yang, order Zhou Tongshen to kill him immediately. This dog dares to not put our Imperial Immortal Sect in his eyes. If we don't teach him a lesson, we'll treat it as if our Imperial Immortal Sect has no one. Humph. The experts were furious. Luo Tian was too arrogant. This made them very unhappy. The sect leader of the Imperial Immortal Sect, Spiritual Master Liang, immediately sent his mind into the void and shouted, "Junior brother show!" Not waiting for him to finish. Luo Tian raised his head and roared. The power of the way of the Grim Reaper cut down Spiritual Master Liang's will right away. His eyes turned cold as he shouted, F***CK, get the hell out of my way. Finished. Luo Tian stared coldly at Zhou Tongshen and said, "Now it's your turn." Chapter 15. This chapter is 751 monthly votes plus chapters. Chapter 673. He directly used the power of the Death God's way to kill Lai Yang's idea. He didn't give him any face at all. Luo Tian had just finished speaking. Spiritual Master Lai Yang's sound transmission once again raged, and his anger soared to the heavens as he said, "Luo Tian, you're looking for," before he could say the word die. The shadow of the Grim Reaper on Luo Tian's body shot into the void, once again cutting down Lai Yangjinren's telepathic message. It stood guard there like a god of death, killing Lai Yangjinren's telepathic message as soon as it came. For a moment, Spiritual Master Lai Yang was incomparably furious. There was even a lot of laughter in the void. Spiritual Master Lai Yang had also lost all his face because of this. So what if you're the boss of the #1 immortal sect? You damn fool, I'm not happy. Even if the Heavenly King comes, I'll still beat him up. Luo Tian didn't want to waste time with anyone. He wanted the entire world to see, to let the hidden experts of the Imperial Immortal Sect, the experts of the Star Sea Immortal Sect, to let Morong Wanjian, and to let Li Shuer, who is still in seclusion in the Star Sea Immortal Sect, see that there was only one outcome for the woman Who touched him? Luo Tian. That was death. Zhou Tongshin once again swallowed 10 inner cores, and his expression slightly recovered. The dragon-locked chain wrapped around his arm one by one. Lin Long also swallowed a few inner cores at the same time, and his injuries were suppressed. The long sword in his hand flashed with a cold light as he looked at Zhou Tongshin. Zhou Tongshin nodded his head lightly. Lin Long understood and smiled. At this moment, Dan said weakly, "Boss, you have to be careful. These 2 old thieves are very sinister." Morongbai couldn't help but say, "Boss, they are all experts of the 3rd level of the profound god realm." Without waiting for him to finish, the Poison Widow smiled tenderly and interrupted him. "I believe in sir. None of you should interfere. He wishes to settle this matter himself." While the Poison Widow was speaking, Cold Frost, Yunling, and Yun Yi looked at her at the same time, and their hearts were shocked at the same time. So big, so seductive, so charming, so demonic. Cold Frost thought that her chest was very proud, but compared to the Poison Widow it was a bit smaller. The Poison Widow smiled slightly and said, "When a woman is injured, he definitely doesn't want others to interfere." Jean Gang said naively, "I also believe in Boss. Boss is mighty, Boss is domineering, Boss is the best." Big Beard Qin Tianjing also chuckled and said, "He's the first person that I admire. Although he's younger than me, I still call you Boss. Boss is mighty, Boss is rippling, ha ha ha." Everyone from the Huashan Immortal sect was dumbfounded. She watched as the 4 of them changed one after another. Pervert. As soon as he came out, he defeated everyone. It was extremely sharp. Han Hua was incomparably excited. This time, Mount Hua has a chance to win the Immortal Sect competition. Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, you are indeed Luo Tian. In just a short month, he had brought back 4 ferocious men. With this, the Huashan Immortal School's strength instantly increased. One had to know, a single profound God Realm expert was equivalent to the increase in luck of tens of thousands of disciples. Now that there were 4 profound God Realm experts, the luck of the Huashan Immortal School suddenly changed. Luo Tian's eyes darkened. He hooked his finger at Zhou Tongshin and said, "How did you hurt my brother? I will return it to you 100 times over." "Humph! With just you." Zhou Tongshin sneered. "Luo Tian, you are only at the 1st level of profound God. You do not have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. Don't say that I did not give you a chance. As long as you obediently kneel down and kowtow and admit your wrongs, I will spare your dog life. Don't think that just because you found a few helpers, you are amazing. Compared to the Imperial Immortal Sect, you are still far from it. The #1 immortal sect in the world, the experts were as common as the clouds. The Huashan Immortal School only had 6 profound God Realm S, even with Erden, and could not be compared to the Imperial Immortal Sect. However, Luo Tian laughed coldly and said, "I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and sing Conquer 100 times. Ugh, I forgot you don't know how to sing Conquer. I'll teach you a sentence first, and you'll conquer me just like that." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian suddenly sneered and said, "You dog, you want to play dirty with Lousy? Lousy is your ancestor." While Zhou Tongshin was speaking, Lin Long disappeared. His figure was still in the same spot. Just like his physical body, there was no change. However, his speed was too fast, so fast that it could deceive one's eyes. However, Luo Tian still noticed it. What the Death God Shadow sensed was that in the ancient battlefield, the Death God's killing way had completely devoured the 7 Brilliance Devil Lord's killing way of the Beast King and turned it into his own strength. His spiritual sense had already surpassed that of an ordinary expert at the peak of profound God. The moment Lin Long moved, Luo Tian sensed it. Luo Tian sneered. "Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise Blood Vein, explode for me!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 3 gigantic phantoms of divine beasts supported Luo Tian's body. They were lifelike, their faces sinister, and their entire bodies released the might of divine beasts. Then, Luo Tian shouted again in a deep voice, "Ninth grade berserk!" Boom! More than 500 attribute energies were released. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back, and from the corner of his eye, he glanced at Linlong, who was thrusting his sword towards him. He sneered and shouted in his heart, "Wind Shadow Steps, Stage 9, Shadow Shift, come out!" The two speeds were stacked together. This speed was much faster than a third-order profound god. Even Linlong's eyes did not see Luo Tian's figure sway slightly. A shadow flashed past. Luo Tian seemed to be standing still, but in fact had already punched towards Zhou Tongshin's face. "You're still too inexperienced to play sneak attacks with Laozi." Too fast. Seeing that Linlong was about to succeed, Zhou Tongshin couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. Who would have thought that Luo Tian was the same as Linlong? Directly increasing his speed to the limit and launching a sneak attack towards him, completely going against common sense. Even if he discovered Linlong, he should be dealing with him. Why would he suddenly sneak attack Zhou Tongshin? It could only be said, Luo Tian was sinister enough. Linlong would definitely be very careful with his sneak attack, but Zhou Tongshin would be careless instead. Bam! Zhou Tongshin did not have time to defend at all, and was punched in the face by Luo Tian. 2 of his front teeth flew out, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled slightly, and he staggered a few steps back. His face changed, and he shouted angrily, "Luo Tian, you!" Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian's body tilted to the side, and with a push of his hind legs, rising moon! Whoosh! Luo Tian directly leaned on Zhou Tongshin's side and punched out again. "You dog, you dare to touch my brother?" Bam! A punch to the jaw sent him flying. Slide! Whoosh! Luo Tian rushed out once again and roared, "You hurt Laozi's woman, right?" Bam! "You're so arrogant in front of Laozi, right?" Bam! "The Imperial Immortal Sect is amazing, right?" Bam! "You F asterisk King arrogant for Laozi one more time." Bam! Chapter 16. This chapter is 761 monthly votes, plus chapters. Chapter 674. Bam! Bang, bang, bang. Every punch hit the flesh, and every punch was the strongest. Zhou Tongshin was a little stunned, and for a moment he did not have any room to retaliate and could only defend blindly. This was the first time in history that a third-level profound god was suppressed to such an extent by a first-level profound god. Morongbai could not help but be absent-minded and muttered, "The last time he fought with me, he still held back." Finished. Morongbai then smiled faintly and said nervously, "Luo Tian, you have to be careful. A third-level profound god is far more powerful than this. This guy should be at the peak of the third-level profound god. His strength is very strong." He was a third-level profound god, so he was very clear about the difference in strength between a third-level profound god and a first-level profound god. Luo Tian was only a first-level profound god. The difference in realms could not be made up for. This was reality. The experts who were watching from the void also revealed astonished expressions. It was indeed rare for a profound god realm to be able to crush someone of a higher level, and even more so for Luo Tian to be able to crush someone of a higher level. However, no one was optimistic about Luo Tian's chances. It was because of the difference in realms, an existence that could not be surpassed. As long as Zhou Tongshin was given a chance, this battle would be reversed in an instant. Zhou Tongshin had been on the defense, and at the same time he was also looking for an opportunity. Facing Luo Tian's lightning-fast fist, he could not help but feel angry in his heart. He was extremely unhappy and roared, "Water ripple controlling god!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The sound of flowing water suddenly erupted from Zhou Tongshin's body. The sound of flowing water became stronger and stronger, more and more vigorous. like streams converging into a small river, then converging into a large river, and finally all entering the endless ocean. For a moment, the waves were fierce. The waves beat against the shore, and a domineering aura swept across the sky. Morong Bai's pupils shrank, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, he has a water bloodline. Be careful!" In the sky, the water vapor gathered, bit by bit, forming an arc-shaped water shield on Zhou Tongshin's body. Water bloodline. I didn't expect that there would really be people with water-type bloodlines in this world. The divine reigning immortal sect is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was only one person with water-type bloodlines among Taoist 5 spirits of Mount Hua. I didn't expect that there would be one in the divine reigning immortal sect after tens of thousands of years. The 5 elements blood vein is second only to the divine beast level blood vein. This Zhou Tongshin hid it so deeply. He actually has the water element blood vein. This time, Luo Tian is even less of a match for him. As long as he blocks one of Luo Tian's moves, he will be able to reverse the situation. Humph. Luo Tian prepared to die. The void powerhouses discussed animatedly. Water-type bloodlines were extremely rare and powerful. It was a bloodline power that was both offensive and defensive. A water shield appeared. Luo Tian's power was reduced by more than half. He frowned and said, "So what if you have a water-type bloodline? I have the bloodline of 3 mythological beasts. Do you think I can't kill you?" "Ha ha ha, Luo Tian. Your 3 divine beasts' bloodline is indeed powerful. But I'm afraid the bloodline power in your body is only at the elementary level. I have already cultivated the water bloodline for 3,700 years, and I have already cultivated it to the peak stage 9. How can you compare to me?" Zhou Tongshin laughed wildly, and behind the water shield, the dragon lock chain on his arm slowly moved like a spirit snake. Indeed, the bloodline power in Luo Tian's body had never been cultivated before. His bloodline power was only at the elementary level. No matter how strong a bloodline was, if one did not cultivate it, they would not be able to raise their cultivation level, and their strength would be limited. When facing the power of a high-grade bloodline, they would definitely be unable to make ends meet. Moreover, Zhou Tongshin's water-type bloodline was a peak bloodline among high-grade bloodlines. Since it had also cultivated to the peak stage 9, the power it released was extremely terrifying. In just a few seconds, he used the water shield to block Luo Tian's fist. In the blink of an eye, under the water shield, the dragon lock chain on Zhou Tongshin's arm suddenly shot out. "Ha! Luo Tian, go to hell!" The dragon lock chain was useful against demon beasts and devil sect, but it was also the same for humans. Once bound, the power of the body would be sealed, and they would be completely unable to use it. "Luo Tian, be careful! Boss, be careful!" "Sovereign!" Everyone cried out in alarm, their hearts in their throats. Luo Tian's face darkened and thought to himself, "It is indeed difficult to kill profound God realm cultivators. The peak of the 3rd stage profound God actually has such fierce power. However, the stronger you are, the more excited I am. The more you drop, the more experience you get. Strong? Boss was also Luo Tian's favorite thing. Facing the mighty Zhou Tongshin, facing the powerful dragon lock chain, he did not dodge, nor did he have the slightest fear. He did not know what fear was, and with a sinister look in his eyes, he directly roared, "Emperor Technique! 7 luminaries, 7 kills. 7th kill, primordial spirit split." Skipping the first 6 kills, he directly released the 7th kill. At this moment, Luo Tian spread out his arms and said, "Eternal Kingdom, 7th floor, Black Moon Barrier. Double barrier, open for me." The power of 2 spatial barriers was released, directly enveloping Zhou Tongshin. The power of the Eternal Kingdom's barrier could instantly kill Luo Tian as long as it was of the same realm. but the power of the Black Moon Barrier was different. He could condense the Death God's killing intent on his body to the peak, which was the space cultivation technique cultivated by the ancient Overlord, the 7 Luminaries Devil Lord. The 2 spatial barriers were directly fused together by Luo Tian. Rumble, rumble, rumble. For a moment, within the double barrier, the sky and earth darkened. Zhou Tongshin suddenly felt his vision go black, and Luo Tian disappeared in front of him. Kill! Kill! One was said by Luo Tian. The other was said by the incomparably huge Death God's shadow behind him. The voice was rough, and it was filled with the power of death from hell. The entire barrier was crazily crushed by the Death God's killing intent. Bam! Luo Tian dodged the dragon lock chain and punched Zhou Tongshin's Daong acupoint. Primordial spirit split. Bam! The moment Luo Tian punched out, the Death God's scythe slashed down ruthlessly. All the power was integrated into Luo Tian's 7th strike. Rumble in an instant. The double barrier space also exploded because of this. An afterimage fell from the sky and heavily smashed into the center of the martial arts practice field. His head exploded, his eyes stared fixedly in one place, and he died with his eyes wide open. Dead. Zhou Tongshin, who was at the 3rd level of the profound god realm, was actually killed by Luo Tian with a single punch after unleashing his strongest power. The faces of the experts in the void were burning. Thinking of what they had just said, it was as if Luo Tian had slapped them hard in the face. They had no place to put their old faces, and some even became angry. Shout! King, shout again. Luo Tian cursed angrily. He was very unhappy. It was also at this moment that the system beep sounded out from Luo Tian's body. Ding! Chapter 17. This chapter is 771 monthly votes, plus updates. The old cow went to eat first. He had been sitting in front of the computer the entire afternoon, even holding back his pee. He was really trying his best to write. His arms were already sore, and he was probably not far from breaking them. Brothers, give me some more strength. Let the old cow break his hand while writing. Thank you all for your support. The old cow loves you all. Chapter 675. The slap to the face had to be loud and ruthless. Luo Tian hated those self-righteous, so-called experts the most. They liked to talk nonsense, just like those self-proclaimed experts called beasts in his previous life. Towards this kind of person, Luo Tian only wanted to slap them to death. However, he was not in the mood to pay attention to them because the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Zhou Tongshin for obtaining 152,000,000 experience points and 100,000 immortal chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Dragon Lock Chain. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Water Vein. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 21 Niden. Even his bloodline had exploded. It was the first time in history. Luo Tian kicked Zhou Tongshin's corpse flying. You should be crippled, right? This is the result of being arrogant in front of Laozi. His gaze darkened. He stared straight at Lin Long, the corner of his mouth turned cold, and laughed. You're the only one left now. At this moment, the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. Luo Tian's death god shadow was shattered by a powerful force, and the sect master of the Imperial Immortal Sect, spiritual master Liang's shadow, appeared in the sky above the Huashan Immortal Sect and shouted fiercely, Luo Tian, how dare you kill my Imperial Immortal Sect's elder? Luo Tian immediately spat at him and scolded. The one Laozi killed was your Imperial Immortal Sect. What's wrong? Damn it, he deserves to die. He provoked my Huashan Immortal Sect to split up, and your Imperial Immortal Sect claimed to be the #1 immortal sect in the profound sky continent. Yet you nurtured such a trash beast? Or could it be that you are simply a scum of a beast, and you are the one who ordered him to rebel against Dao Sovereign Lingyu? Liang, you old man, you're really something." Scolding? Who was Luo Tian's opponent? The scorching sun sect master's face turned red, and he could not say a word. He could only shout in anger. "Since you have offended the immortal controlling sect, your Huashan immortal sect will not have a good life in the future. Luo Tian, I advise you to be sensible. I can overlook Zhou Tongshin's death. However, the dragon sealing chain is the treasure of my immortal dominating sect. You better hand it over obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." He couldn't lose the dragon locking chain. This was a treasure passed down by the ancestors of the Imperial Immortal Sect. He couldn't afford to lose it in his hands. He could not afford to lose face like this. Luo Tian laughed heartily. He took out the dragon locking chain and said, "Is this your sect's spirit treasure? Ha ha ha. This is going to be fun. To me, this is just a piece of trash. I won't even look at this kind of thing." "Erden." Luo Tian tilted his head and shouted. Erden's saliva was already dripping down. He desperately needed a divine weapon to replenish his energy. After fighting for more than 10 days, he was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. If the Huashan Immortal Sect did not have anything good to eat, he would not be able to endure it. Seeing Luo Tian take out the dragon locking chain, his eyes widened and he swallowed his saliva continuously. He said excitedly, "Boss, I'm here." Luo Tian laughed and said, "This is for you." He threw it directly to Erden. Erden used all his strength to leap up and catch the dragon locking chain with his mouth. He chewed it in his mouth glowing with golden light. He looked like he was enjoying it very much and did not miss a single bit. "Delicious! Too delicious! Ha ha ha!" Luo Tian looked very calm as he watched Erden eat. But his heart was aching. The dragon locking chain was the treasure of the Imperial God Immortal Sect. It was obviously not an ordinary item. He did not even have the time to look at its attributes before Erden ate it. Luo Tian's heart was trembling, but he still put on a smug expression. It was all to piss off Spiritual Master Liang. Spiritual Master Liang was furious. His eyes were bloodshot and he glared like a bull. "Luo Tian, he was so angry that he could not speak. He screamed like a madman. Back at the immortal dominating immortal sect, Venerable Liang directly tore down half of the main hall. His wrath was so fierce that the surrounding stones and mystic weapons all spontaneously combusted and burned crazily. Luo Tian looked at Spiritual Master Liang and laughed. I'm sorry. I accidentally gave your treasure to my brother. I'm so sorry, so sorry. Next time, I'll make a dog chain for you. Ha ha ha. You, Luo Tian, just you wait. I'll make sure you die without a burial ground." Spiritual Master Liang stomped his feet and shouted. In his mind, he had already heard the scolding of the Supreme Elder, which made him even angrier. Luo Tian sneered and said, "Come, I will wait for you. You dog, if you don't come to me, I will come to you. You dare to behave atrociously in my territory. Your people deserve to die. You want to take back your things? Dream on." Spiritual Master Liang was furious. Luo Tian was even angrier than him. His woman and brother were both seriously injured. If he had not returned in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Just thinking about it made Luo Tian extremely angry. Then, his gaze darkened as he stared at Lin Long, whose face had darkened, and said, "Don't you like to play dirty? Come on, let me see how sinister you are." At this moment, Luo Tian suddenly sounded out in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up his war pet, 2 balls. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up his war pet, 2 balls." 2 notifications sounded out in a row. Luo Tian was dumbfounded and was immediately stunned. He almost fell to the ground and started crying. Why was I so careless? Why did I throw the dragon locked chain out? I *King wanna die. A dragon locked chain directly caused 2 balls to level up by 2 levels. What did this mean? It meant that the dragon lock chain was a super F asterisk king treasure. If Luo Tian had looked at the dragon lock chain's attributes in advance, he definitely wouldn't have let two balls eat it. It's too unbearable. It's as if the flesh on his heart has been cut off. The person who took it is still himself. How can this not make him feel pain? He really wanted to die. Two balls was full of energy. The powerful dragon's might on his body had recovered. He burped, picked his teeth, and looked at Luo Tian with a satisfied expression. Boss, what happened to you? Looking at your pained expression, where are you hurt? Luo Tian was speechless and shook his head. Dan grinned and said, Since he's not injured, boss, you can take care of him again. This old bastard must have a divine artifact on him. I haven't eaten for many days. Give me something to fill my stomach, Are you the boss, or am I the boss? Luo Tian raised his head and looked at two balls. He instantly scolded in his heart. No matter what, I can't take in a foodie in the future. It's too unbearable. Chapter 18. This chapter is 781 monthly votes. Old Cow is still writing with all his might. Brothers who have monthly votes, feel free to vote. The game will end at 12. Chapter 676. Encountering a foodie. Luo Tian still had a way to deal with him. But encountering a foodie who specialized in eating divine artifact. Luo Tian was completely powerless. Fortunately, Dan had leveled up. He seemed to be the same as him, completely recovering after leveling up. If that was the case, Luo Tian felt a little comforted in his heart. After all, there was less to worry about in his heart, and he did not need to worry about Dan's injuries. After being yelled at by Luo Tian, Dan's spirit immediately shook, and he took the lead and said, Boss, leave this old thief to me. I will kill him. He was the one who ambushed me just now, his grandma's Mimi. Now that I have broken through, let's see how he will ambush me. Thinking of this, Dan was furious. Lin Long's expression turned cold. He could clearly feel that the aura on Dan's body was different from before. If Dan's cultivation was at the first level of Profound God at the beginning, then he was already at the third level of Profound God. He was already injured and was not Dan's match at all. His expression turned cold, revealing a disdainful expression, and said, What? Luo Tian, are you afraid? You don't dare to fight with me? Weren't you arrogantly saying that you wanted to fight with me? That you wanted to kill me? If you have the guts, come and do it yourself. Against Dan, he would rather fight against Luo Tian. He wasn't blind. The cultivation of the third level of Profound God was not just for show. Dan's realm had obviously increased. The two of them, working together, were unable to kill this dragon. Now that his realm had increased, it was even more impossible for him to be his opponent. Although Luo Tian had killed Zhou Tongshin, but that was because Zhou Tongshin was ambushed by Luo Tian. Otherwise, Luo Tian, who was at the first level of Profound God, would not be his opponent. Lin Long quickly analyzed. My bad temper. Luo Tian's neck shook slightly, and the key creaked. Then he sneered. Using reverse psychology? Are you afraid of Dan? All right, I can only say that you've succeeded. You've angered me, but there's something I need to tell you. Lin Long was secretly delighted. You're just a 20-year-old kid after all. You're still far from being able to compete with me in terms of scheming. You can't even withstand a little provocation. If you send out that dragon, I won't be a match for you at all. As for you, he smiled coldly and asked, What is it? Luo Tian took a few steps forward and said, Just now I asked him to kneel down and sing Conquer to me. Because I couldn't hold back and killed him, I forgot about this matter. So, it's your turn to finish what he didn't finish. I want you to kneel down and sing Conquer. Suddenly, Luo Tian smiled sinisterly. He didn't attack and just stared coldly at Lin Long. Lin Long was enraged. He scolded in a low voice, Bastard, prepare to die. A sword flew out. With a thought, Lin Long used his chi to control the sword. forming a huge sword chi formation in the air. Its power was boundless, and adding on the fact that he was fighting with all his might, his third-level profound god realm strength exploded to its peak. Boss, be careful. His sword chi is extremely powerful. Don't take this move head-on. This old fellow is still hiding his strength. Boss, be careful of his sneak attack. He's very sinister. Their hearts were in their mouths. The experts in the air once again revealed looks of disdain. He hated Luo Tian and the others to the extreme, just because Zhou Tongxin's death had caused them to lose face. Now that they saw Luo Tian in the middle of the sword chi formation, they couldn't help but reveal a complacent smile and said, Starcy Immortal Sect is famous for their sword skills. This sword chi formation should be the endless mysteries of the wedding star's sword technique. One sword can affect 10,000 stars. This power is something that Luo Tian can't withstand at all. That's right. Lin Long has combined his sword skills with the power of the stars. This can be considered to have opened up a new path for the way of the sword. This time, Luo Tian will definitely die. They were mocking again. Luo Tian was really annoyed. He couldn't help but recall that in Heaven Sword City, those so-called experts were full of shit. In the end, their faces were all slapped by him until they couldn't be any more swollen. He didn't expect that this time it would be another group of self-righteous fellows. Luo Tian did not move, but pointed at the sky and scolded. You bunch of F** king dogs, if I don't slap your faces, you'll feel uncomfortable, right? If you have the guts, come to Mount Hua Immortal School and see how I'll kill you. The fire was getting bigger. Then, Luo Tian's eyes darkened as he stared at the complacent Lin Long, looking at the amount of blood above his head. He laughed coldly. Without any hesitation, he immediately released the deviant fire. Ding! Target locked! The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up and said, You old fart, you dare to be arrogant in front of Lousy, get down! Without waiting for Lin Long to activate the sword chi formation, Luo Tian took the lead and released the green lotus core fire. It was like a fire from another world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. An explosive sound came from the sky. Everyone couldn't help but raise their heads to look, as an incomparably dazzling flame came crashing down towards Lin Long. It was like a meteorite falling from outer space, bringing with it the power to ignore everything. Lin Long was shocked at first, but then he sneered, Just this kind of attack! Trash is trash, ha. As soon as he finished, Lin Long immediately released his fastest speed. But no matter how he changed his position, the deviant fire that was rapidly falling from the sky followed him. It was as if he was jumping through space, completely unable to get rid of it. You want to get rid of the deviant fire. Humph. Target locked. Even if you escape to hell, it's useless. You'll still be hit. Luo Tian sneered in his heart. This was the power of the system and the deviant fire. The system locked on, the deviant fire attacked. The combination of the two was simply unparalleled. Lin Long was a little afraid and struck out with his palm. It was useless, ignoring all power. A sword cut through the sky, wanting to split the deviant fire in half. It was still useless, still ignoring all power. At this moment, Lin Long was really afraid. The sword chi formed a shield, and there was no time to attack Luo Tian. He directly used the sword chi to form a sword chi shield and stood in the middle of the sword formation. Luo Tian laughed out loud and said, Idiot! Force! Rumble! 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 The profound meaning of the heavenly stellar sword technique was still ignored. The green lotus core fire directly exploded on Lin Long's body. Lin Long's HP instantly dropped by 5 million points, but this was not enough to be fatal. His face was abnormally sinister. His face was covered in dirt. Half of his hair was scattered, and half of it was burnt. He roared with incomparable anger. Luo Tian, I'm going to kill you. Luo Tian pointed to the sky and said, Kill me? Look at your head first. At an unknown time, Another flame, similar to the previous one, fell. This time it was even more intense. Lin Long even had the heart to die. He gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He roared towards the sky. Ah, rumble! The purifying, demonic lotus fire exploded. At this moment, Luo Tian immediately used his fastest speed, raised his leg, and heavily pressed it down on Lin Long's head, stepping on him with one foot, and fiercely roared, UF * King Sing conquer for lousy! Chapter 19. This chapter is worth 791 monthly votes. Thank you to Love's Return Line for the reward of 10,000 book coins. Today, there is finally a reward from Piao Hong. The old cow is so touched that he is about to cry. Thank you, brother. As for the eunuch you mentioned, I only want to say that the old cow's crotch is very firm. I am still writing. Although my arm is in pain and is close to being crippled, I still have to say that the old cow is still going all out. Chapter 677. 2 consecutive deviant fire attacks. Lin Long could not withstand it at all. He was already injured. After being hit by the deviant fire, he turned into a dead dog and was stepped on by Luo Tian. His face was ashen. As he was defeated, the sword chi formation in the sky that had yet to fully condense collapsed. It was as if thousands of swords had shattered from the sky and turned into a crystal clear light. It was as beautiful as the stars in the sky. Lin Long would never have dreamed that all heaven would actually have such a strange cultivation technique. Not only him. Even the experts in the sky were shocked and speechless. Luo Tian did not care about them. He stepped on Lin Long's head, squatted down, and shouted coldly, Sing conquer for me. Be arrogant when you need to be. Be arrogant when you need to be. Be proud when you need to be. Life should be like this. Luo Tian was like this. At first, Lin Long was proud and arrogant in front of him. Now that it was his turn, he naturally would not wear a sad face. Arrogant? I am more arrogant than you. Arrogant? I am 10,000 times more arrogant than you. Without waiting for Lin Long to speak, Luo Tian slapped him and shouted at him, I asked you to sing conquer. Slap. Damn you, aren't you arrogant? Slap. Isn't the Shanghai celestial sect very impressive? Slap. Damn you, are you going to sing or not? Slap. Are you going to sing or not? Are you going to sing or not? Luo Tian was like a madman, cursing and roaring wildly. He was venting the anger in his heart. With a slight movement of his mind, the Tao of Death transmitted a message to Luo Tian. He suddenly stood up and stared at the sky. He sneered and said, Damn, you want to leave after watching the show? Didn't you dogs say that I would be crushed to death by his sword chi formation? What's wrong? Why aren't you talking now? Why aren't you shouting? Continue shouting. Shout again. Shout like a hairless dog. A bunch of arrogant fellows. Uft. What are you? Luo Tian cursed fiercely. He did not give him any face at all. These people were the typical example of shameless people. Back then, he had endured a lot of anger in the Heaven Sword City, but now he did not want to endure it at all. If you're not happy, then come and *ck me. I'll say it right here and now. The next time I see you, don't even think about leaving. I'll teach you how to sing conquer. He was furious. Luo Tian couldn't care less. 1,000 enemies were not a lot. 3,000 enemies were nothing. And 100,000 enemies were nothing. Luo Tian was not afraid, even if he had to fight against the entire world. He was just worried that there was no way to increase his invincible bloodline. Luo Tian, don't be too arrogant. A deep voice rang out. Luo Tian retorted, I'm just so arrogant. What can you do to me? Come down and bite me. The Huashan Immortal Sect is always waiting for you old bastards. A bunch of lackeys who only know how to bootlick. Tui! He once again spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. He was as arrogant as he could be, and as domineering as he could be. The Poison Widow looked at Luo Tian, wanting to pounce on him and give him a big kiss. She laughed so hard that her huge twin peaks trembled nonstop, and the frequency of the trembling was like an earthquake. It was too tempting, and it made people want to commit a crime. You, good, good, good. The voice sounded again. Luo Tian scolded again. Good, your sister. Give me your sister. I'm going to kill you. I must kill you, you dog. He was so angry that he couldn't take care of himself. The angrier the others were, the happier Luo Tian was. He laughed out loud and said, Come on, you old bastard, come down and mess with me. Remember to bring your sister along. Ah! A furious roar sounded out in the air. Spiritual Master Yunling, why are you fighting with a person who is about to die? There's still a month to the Immortal Sect's Disciple Challenge. On that day, the Huashan Immortal Sect will die. Everyone in the sect wants to escape. As for this trash sect leader, when the time comes, I want to see how arrogant he can be. Let's see if he can still be as arrogant as he is today. Well said. The Immortal Sect's Disciple Challenge is in a month. The challenge has been sent out. If the Huashan Immortal Sect doesn't come, they will be removed from the Immortal Sect. Luo Tian, you won't be afraid to come, right? The Immortal Sect's Disciple Challenge. All the powers were preparing for this day. The Huashan Immortal Sect had been sent a challenge, so it was impossible for them to not participate. Luo Tian didn't have any intention of hiding. Hiding would never solve the problem, it would only make the problem worse. Luo Tian sneered and said, I was afraid that you would be too scared to come. You old fogies sent assassins to kill me. Just you wait. When the time comes, I will settle the accounts one by one. I have memorized the faces of those assassins. There are a few of you among them. Don't let me meet you, otherwise I will kill you. Fuck. Not participating? What a joke. Luo Tian went down the mountain to find a few amazing disciples. Wouldn't it be a waste if they didn't participate? If the Huashan Immortal Sect wanted to rise, they had to participate in this disciple challenge. The Immortal Sect's luck had to be strengthened. However, there was only a month's time. Although Luo Tian was arrogant now, he knew that he wasn't a match for any of the top 10 Immortal Sects. These Immortal Sects had tens of thousands of years of history. They were unshakable existences. What did he have? The Huashan Immortal Sect didn't have a single peak Xian God expert, not to mention a supreme Xian God expert. This 1 month. It was a month for him to change his fate. He had to upgrade crazily in this 1 month and enter a realm that these people couldn't shake. Good, good, good. It's good that you're participating. When the time comes, I will tear your bullshit mouth apart. You wait. The Drifting Cloud Immortal Sect will be your enemy. So will the Yu Mountain Sect. The Vast Heaven Immortal Sect will definitely trample you to death. The top 10 Immortal Sects had their own opinions. They all showed a murderous aura. After that, they disappeared into the void one by one. Luo Tian laughed directly and mocked. Old fools don't go. There's a concert here. I don't want to teach you how to sing Conquer next time. Don't go. Ha ha ha. After that, Luo Tian slapped him again. Damn you. Are you going to sing or not? Lin Long's cheeks were red and swollen, and he directly turned into a pig's head. His mouth was crooked to one side, and he said in a trembling voice, I will sing and sing. Just like that, 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 just like that. Luo Tian was stunned and said with some surprise, Oh, you really learned this song? Lin Long was really scared and said, Just now you taught Zhou Tongshin to sing a sentence. I remember it. Luo Tian slapped him again and said, Your singing is worse than a cow's cry. Sing again. All of a sudden, 2 shadows appeared in the sky. She shouted angrily in a deep voice, Luo Tian, that's enough. Luo Tian looked up again very unhappily and looked at the beautiful figure in the sky. His pupils suddenly enlarged. Sister Shui, Chapter 20. This chapter is 801 monthly votes. In summary, at present, there are 853 monthly votes. Old Ox owes everyone 5 chapters. I can't write any more today. My arm is in so much pain. I used to write 1 chapter in an hour, but now it takes 3 hours. But Old Ox will make up for these 5 chapters as soon as possible. It's going to be a new day soon. Old Ox asks for recommendation tickets. Tomorrow will still explode, but it will definitely not be as many as today. No matter what, Old Ox will still try his best to write more tomorrow. Thank you to the brothers who accompany Old Ox today. Old Ox bows to thank you. Thank you. The Chrysanthemum team is mighty and domineering. Chapter 678. Female Phoenix Lichuer. The other figure was the sect master of the Star Ocean Immortal Sect, Lin Wuxian. The 2 of them suddenly appeared. This caused Luo Tian to be startled. His gaze was fixed on Lichuer, and the longing in his eyes was incomparably strong as he said, "Little sister Xuer, the last time they parted." Thinking about it again, Luo Tian's mood was both happy and complicated. Although it was just an illusion, he could feel his longing for Lichuer. The figure was beautiful. Even the illusion was beautiful. Yunling and Yun, Yi said at the same time, so beautiful. Cold Frost also smiled faintly, very happy. Even the Poison Widow was slightly astonished, her heart rippling even more, as she thought to herself, no wonder this dead man has so many lovers. No wonder he can resist my evil charm. So that's how it is. This makes me want you even more official. I want you. The entire Huashan Immortal Sect fell silent. In the beautiful figure, Lichuer smiled faintly and said, "Big brother Luo Tian." It was also at this time. Lin Long, who was being stepped on by Luo Tian, shouted with all his might, "Big brother, save me." Lin Long, the younger brother of the Star Ocean Immortal Sect's Lin Wuxian. Seeing his younger brother being trampled by Luo Tian to such a state, Lin Wuxian was exceptionally angry, but he was very clear that Luo Tian was a guy who could be persuaded, but not cowed by force. If he was the same as spiritual master Liang, Luo Tian would definitely not let Lin Long off. Lin Wuxian coldly shouted, "Bastard, you have completely lost the face of the Star Ocean Immortal Sect. Who told you to come to the Huashan Immortal Sect? We are both immortal sects, but you actually incited the elders of Huashan to rebel, you bastard." He shouted sternly. Lin Long's brows twitched slightly and immediately said, "Big brother, I was confused for a moment. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Lin Wuxian immediately said, "Apologize to sect leader Luo. See if he forgives you." Humph. Lin Long immediately apologized. "Sect leader Luo, I was wrong. I will definitely compensate the Huashan Immortal Sect for their losses. I won't dare to do it again." He apologized as he said. There was no hesitation at all. The 2 of them acted as if they had discussed everything beforehand. Lin Long, who was initially insufferably arrogant, had now completely disregarded his status as an elder of the Star Ocean Immortal Sect and directly begged. Was he afraid of death? Luo Tian couldn't figure it out. After Lin Long apologized, Lin Wuxian also said apologetically, "It's all my fault for not teaching my younger brother well. Sect leader Luo, please give me some face and spare his life. If you want to see me in the future, I will definitely thank you in person. From today onwards, Xinghai Immortal Sect will definitely not interfere with any matters of Huashan Immortal Sect." His words were sincere. After saying that, Lin Wuxian glanced at Lichuer. Lichuer immediately said, "Brother Luo Tian, please spare his life." Since the girl was pleading for him, what else did Luo Tian have to say? Even if he didn't give Lin Wuxian face, he had to give Lichuer face. After not seeing her for such a long time, Luo Tian felt that Lichuer was a little strange, but he couldn't tell what was wrong with her. It was just that the feeling had changed, and he thought to himself, maybe it's because we haven't seen each other for too long. It should be like this, then. Luo Tian released the foot that was stepping on Lin Long's head, smiled faintly and said, "Sister Xuer, are you all right?" Lin Long stood up, bowed slightly to Luo Tian, cupped his fists and said, Thank you, sect leader Luo. While they were talking from the corner of his eyes, he looked at Lin Wuxian, who was in the sky. His eyes revealed a trace of complacency from having succeeded in his scheme, and the corners of his mouth inadvertently curled up. What a sinister face! Luo Tian's gaze was only on Li Shuer, and he did not care about anything else. Because of trust, he believed in Li Shuer, which was why he ignored everything else. However, Cold Frost's eyes were bright. She looked at the shadow in the air, frowned, and thought to herself, "It's a little abnormal. Miss should be at the critical moment of breaking through to the profound God realm. It's impossible for her to appear at this time. The most impossible thing is to interfere with what Luo Tian is doing. No matter what Luo Tian does, even if it's against the entire world, Miss will still stand on his side. But today, she actually asked him to release her. It's very strange, very strange. This is impossible." Cold Frost understood Li Shuer better than Luo Tian. Li Shuer could talk to her about anything. It was the same for her feelings for Luo Tian. Cold Frost was very clear about how deep Li Shuer's feelings for Luo Tian were. She would definitely not do such a thing. Immediately, Cold Frost raised his eyes and said loudly, "Luo Tian, she is not Miss, she is a fake." Huh. Luo Tian was startled. Lin Long's eyes were wide open, his anger surging out. The sword in his hand that was tightly gripped in his hand suddenly transformed into a super sword chi, and he roared mournfully, "Bitch! I don't want you to talk too much. Luo Tian, go and die." Ha ha ha! Suddenly, the killing intent on Lin Long's body reached its peak. The distance was too close. No matter how fast Luo Tian's reaction was, it was useless. Not to mention, this was Lin Long's last gamble. His strength was more intense than ever before. This super sword chi had poured all of his strength into it, and he was determined to kill Luo Tian. Looking at Luo Tian's slow reaction, Lin Long laughed arrogantly, "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! You dog, you want me to kneel down and sing Conquer for you? Now I want your life, ha ha ha!" A sword shook the heavens. The power was boundless. If he was hit by this sword, he would die without a doubt. And Luo Tian had no chance to dodge at all. However, he did not dodge, and his eyes did not move at all. He continued to look at Li Shuer's shadow in the sky and said, "Little sister Shuer, are you really a fake?" When Lin Wuxian saw that Lin Long had made his move, he laughed complacently and said, "Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, your weakness is the woman and brother by your side. You didn't expect it, right? She's just a servant girl by my side, a servant girl who cultivates the appearance-changing technique. Just by turning into Li Shuer's appearance, you're already so infatuated that you don't even have the most basic judgment. You're really too inexperienced, ha ha ha." As soon as he finished, the shadow beside Lin Wuxian gently waved his right hand over his face, revealing his original appearance. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a cold smile and said, "Idiot!" Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly, the bones in his body exploding. At this moment, he wanted to be bedeviled. He wanted to use the invincible state to smash Lin Long into pieces, but in the end he held back. This was his strongest trump card. In addition, he still had one more trump card, the life-saving power that the Patriarch of Mount Hua had given him. Even a mystic Emperor Rancor would not be able to hurt him with this power. This power was too strong. If it was used on a third-level profound god, it would be too much of a waste. Thinking of this, Luo Tian gritted his teeth, using all of his strength to protect his mind. His eyes darkened, and he roared, "If you can't kill me, I will F*CK your 18 generations of ancestors." A new day. Old Cow continued to write with all his might, asking for the support of his brothers. Chapter 679. Too Sinister. 2F** King Sinister. Using Li Shuer as a cover, Luo Tian's strongest weakness. Lin Long and Lin Wuxian. These two brothers could be said to be extremely sinister. At this time, Luo Tian did not want to waste any resources. He did not want to use the life-saving talisman that the Huashan ancestor left in his body. This power must not be wasted on a third-level, profound god realm Linlong. Absolutely not. Other than these, Luo Tian could only take it head-on. All the strength in his body protected his mind, sea of consciousness, and his physical body directly burst out to the peak of defense. The strongest defense of the divine beast, black tortoise bloodline, emerged on its own. A thick defense was added to Luo Tian's body. Boss! Boss! Luo Tian, sect master. Sir, be careful. No one would have thought. Everything happened too fast, so fast that they didn't have time to react and could only scream. King Kong roared towards the sky. His entire body was red, and the strength in his body soared to the peak. Seeing Linlong's sword piercing towards Luo Tian, his heart felt very uncomfortable, thinking of the scene of his mother leaving him. This feeling was very bad. He was worried that Luo Tian would leave him like his mother. So he was furious, incomparably furious, and roared towards the sky. You dare to harm my boss, I will kill all of you. Murong Bai's face was pale. Using his body as a sword, he directly shot out. With a thought from the bearded man, the beast puppets shot out like a bomb. The poisonous widow's spirit, snake divine, whip drew a thin line in the air, and the spirit snake shot out with all its strength. Everyone's heart was in their throats. They were too far away from Luo Tian. Although their cultivation was high, they could cover this distance in half a breath's time. But this half a breath's time was too long for the third-level, profound god realm Linlong, long enough to do anything. Go to hell. Linlong laughed sinisterly and stabbed towards Luo Tian's heart. Swish! Chi! The power was like steam leaking out of Luo Tian's chest. It was constantly twisting, just like the Rasengan in Naruto. White gas spurted out, and Luo Tian's body was constantly retreating. He couldn't block it. The tip of the sword went in bit by bit. His defensive power was being depleted bit by bit. Linlong's expression was still malevolent and arrogant as he laughed maniacally like a madman. Luo Tian, no matter how many cultivation techniques you have, no matter how strong you are, you will still die in my hands. If I kill you, the Huashan Immortal School will also be destroyed today. You still want to ruin the marriage between female phoenix and Morong Wanjian? Stop dreaming. By the way, let me tell you a secret. The female phoenix is just a tool in our hands. Ferocious. He was extremely arrogant. In his eyes, Luo Tian was about to die. No one would be able to save him. Because of this, he was unscrupulous and said things that he shouldn't have. Only 2 people heard the voice just now. One was Luo Tian, and the other was Lin Wuxian, who was in the air. Lin Wuxian frowned, and a thick killing intent rose from his body. He immediately shouted, Linlong, no matter the price, you must kill him. If he doesn't die, you will die today. This secret must not be leaked. It must not be known to anyone. Luo Tian had heard it, so he must die. He must die. Lin Wuxian hated this brother of his. At this critical moment, he said things that he shouldn't have said. This made him very angry. If he was present, he would have given him 2 slaps. But now that he wasn't present, he could only tell Linlong to kill Luo Tian no matter the price. Luo Tian's eyes sank. As expected. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Luo Tian's eyes moved, his expression was calm. His left hand directly blocked the sword tip on his chest, and his body was still rapidly retreating. Pucci! The back of his hand was pierced. Blood spurted out like a pillar. After all, Luo Tian was a profound god realm, but he was facing a third-level profound god expert. His power carried the power of the stars, and once his heart was pierced, his mind would be destroyed and he would die immediately. No, I will definitely not let anyone hurt Xue. Luo Tian roared in his heart and moved his right hand. Buzz! A pitch-black, 3-meter-long giant sword appeared in Luo Tian's hand. 7 planets, divine sword. It was a sharp divine weapon of the ancient metal grade. His left hand suddenly twitched. Swish! The sword cut through the gap between his middle finger and ring finger. Half of his palm was cut, and blood spurted out. The pain was unbearable, but Luo Tian did not frown at all. He directly opened up and gave up on defense. His bloody left hand clenched. Raising the 7 planets divine sword with both hands, he aimed at Linlong's head and slashed down. Competing in speed, whoever was faster would live. Whoever was slower would die. Just that when Luo Tian suddenly gave up on defense and pulled out the 7 planets divine sword, Linlong's eyes were stunned for less than a tenth of a second, and he was shocked by the aura of the 7 planets divine sword. He was a sword cultivator. He had a unique preference for swords. Seeing the pitch-black divine sword in Luo Tian's hand, his mind immediately moved. It was also because he was slightly distracted. The 7 planets divine sword was 1 step ahead of him, and directly split Linlong's head in half. The sword in his chest also fiercely stabbed in. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. His heart was still beating. Just a few millimeters away from his heart, the tip of the sword was sinister, just a little bit more. Blood dripped down from his chest. Luo Tian's face was pale white. He kicked Lin Long away, gasping for breath, his eyes gloomy as he looked at Lin Wuxian's shadow in the air. His sword moved. Pointing at Lin Wuxian, he said, "If you dare to touch Shui, I will make you regret being born into this world." Lin Wuxian's anger overflowed to the heavens. Seeing his own brother die in front of his eyes, but being unable to avenge him, this feeling made him extremely angry, and he roared, "Luo Tian, the Immortal Sect's Disciple Challenge is the time of your death. Just you wait, just you wait." Ah! With a roar, the shadow in the air instantly disappeared. At this moment, Luo Tian fell to the ground with a plop. The 7 planets divine sword supported his body, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. Anger attacked his heart, and when he heard that Li Shuer was a tool of the Star Sea Immortal Sect, his heart felt as if it had been pierced by 10,000 sword chi. "Huff! Huff! Huff!" Luo Tian panted heavily. The aura on his body was as sinister as hell, and he said sinisterly, "I want to enter the Great Desolation Realm." Chapter 680. This is infuriating. This is infuriating. A mere profound God level 1 trash dares to be so arrogant in front of me? Not only did he kill my men, he even stole my sect's treasure. Imperial Immortal Sect. In the Imperial Immortal Hall, Spiritual Master Liang's face was filled with rage. Recalling Luo Tian's insufferably arrogant look, the rage in his heart erupted like a volcano. What happened today was a huge insult to the Imperial Immortal Sect. Spiritual Master Liang did not expect Luo Tian to be so lawless. He did not put anyone in his eyes, not even the number 1 sect in the Tianxin continent. He did not give him any face at all and scolded him harshly. He even used the power of the Death God's path to kill his will. This Spiritual Master Liang was furious at the thought of this. "I'm going to destroy the Huashan Immortal Sect right now. I'm going to make this arrogant thing suffer eternal damnation." Spiritual Master Liang glared and said fiercely, "Sect Master, we can't. All the sects are actively preparing for the Immortal Sect Disciple Challenge. It's unreasonable for Senior Brother Zhou to go to the Huashan Immortal Sect. He didn't die anywhere else but in the Huashan Immortal Sect. If we send our troops, we'll definitely attract the ire of the other sections. They'll say that we're bullying the weak." Spiritual Master Liang snorted and said, "You think I'm afraid of the other sects? If I want to bully the weak, what can they do? No one can shake the power of the Imperial Immortal Sect." The elders said, "You're right. If we do this today, won't the other sects be worried that they'll be destroyed too? Once they're wary and they join forces, we'll be at a disadvantage. We don't have a good reason. Anyway, Luo Tian will definitely participate in the Immortal Sect Disciple Challenge. It won't be too late to make a move then. The top 10 sects will join forces. and we won't have to be criticized then. There must be a good reason to kill, especially a powerful force like the Imperial Immortal Sect. Destroying the Huashan Immortal Sect was a simple matter. However, such a simple matter would change in the eyes of others. The Imperial Immortal Sect's ambition would definitely attract the attention of the other sections. Furthermore, the Imperial Immortal Sect had no time to care about the Huashan Immortal Sect. The most important thing was Morong Wanjian. Also in this, a deep voice came from the sky above the Imperial God Hall. Liang, let's put the matter of the Huashan Immortal School aside for now. Just deal with him in the Immortal School Disciple Challenge. At this time, we must not arouse the vigilance of the other immortal sects. Otherwise, it would be disadvantageous for us. There are a few old things that have lived for 10,000 years that are not to be trifled with. Venerable Liang immediately arched his body slightly, his face full of respect, as he said, "This disciple obeys!" In his heart he fiercely said, "Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, I'll let you live for 1 more month. The disciple challenge will be your death date. Just wait for me." It was the same for the Xinghai Immortal Sect. Lin Wuxian was furious. Seeing his little brother die under Luo Tian's sword, his body was turned into powder by Luo Tian, and even his primordial spirit was destroyed. If he was present, he would definitely kill Luo Tian. But that was not what angered him the most. It was that Luo Tian already knew the secret of Li Shuer's existence. Although Luo Tian did not know what their plan was, Luo Tian, this lunatic, was really capable of doing anything. Today's matter fully proved that his weakness was Li Shuer. Once someone touched Li Shuer, he would definitely not go crazy. No matter who it was, even if it was a supreme expert like the Mystic Tharch, he would rush up and fight. No, we can't let him spoil the plan. Lin Wuxian's gaze turned ferocious, and a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. There was an extremely cold aura all over his body. No matter what, we can't let Luo Tian spoil this matter. The more Lin Wuxian thought about it, the more he felt that he had to get rid of Luo Tian as soon as possible. After the Immortal School Disciple Challenge, it would be the wedding day of the female phoenix and Morong Wanjian. The marriage between the two of them definitely could not be spoiled. Suddenly, Lin Wuxian's gaze darkened as he said, "Dharmaraja, hurry up the other elders. I'm going to destroy the Huashan Immortal School." No. Just as Lin Wuxian's voice fell, an old man with 100 hair and beard appeared in the main hall. Lin Wuxian immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, Grand Elder." The old man's gaze was cold as he said, "You cannot act rashly in this matter. Li Shuer already knows about what happened today, and she is very unhappy. If you continue to act recklessly, I'm afraid she will stop cultivating. If she is unable to step into the profound God realm, everything will be in vain." Lin Wuxian trembled slightly as he thought to himself, news spread really quickly. How long has it been? And Li Shuer, who is in seclusion, knows about it. It seems like she has people in the Star Ocean Immortal Sect. Immediately after, Lin Wuxian said, "Elder, but Lin Long has already—" Not waiting for him to finish, the old man shouted, "You don't have to worry about this matter. I will settle it. You just have to ensure that you don't touch the Huashan Immortal Sect for a month. You can do whatever you want during the competition. On the arena, life and death are up to fate. Anything can happen." Lin Wuxian immediately smiled sinisterly and said, "Disciple understands." Li Shuer looked up at the starry sky. There was a faint smile on his face. Every time she thought of Luo Tian, there would always be an innocent smile on her face. It was shallow, blissful, and filled with longing. Looking at the starry sky, she muttered to herself, "Big brother Luo Tian, I'm sorry I caused you to be injured. I won't let anyone hurt you again. I won't. Big brother Luo Tian, you have to take care of yourself." There was very little she could do. She was a little childish in the past. She threatened everything with stopping her cultivation. How smart was Li Shuer? She had been trapped in this star pagoda all this time, saying that she was cultivating and gathering the strongest cultivation resources of the Star Ocean Immortal Sect. However, she was very clear in her heart that the goal of the Star Ocean Immortal Sect was not her, but the power of the female phoenix in her body. In the past, she had only guessed. After what happened today, she was already certain of her guess. In the past, her cultivation was somewhat casual, but now Li Schwetter's eyes moved slightly, and the power of the stars in the sky instantly converged into her body. In less than a second, the aura on her body changed slightly. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Profound God, level 1 breakthrough. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Profound God, level 2 breakthrough. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Profound God, level 3 breakthrough. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. She had been suppressing the power in her body, but now she did not hold back in the slightest. I will become stronger. I will become incomparably strong. Big brother Luo Tian. I will not let anyone hurt you. No one can, I swear. This girl, she was extremely valiant. Chapter 681. Hua Mountain Immortal School. In the sect master's secret room, Luo Tian locked himself inside, not allowing anyone to enter. His brother was injured. The woman was injured, and now, even the most important woman in his heart had become someone else's tool. She was in danger, but Luo Tian realized that he couldn't do anything. Li Schwer had always been the one to help him. It was the same in Jade Mountain City. It was the same in Heaven Sword City, and even in many places that Luo Tian didn't know about, Li Schwer's star power was helping him. All this time, Luo Tian felt that Li Schwer was right by his side. But now, she was in trouble, and he couldn't find a way to save her. This feeling made Luo Tian extremely frustrated. Strength. It's still his damn strength. Luo Tian couldn't help but curse, and fiercely smashed his fist onto the ground. The skin on his joints was broken, and dark red blood slowly flowed out. Luo Tian didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. If I have enough strength, who would dare touch my people? I can save her in an instant. I want to become stronger. I want to become the strongest. Luo Tian roared out with all his might. His finger moved, and gently stroked the sumeru ring on his finger. Ding! Do you want to enter the great realm of Wasteland? Luo Tian did not hesitate and directly replied, Yes. He had no other choice. The only thing he could do was to level up, and level up again. Only then would he be able to become stronger and obtain even more power. He silently said in his heart, Shue, I will definitely not let you get hurt. No one can hurt you, no one. Rumble, a buzzing sound rang out. Luo Tian's body was directly sucked into some strange space. Then his vision went black. In a second, the strong light was blinding, and he had already arrived in another world. In a forest, Luo Tian's face turned slightly cold. He pushed out all the distracting thoughts in his mind and devoted himself to it. This is the great, desolate realm. There are countless great, desolate realm ferocious beasts. I must madly break through within a month. Ding! Player Luo Tian has entered the great realm of desolation. The countdown begins. As soon as he finished speaking, a countdown timer appeared in Luo Tian's mind, frantically counting down. Luo Tian could only withstand the great realm of desolation for 1 hour. Once the time was up, they had to leave immediately. Otherwise, they would be crushed into dust by the space law. This was something that the old ancestor of Mount Hua had repeatedly warned him about. Luo Tian did not dare to act recklessly. However, there was one thing that he did not understand. Logically speaking, the spatial ring should belong to the old ancestor of Mount Hua. So why would there be a system voice? It should also be the phantom of Mount Hua's old ancestor that brought him into the great realm of desolation. The system even gave all kinds of notifications. Why was this? Luo Tian did not have the time to think about these questions. He was here to level up, not to think about them. Immediately, Luo Tian took a step forward and no longer thought about this question. There were some questions that he did not understand, so he did not want to think about it. The path of leveling up begins. Outside the secret room, Yun Ling, Yun Yi, Lun Han's Huang, and the Poison Widow were all standing there, quietly waiting. Two balls, King Kong, Morong Bai, and the others leaned against the wall, anxiously waiting as well. Hearing a rumbling sound from the secret room, everyone's hearts immediately tightened. It was completely silent now. "Huff," Cold Frost said. "We have to believe in him. Don't worry, the pressure he's under right now is stronger than any of us. Let's let him calm down." Following that, Cold Frost continued. He should be in closed-door cultivation right now, preparing for the Celestial Sect's Disciple Challenge. We should also do our best to improve ourselves in this last month. This challenge is a life and death battle. We can't disappoint Luo Tian. We definitely can't. Luo Tian went into closed-door cultivation. Cold Frost understood in her heart that he was blaming himself because of Li Shuer. She did not know what Luo Tian knew, but she was very clear in her heart that Luo Tian was a person who did not admit defeat. In just 2 years, he had gone from an unknown brat in Jade Mountain City to a profound God Realm ranker that shocked the world. Even the Divine Controlling Immortal Sect and the Star Sea Immortal Sect were afraid of him. It could be seen how amazing he was. No one knew how many difficulties he had encountered in the past 2 years. But Cold Frost knew that Luo Tian had never surrendered to fate, had never lowered his head, and now that he had reached the most critical juncture, he would definitely not give up. After the Disciple Challenge ended, it would be the wedding day of Morong Wanjian and Li Shuer in Broken Sky City. If this kind of pressure was placed on an ordinary person, they would have already collapsed. Luo Tian had been holding on. It was precisely because of this spirit that Cold Frost was infatuated with it. Morong Bai's expression was serious as he said, "Miss Lung is right. Since we have come to the Hua Shan Immortal Sect and have recognized him as our boss, then we must share his burden. I will definitely shock the entire world in this Celestial Sect Challenge." Vidra immediately said foolishly, "I want to kill all those people who look down on boss." The bearded man laughed maniacally and said, "I will let the name Luo Tian resound throughout the 9 heavens." The Poison Widow smiled charmingly and said, "I will make Sir go crazy for me, hee hee." Everyone laughed. Cold Frost and the others all laughed. She was moved in her heart. "Luo Tian, just what kind of charm do you have to be able to make those who follow you die for you? These people are too good, too good. I will do my best in this Celestial Sect Challenge, even if I die in the end." His gaze was like a torch. With hope and desire, it was like the moment of dawn in the darkness. Everyone was excited. Finally, Erden grinned and said, "Do you want the Dragon God's blood essence?" Prepare for war. The Hua Shan Immortal Sect was more cohesive than ever. After this incident, Luo Tian's position in the hearts of the Hua Shan disciples was above everything else. They were all desperately trying to increase the luck of the Hua Shan Immortal Sect, trying their best to contribute everything to the Hua Shan Immortal Sect. Originally, under the efforts of these people, the Hua Shan Immortal Sect's luck should have increased. However, their luck was getting lower and lower. Han Hua's eyes were filled with worry. How could this be? It should have increased. Why did it decrease? Could it be the Hua Shan Immortal Sect is not far from destruction? Thinking of this, Han Hua's heart suddenly sank. The 10 great immortal sects are our enemies. This time, the Celestial Sect's Disciple Challenge will definitely remove my Hua Shan from the immortal sects. Because of this, the immortal sect's luck will decrease. Sect leader, everything depends on you. If we don't succeed this time, there will no longer be a Hua Shan Immortal Sect in the profound sky continent. His heart secretly tightened. Han Hua clasped his hands together and prayed. Who? Wang. Luo Tian returned to the secret room. His entire body was covered in wounds and blood, but his expression was incomparably excited. Damn, the demon beasts inside are too fierce. I like it. Chapter 4. The old cow was still writing with all his might. Brothers of the Chrysanthemum team, please be fierce, haha. Chapter 682. Ferocious. Too ferocious. It's really like the beasts in the prehistoric novels. How strong is the Hua Shan ancestor to be able to bring all these things over? He's too valiant. Luo Tian couldn't help but say excitedly. His face was slightly pale, but his expression was abnormally excited. I should be able to break through to the second level of profound God after going in 2 more times. The experience points are just too amazing. It's just like a game dungeon. It's completely a treasure trove for experience. Beside him was a large pile of beast bones, blood essence, and a large pile of spirit grass. None of them were found in the profound sky continent. Bones to refine divine weapons. After separating the blood essence, he left a portion at the Hua Shan immortal sect and the other portion for Fatty Lei. He definitely needed this kind of high-purity, high-energy blood essence. When this guy saw the blood essence, he would definitely be like Dan seeing a divine weapon. Suddenly he realized Luo Tian was surrounded by gluttons. King Kong ate meat. Phone Lei drank blood. Only Dan was the most kept up, specifically picking divine weapons to eat. However, Luo Tian wasn't worried that Dan wouldn't break through. Although he couldn't guarantee that all the Xian weapons he refined would be divine weapons, he could guarantee that all of them would reach the state of a half-divine weapon. The refining process of a divine weapon was extremely complicated. Luo Tian didn't have that much time to waste. Then again, this was Dan's ration. Quantity was everything. Furthermore, the profound sky continent was only a low-level plane. This kind of so-called divine weapon was probably just a rotten cabbage in the ancient world. It could be seen everywhere. Luo Tian didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. He was only prepared to refine 1 or 2 Xian weapons for others. For example, King Kong liked to use both hands to attack. If he refined a pair of super strong gloves for him, his strength would definitely be even stronger. Although Morongbai's sword was a good sword, it was still not enough. The Poison Widow's spirit snake whip also needed to be improved. Yun Ling and Yun Yi, the sisters' warhammers, also needed to be changed. Since he wanted to play, then let's play big. Isn't it just the Immortal Sect Disciple Challenge? I will trample all of your so-called 10 great immortal sects under my feet, ruthlessly trample on them. Just you wait and see. Luo Tian's gaze was cold. His heart was extremely arrogant. He wanted to be armed to the teeth. He wanted the Huashan Immortal Sect to rise to an unsurpassable level and prove to the world the might of the Huashan Immortal Sect. Shortly after, Luo Tian started to refine Xian weapons like crazy. The bones of these ferocious beasts were quite difficult to refine. Each Xian weapon required a lot of time to refine. However, Luo Tian was not in a hurry. He took them one by one. In any case, he only had a small amount of time in the Great Desolation Realm. Other than the Great Realm of Desolation, he could not find a good place to level up in the profound sky continent, unless he opened the Earth's core tower. However, Luo Tian still did not want to do this ultimate mission. His current focus was on preparing for the Immortal Sect's Disciple Challenge competition. He would think about this mission after this month. Furthermore, since the Huashan old ancestor had opened the great realm of desolation for him, the meaning was obvious. First, find a place to level up and break through. Once he was strong enough, he could challenge the Earth's core tower. Time was ticking away. Luo Tian's completed Xian weapons were piled up one by one. Every Xian weapon flickered with a weak light, the characteristics of a semi-artifact. After refining a large pile of bones, Luo Tian turned to classify the spirit grass one by one. Sigh. It's a pity that these spirit grass are not the same as the ones in the ancient battlefield. Otherwise, I would be able to refine some god explosion pills. However, Although these spirit grass can't refine as powerful as the god exploding pellet, they should be able to refine some pellets that can raise one's realm. No matter what, I have to give it a try. The profound god realm is a heaven-defying gap. Through the battles with Zhou Tongxin and Linlong, Luo Tian deeply realized the importance of cultivation. In the past, he could kill people one realm higher than him, but now it was extremely difficult for him to even reach 2 levels higher. The difference between the profound god realm was too great. Every stage was a few hundred years of cultivation difference. The classification of the spirit grass was complete. Luo Tian took out the azure dragon furnace and tried to refine a new god explosion pill. With the great perfection realm's alchemy technique, the speed at which he refined these pills was extremely fast. His understanding of pills also surpassed everything else. In less than 2 hours, Luo Tian came up with a new refinement plan for the god explosion pill. Boom! Ding! Refinement successful. Luo Tian frowned and immediately checked. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha! It's a success. I've raised it by 2 realms. However, it's a little f** king, restricted by the level. Only those below the mystic arch can use it. 1 pill could instantly raise 2 realms. This pill was simply a heaven-defying existence. It was slightly weaker than the God Explosion pill, but it was already very different. How many mystic arch experts were there in the profound sky continent? It was hard to even find one in 10,000 years. It would definitely be hard to meet one in the Immortal Sect Challenge this time. Hence, this pill was extremely useful. Since he had refined a new God Explosion pill, Luo Tian started to refine them in large batches. My realm isn't as high as yours? I have pills, I have a lot of pills. Come and bite me, mother ***. Let's see how many mystic god experts you have. Luo Tian was looking forward to it. He was looking forward to the day of the Immortal Sect Challenge. His brothers would be fully armed and equipped with divine artifacts. They would all take the strongest pills and use their absolute strength to crush everything. Just thinking about it made him excited. Imperial Immortal Sect, Xinghai Immortal Sect, whatever Hao Tian, Yushan, all of you top 10 Immortal Sects. Wash your butts and wait for me. I'll smash your butts one by one. Even the heavens won't allow you to have designs on my woman. Luo Tian's entire body was filled with hostility as his refining speed became faster and faster. After refining the pills, Luo Tian didn't stop at all. He directly took out the skill necklace and entered the 6th level of the cultivation technique. He didn't let go of a single skill, especially lure. The light of confusion was too great to deal with the demonic beasts in the great realm of desolation. Once those beasts were summoned by him, they would be savage and unrestrained. Luo Tian cultivated with all his might. He didn't rest for even a minute. He was very tired, very tired. Every time he came out of the great realm of desolation, he would be covered in injuries. However, he had never thought of resting. He didn't have time to rest. He was using all his strength to make himself stronger, to make his brothers stronger. This was how he lived his life every day, refining mystic weapons, refining pills, and cultivating the proficiency of the cultivation technique. Every morning, he would place a large pile of refined mystic weapons at the entrance of the secret room. Every day was like a new year for Erden. Crazy devouring, crazy growth. He was also crazily condensing the pure dragon god blood in his body to provide for them to cultivate. Everything was going on crazily, only for the Immortal Sect Disciple Challenge, only for the woman who had captivated Luo Tianming's soul. Chapter 5, there's an update at night. It had to be said that yesterday was a little fierce. My arms couldn't take it, which affected my writing efficiency today. However, Old Bull would still write with all his might. Thank you all for your tips, monthly votes, recommendation votes. I love you all. Chapter 683. In the Great Realm of Desolation. Luo Tian stood on top of a cliff. The demonic beasts below the cliff were like zombies in zombie movies, crazily climbing towards him. The cliff was on the verge of collapsing. His grandmother. After luring the demonic beasts for 5 days, all the demonic beasts within a radius of 10,000 miles have been lured here. Isn't it time to reap the harvest? Luo Tian's entire body was drenched in sweat. Some time ago, he had been killing demonic beasts one by one. The time was too short, even if he had a lot of experience. Leveling up was still too slow. In a full 10 days, he had only leveled up a little more than 1 level. His current realm was at the 2nd level of Profound God, and he was still more than 40% away from the 3rd level of Profound God. That was tens of billions of experience. Thinking of this, Luo Tian felt that it was a bit **ket up. In his previous life, he had played so many games, but he had never seen one that required nearly 100 billion experience to level up. Looking at the string of zeros, he had the urge to pull out the system and beat it up for 10 days and 8 nights. It was too much of a scam to let it try leveling up. Unhappy was unhappy. Luo Tian had no other way to break through the realm, and could only rely on the experience from killing monsters. However, compared to the cultivation speed of other warriors, it could only be described as sitting on a rocket, and it was the kind of super rocket that could reach outer space. Others would take hundreds of years to break through the 1st level, but Luo Tian only took 10 days. Compared to the two, there was simply no comparison. It was just that Luo Tian's time was too short. There was still half a month before the Immortal Sect Disciple Challenge. He was only at the 2nd level of Profound God, so his speed was still too slow. On the other hand, Dan and the others, each and every one of them was extremely ferocious. Dan ate the divine weapon refined by Luo Tian. Breaking through was like playing with death. King Kong, Morong Bai, Poison Widow, Bearded Man, and the others devoured Dan's Dragon God blood essence, and their cultivation speed was the same. To describe it, they were all a group of animals, breaking through without caring about their lives. On the contrary, Luo Tian's speed was much slower. However, after 5 days of nonstop aggroing, today was a day of great harvest. Looking at the ferocious beasts wreaking havoc at the bottom of the cliff, Luo Tian grinned and said, "You guys, I've been chased by you for 5 days. Now it's my turn, ha ha ha," he laughed maniacally. Immediately after, Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched as he swallowed a divine explosion pill. Crack! He crushed the pill in his mouth. The power in Luo Tian's body changed in an instant, and his cultivation level directly rose to 4th level Profound God realm, directly rising 2 levels. His power was completely different from 2nd level Profound God realm. Clenching his fists tightly, a majestic power gushed out, incomparably violent. Level 9 Berserk. Rumble. 512 times the attribute power was released. His entire body was incomparably violent. Luo Tian's fists seemed to be holding 2 incomparably huge mountains. He directly flew into the air and roared, "Myriad thunderbolts rumble! Great circle! 10,000 lightning strike destruction! Kacha!" Boom! A large patch of dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. The dark clouds continued to roll, enveloping the surrounding 100 miles, enveloping all of the ferocious beasts. The entire world seemed to have darkened, as if the end of the world had arrived. 10,000 thunder rumbled. The sacred art of the heaven-raging Thunder Bull. It was also the first sacred art that Luo Tian had exploded. After a few days of non-stop cultivation, he had finally broken through to the Great Circle realm. At this moment, Luo Tian roared again, 9 dragons and 9 elephants, 9th stage! Dragon and elephant as one, explode! The power of dragon elephant poured into the clouds. The clouds instantly became even more devastating. The lightning in the clouds was as thick as a human body. The power was crazily oppressing and expanding. The moment it reached the peak, Luo Tian roared, "Boom for me!" Rumble. Rumble, rumble. In the clouds, 10,000 thick bolts of lightning directly descended. There were no other tricks. It just fell vertically, just like the speed of laser light. The lightning carried the superpower of the 9 dragons and 9 elephants to suppress all evil. Wherever it went, not to mention an inch of grass, even the rocks were instantly turned into powder. Too powerful. It was a complete massacre. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Giant Beast of Rough Rock, for obtaining an experience point and profound chi value of 10,000. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the bones of the Giant Beast of Rough Rock. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the blood vein of the Giant Beast of Rough Rock. Ding! Congratulations to the player! Ding, 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 ding. At the beginning, the system beeps sounded one after another, but towards the end it was like a symphony reaching its climax, crazily exploding, causing one's blood to boil and their blood vessels to spurt out. Luo Tian almost shot it out, too excited. His experience points soared like crazy in less than 10 minutes. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up, current level. Profound God Stage 3. Haha, I leveled up. However, how can one level be enough? Luo Tian laughed excitedly, looking at the large number of berserk beasts around him that were only half dead. Only a small portion had died, and then grinned excitedly. Mother asterisk her, let's do it again. Level 9 berserk. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 9 dragons and 9 elephants. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 10,000 lightning strike, destruction. Chop for me. Boom. Another large number of lasers shot down at the speed of light. Those berserk beasts that had yet to react were already dumbfounded. They were so scared that they pissed their pants and tried their best to escape. However, all of this was too slow. Ding, 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 ding. His experience skyrocketed. Luo Tian's eardrums were about to burst. He was in a mess and immediately released a tyrannical aura from his body. Just like a king, he shouted heavily. Immortal God Sect, Star Sea Immortal Sect, 10 great immortal sects, just you wait. Watch how Laozi takes care of you. His anger soared to the sky. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Profound God Stage 4. Ha ha ha, awesome. Luo Tian laughed maniacally. In less than half an hour, he had risen 2 levels consecutively. This speed was simply unheard of. However, Luo Tian was still not satisfied. He wanted to break through to the mystic Tharch realm and become the supreme martial expert of the Tian Shin continent. Only in this way could he crush everything. However, the demon beasts below the cliff were all crushed. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, not a single demon beast could be found. Not even a mosquito or a dung beetle could be found. Wherever Luo Tian went, not a single demon was born. There's still half a month's time. I have to go and level up a few more times. Luo Tian looked at the charred ground beneath his feet, then looked at the time. He exhaled slightly and said, "It's almost time. Let's go out first and come back tomorrow." The moment he chose to go out, on the other mountain stood a mythological beast that looked similar to a Paisho. Golden light shot in all directions. Luo Tian's eyes moved slightly. Wow, Divine Beast Boss. Understood. Chapter 6 has been sent, and there's an update. The old cow was still writing. Chapter 684. His vision slowly became blurry. Half a second later, Luo Tian returned to the secret room. His expression was somewhat stunned, because in his mind, the Divine Beast Boss had been coldly staring at him, as if a Lion King was staring at an intruder. That kind of gaze was invisible and carried a strong killing intent, causing people to tremble in fear. There's actually a boss. I didn't expect it. On the first day Luo Tian entered the great realm of desolation, he didn't do anything. He just wandered around and flew around, trying to figure out how big the great realm of desolation was. At that time, he had been flying for more than 50 minutes. All he could see were mountains and forests. Moreover, what surprised him the most was that his consciousness had been spreading out the entire time, with the goal of finding the boss. Killing the boss would be fun, and the drops would be amazing. In the end, he was disappointed, and even after flying for tens of thousands of kilometers, he still did not find a single boss. He thought that there were no bosses here, but just now he saw very clearly that the fierce beast standing on top of the mountain was a boss, and an extremely valiant one at that. This Luo Tian instantly became excited and thought to himself, "Next time, I must look for it properly. If I can use the enticing light to tempt him, that would be great. Using him to level up. Wow, how smart am I, haha. Boss, boss." A series of knocks came from outside the secret room. Luo Tian did not walk out of the secret room at first, but he did not stay in the secret room for the next few days. After all, the demon beast bones he obtained could not even fit into the space ring, and he could not refine that many profound weaponess in one day. There were also some spirit grass. Time was too tight. Luo Tian also threw these materials to Han Hua, letting her distribute them. These items were all good stuff and provided the Huashan immortal sect with a lot of resources. Now, every Huashan disciple had a heaven-grade bone blade, bone saber, bone spear, or bone whip. Even the imperial god immortal sect couldn't compare to them. Hearing Erden's voice, Luo Tian happened to pass him the Xian weapon that he forged last night. He opened the door of the secret room and said, "You came early today. Don't tell me you're hungry. You're such a glutton. You only know how to eat and eat all day. Sooner or later, I'll be poor because of you." Two Balls laughed. "Boss, I also want to break through quickly so that I can share some of your burden. I have no choice. If I don't eat, I won't be able to break through. I am the most handsome dragon in the world. To maintain my figure, I have already restrained myself." "Restraint my ass." Luo Tian gave Dan a knock on his head and scolded, "You eat over 1,000 semi-god artifacts a day, and you talk to me about restraint? If you have the guts, say it again, and I guarantee I won't beat you to death." Dan immediately hugged his head and said, "Boss, I don't dare anymore. I came to find you for something." "Huh?" Luo Tian stared blankly and said, "What is it?" Could it be that the experts from the 10 great immortal sects had arrived at the Huashan immortal sect? Damn, I didn't come to find them, and they came to die. Give the order to close the door and release Dan. No, it is to close the door and beat the dog. Luo Tian immediately changed his words. Since he came, he couldn't let him go back alive. Damn it. Dan said anxiously, "They aren't from the 10 great immortal sections. They are from the demon sect." Demon sect? Luo Tian was secretly shocked. He frowned and muttered to himself, "What are the people from the devil sect doing here? Last time, I killed their elder and got a secret technique. Could it be that they're here to settle the score with me?" Dan said, "They said they wanted to form an alliance with us. Sister Han Hua said you should make the decision, so we didn't drive him down the mountain. The immortal sect and the devil sect are like fire and water. Boss, just say the word and I'll kill him in minutes. Ally, go against the 10 great immortal sects." "Oh, that's interesting." Luo Tian immediately said, "There's no need. I'm not like those old fogies. What devil sects and immortal sects are irreconcilable. There are no eternal enemies or eternal friends, only eternal brothers. Since he is here, then let's go meet him. I want to see how the demon sect is going to form an alliance." Luo Tian smiled and said, "Where is the demon sect envoy?" Dan said he is in the outer sect guest hall. Little White and Big Ox are there. Little White, Big Ox! Luo Tian couldn't help but burst out laughing. Inform Senior Sister Han to bring him to the main hall of Huashan. I will wash up and come over. Dan immediately flew out. Looking at Dan's disappearing back view, Luo Tian laughed so hard that he convulsed and said, "Little White, Big Ox, ha ha ha! These names are too talented. Erdan probably threatened them. If they don't name them, they won't give them the dragon blood. Ha ha ha. Not long after, Luo Tian took a bath under the care of the sisters Yunling and Yunyi and changed into a clean set of clothes. If not for the urgency of time, Luo Tian really wanted them to play a game of Mandarin ducks in the water and have a good water battle. This was a very amazing thing. However, time was of the essence. Luo Tian suppressed it with all his might. Yunling and Yunyi's cheeks were flushed red to the bottom of their ears. They did not dare to look at Luo Tian's blazing eyes. Big Sister Cold has a flow. Hooligan. There's also a big pervert, humph humph. The two girls puffed up their cheeks and pretended to be angry. In fact, they were extremely happy in their hearts. Cold Frost could not help but say, "The Devil's Sex envoy is still waiting." Luo Tian walked out with a smile, stared at Cold Frost, clicked his tongue twice, and said, "I realize that you guys are getting more and more beautiful. Is it because of the dragon blood, or did the Poison Widow teach you some kind of evil charm technique?" The more he looked at it, the more beautiful it became. Moreover, it was filled with endless charm, making it hard for people to extricate themselves from it. Whether it was his skin, his figure, or his pair of man-eating eyes, they had all changed. Cold Frost secretly laughed and said, "I won't tell you, ha!" Luo Tian looked at Cold Frost's smile and was a little absent-minded. This iceberg had completely melted, and in front of him, she looked like a little girl. Luo Tian was filled with joy and then teased, "Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, I'll—" Before he could finish, Luo Tian immediately grabbed onto Cold Frost's waist. Luo Tian's fingers moved and directly pinched Cold Frost's waist, tickling her. "Are you going to tell me? Are you going to tell me?" Ha ha ha. I'll talk. Let go of me first." When Luo Tian let go, Cold Frost instantly ran far away, revealing a mischievous smile, and said, "I'll tell you next time, hee. Chapter 7 has arrived." The old cow was still writing, and there were still updates at night. Chapter 685. The Evil Fire Sword. Looking at the charming expressions of the three women, Luo Tian's body surged with the urge to fight for tens of thousands of rounds. Wow. Only say it when you're done? What kind of secret was this? Could it be the Imperial Male technique? Last time, the three girls were defeated. This time they had cultivated some kind of powerful cultivation technique and started over again. Wow. Luo Tian's heart started to itch and thought, just you wait. When the time comes, I will still kill all of you. Wahaha at this moment. Han Hua said from the door, "Sect Master, it's time to go." Luo Tian's heart tightened, and his expression returned to normal. He looked at Cold Frost and said with a smile, "The three of you, just you wait." The three girls smiled charmingly at the same time. The smile was incomparably moving. Luo Tian was reluctant to leave, but he still turned around and left. If he didn't leave now, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold himself back. As for the Devil's Sex emissary, he was probably already impatient. This was also Luo Tian's intention. Since they were here to talk about an alliance, he would first take them down a notch. Ha ha ha, how rare. This is probably the first time an expert from the Devil's Sect has arrived in the Huashan Immortal School. No, there should be a few times. I remember that last time some elder of yours came with a group of assassins, saying that they wanted my life, but I was afraid at that time and accidentally killed them all. You're not here to cause trouble for me, are you? Luo Tian laughed the moment he came up. His expression was very treacherous. The Devil's Sex envoy was an old man who looked to be over 50 years old. However, his cultivation was profound God realm. Luo Tian thought in his heart, "Profound God realm, your level is even a little higher than mine. Seems like the Devil's Sect is quite sincere, but if you want to form an alliance with me, what kind of scheme is your Devil's Sect up to?" They already knew that he was the reincarnation of the demon Emperor Xing Tian. It was fine if they didn't come to welcome him. They even sent out a few assassins. From this, it could be seen that the current sect leader of the Devil Sect didn't want Luo Tian to return to the Devil Sect. He even wanted to kill him. From that time on, Luo Tian didn't have a good impression of the Devil Sect. He wanted to borrow the power of the Devil Sect, but then there was nothing. Luo Tian did not know how strong the current Devil Sect was. However, Luo Tian was very clear about the strength of those Devil Sect experts who had been sealed by the heaven-sealing grand art for tens of thousands of years. With them, Luo Tian didn't need any help from the Devil Sect. The reason why Luo Tian came out to meet this envoy was because he wanted to see what the Devil Sect was up to. The elder was not angry. Instead, he smiled respectfully and said, "Headmaster Luo, I am an elder of the demonic sect, Lien Xen. What you said just now was a complete misunderstanding. It was that elder who acted on his own accord and caused that misunderstanding. Here, I represent our sect master and the Devil Sect to apologize to you. This is our sincerity." Finished, Lien Xen immediately took out a space ring. In order to create a shocking effect, he took out a large pile of Niden S from the space ring. The Niden shone brightly, slowly piled up. There were at least 3,000 of them. It was quite domineering. Lien Xen laughed in his heart. Hua Shan Immortal School has been robbed clean by the 10 great immortal sects. I'm afraid they won't even be able to take out a single Niden. Taking out 3,500 Niden all at once will definitely shock them silly. However, Luo Tian didn't even look at it and sneered. Just this pile of trash? Your sincerity is really, how should I put it? It really makes people laugh. Do you think the Hua Shan Immortal School is a beggar on the street? Luo Tian really didn't care about the 3,500 Niden. Right now, everyone in the sect had a heaven-ranked divine armament, and many of them were even using semi-artifact S. They didn't care about these Niden at all. Lien Xian's face darkened, and his expression turned ugly, not waiting for him to speak. Luo Tian laughed. Since it is your sect leader's sincerity, then I will accept it. Men, take these Niden to the Merit Palace. 100 merit points for one. Exchange them all. Don't leave a single one behind. Yes, sir. 100 merit points for one? Did he really think that Niden was a big idiot that could be found on the streets? Even a big idiot would not be so cheap. Lien Xian thought that Luo Tian was joking and was pretending, and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. However, when he saw a disciple walking in with a semi-artifact S on his body, his eyes immediately darkened. Even the ordinary guards are wearing semi-artifact S. Didn't this Hua Shan Immortal School get robbed clean? How come, then? Lien Xian's idea moved slightly. His heart changed once again. Half a month ago, he was only at the first level of the profound God realm, and now he is at the 4th level. How did this Luo Tian break through? This speed is too fast. Seems like there is a change in the plan. Lien Xian smiled respectfully. Sect leader Luo, I hope you don't mind. This time, I hope that your sect can form an alliance with our Devil Sect to fight against the 10 great immortal sects. You also know that the 10 great immortal sects are working together to deal with you. I'm afraid that this immortal sect disciple competition will be a catastrophe for the Hua Shan Immortal Sect. My Devil Sect has been standing in the profound sky continent for hundreds of thousands of years. We have a deep foundation and have fought against the 10 great immortal sects for tens of thousands of years without falling into a disadvantage. As long as Hua Shan is willing to form an alliance with us, our sect leader has specially instructed us to protect your Hua Shan Immortal Sect. He finished speaking in a neither fast nor slow manner. His goal this time was to form an alliance and also to probe. Furthermore, he wanted to personally see the current situation of the Hua Shan Immortal Sect. If possible, there was no need to wait for the Immortal Sect disciple competition. He would take the initiative to eat this place. Any Immortal Sect ruins were all-powerful spirit treasures, incomparable spirit treasures. The immortal chi was scarce, and as long as he took over this place, all the immortal chi here would be controlled by the devil sect. But, from the looks of it, the Hua Shan immortal sect was much stronger than the rumors said. Just here alone, there were 3 profound God realm experts. There was also that descendant of the dragon god that had not appeared. Lien Xian thought to himself and immediately changed his plan. He wanted to form an alliance with the Hua Shan immortal sect and kill all the talented disciples of the 10 great immortal sects in the immortal sect disciple competition. Luo Tian smiled and sat down on the sect leader's seat. With one foot on the seat like a bandit leader, he said, "Your devil sect is so strong, with hundreds of thousands of years of foundation, it is too deep. Since you are so strong, why are you still forming an alliance with me?" This, Lien Xen was stunned and said, "Alliance?" Luo Tian didn't wait for him to finish and smiled greedily. "It is not impossible to form an alliance. Hua Shan Immortal Sect is an orthodox celestial sect, and if I form an alliance with you, I will be putting Hua Shan Immortal Sect in an irrecoverable state. If you want me to take such a risk, shouldn't your devil sect show some sincerity? Don't get any inner cores. I know that Wu Xiao is not the only one who can refine inner cores. Inner cores are trash to you." Lien Xian looked at Luo Tian's greedy eyes and laughed coldly in his heart. He didn't show it on his face and said, "What does sect leader Luo want?" "I don't want too many things. Give me 180 god artifacts, that is the minimum, right? Also, my brothers are all single. I heard that the girls in your devil sect are not bad, give me a few hundred. Oh right, I also heard that your devil sect has a few emperor techniques." Lien Xian frowned and was instantly filled with killing intent. Luo Tian looked like a bandit leader. Beside him, Morong Bai and King Kong looked at Lien Xian with a sinister smile, with an expression that said, "If you dare to move, I will kill you." How domineering. Chapter 8, that's all for today. Tomorrow I will slowly pay back the 5 chapters one owed yesterday. All right. Old Bull saw the chrysanthemum in front. "Brothers, can you kill him for me? Monthly votes, insert, insert, insert."